Alright, gang, we're live. Uh, it's happening. It's election time. This is gonna be crazy. I don't know, like it's gonna be a long stream. Beyond to about. We're gonna be on to about probably at 4 a.m. for a stream. It's gonna be the longest stream in probably the channel's history. It's gonna be. I've got loads of clips and stuff to entertain you guys with whilst there's dead air. I've also got a bottle of Coke in the fridge. I'm gonna grab at some point, glass bowl, because we're celebrating potentially the end of the Conservative Party. So I've got two tabs open there. Do you want to go over the exit polling with you guys first? First of all, yeah, Kieran, it is good news and it's bad news. I'll be honest. Excuse me. I did see some great takes off people on Twitter as well about it, so that should be interesting. But I saw no justice say it's not a great result for the left. But we've got Carla Denyer who's going to win her seat potentially in Bristol Central, which is great news. Honestly, I'm here for that. More Green MPs, we love to see it. Braveman not well and will not come to see results. That she knows she's cooked. She must know. She must know it's over. So she's not going to turn up. No, the Tories looking at their lowest number of MPs since 1832. I don't know what the hell was going on back then. The deficit myth. Okay. So Stephanie Kelton promoting her book. I wrote the blueprint for a paradigm shift 4 years ago. Let's see what the Labour Party does now. Probably going to be washed, to be fair. I'll tell you, Stephanie Kelton. But yeah, MMT, a very interesting book. Let's see. Let's just have a quick look if there's anything else interesting. Labour's vote share might be at 36-37%. That's actually wild. That is wild. This electoral system is so cooked. If the Labour Party end up with 36% of the vote and win with this giant landslide, I'm just done. Just done, honestly. There's a lot of memes being posted here. Yeah, someone's saying, like, you know, Labour have a huge majority. Oh my god, the estimated vote share is so bad. It's so bad. God. This is a nightmare. Look at that, 36%. These are projections, by the way, guys. We don't know yet, but this is terrifying. Look at that. Despite all of the crap that they've done, right? All of the nonsense. Bear with, just got to mute quick. All of the nonsense they have the last 14 years, and Labour couldn't even crack 40% of the vote. Can you guys believe it? Like, look at that projected vote, 36%. 36%. Mad. That's all they're gonna. Oh wow. Yeah, I saw someone post now. Like, if you add the Labour and the Reform vote, that puts them up above Labour. But you still got to factor in like the Lib Dem vote and the Green vote. So, yeah, the night is not great. Yeah, Democratic deficit really is. Really is, honestly. That's what I mean. I said I said he's not that guy. Keir Starmer is not that guy, and people should have heeded those words. He in any other election in 2019 he would have lost. In 2017 he probably would have lost. In 2015 he would have lost. In 2010 he would have lost. In any other general election this man would have lost. So yeah, I don't see it, guys. Got some new pieces for the soundboard as well, so that should go well. Hopefully it plays.
You feeling angry, humiliated? Is that it?
So, got this one as well, my new favourite. And then I've got this one also.
Just go away! Go away! It's over now! It ends right now!
Just let me know if you guys can hear those. Is that all you got? Honestly, like, I'm kind of. I don't know how to explain it, but 10%. This is very upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. Greens on 6 is good. The Lib Dems on 9 is surprising, but with Reform being on 17% vote share, that's better. That's better. Sorry, my voice is a bit weird because I've just eaten. That's better than I think what UKIP got at their peak. This Reform vote here, this is ominous. This is so ominous. You know, if this was the vote in a PR system, this would be the stuff of nightmares. Good evening, Euro. This right here would be the stuff of nightmares if it was under a PR system. But yeah, you know, let's have a look at see what the BBC coverage is.
With us here in the studio, in terms of what you're seeing tonight, a reminder: the exit polls predicting a Labour majority of 170, and yet David Bull from Reform is telling us very clearly.
Let me know if there are any audio issues as well, guys.
Reform has been taking votes from Labour as well.
Yes, and I'm not really surprised by that, because although there are views and opinions of a nationalist and populist kind growing on the right of British politics, I don't think anything like the number of voters who have supported that Reform UK could be described as nationalist, populist or right-wing. They're looking for a very handy protest party to support.
This is the kind of complacency I'm talking about, guys. This is not good.
Because they are furious with the Conservatives. And I have lost count of the number of people who have told me, indeed, I've knocked on doors myself and found voters saying, I just cannot decide. I hate the Tories. There's no way I'm going to vote for the Conservative candidate, but I can't yet make up my mind who to protest with, either Labour or Reform. So they're not guided by...
There's your answer there. They want to protest against the Tories. That shows you that it's not the Labour Party that have won these votes, it's the Tory Party that have lost them.
By some ideology. They're not racists, they're not anti-Semites, they're people...
But they're happy to vote with the racists. They're happy to vote with the anti-Semites.
Who are looking for a handy protest vote, either Labour or Reform. Some have gone, the bulk of them, of course, have gone to Labour. Some inevitably have gone to Reform.
But why didn't they go to you then? If all of the things that
Most
you've
of them
said...
did. Most of them have.
But in terms of they're not a party that existed in that kind of force a few years ago. So why didn't you think you were able to get them across?
No, Laura, they've existed for some time in various guises with different names. And of course, Nigel himself, Nigel Farage, you know, is the sort of running thread through all this. Now, look, at the core of Reform...
I think this will make him less likely to support PR Kieran, to be honest with you. When you think about it, 36% of the vote, and he's got a stonking majority, potentially. Absolute hammer of majority, right? He can get through anything. If you had a PR system, he'd get through nothing. There is no incentive for him to move to a PR system.
UK, there are a whole number of extremely unpleasant people with views who would be rejected by the overwhelming mass of the British people. But those views held by those people at the heart of Reform UK are not known to the general public. The general public are looking for parties to back or candidates to support in order to lash out against the Conservatives and Reform.
If you look at it right, Reform would have around 17% of the seats. I don't know what that'd be in terms of a raw number, but...
Being the beneficiary.
With the greatest of respect, that's absolute nonsense. These are...
This man, look, he's come dripped out. Look, he's matching. He needs to sort that out. That looks a bit... It does not look folded properly, but yeah.
We've seen your candidates.
There are a very small...
We've seen your candidates.
Let me finish, please.
We've seen your candidates.
There are a very small number of candidates, and we have removed them and dealt with them. Let me just make one thing very clear, which is that we stood down. We gave Boris Johnson an 80-seat majority because he said he was going to get Brexit done. He did not get Brexit done. We have put a border in the Irish Sea. We've annexed the United Kingdom, annexed Northern Ireland. Now, that is unacceptable.
We've annexed Northern Ireland. He doesn't... It's not what he meant to say, but he's so right. He's so right when he says that. We did annex Northern Ireland from Ireland. Oh my god, I can't believe he's just admitted that. What an absolute moron. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm actually dead. I'm so dead. This man does not get. We did annex Northern Ireland. Sorry guys, I'm finished. Honestly, we're not even like 15 minutes into this, and we've just had probably the funniest take, because he's right. It's true. I'm dead. We're smoking the logic pack, guys. I'm finished. We're not even 15 minutes in. We're not even 15 minutes in. This man's a complete moron. Oh, this is great.
Tell me another country that goes around purposely annexing parts of its own territory. I think it's unacceptable. And actually, what people want around the country...
He's not even using the right word. It's not annexing. That's not the word. It'd be separating. It'd be separating, parts of your own country, not annexing.
They see Labour, you're going to put taxes up enormously by £15 billion, it seems, and people are against that. They want low tax, low regulation and high growth, and that's what we offer.
I'm not sure that people voted reform because they want less protection and more exposure to market forces, quite honestly.
People voted for reform because they're patriotic.
Nor do I think people voted for reform because they objected to some notional border down the Irish Sea. I think you're living in a fantasy land with respect. No, people, of course...
I'm waiting for this guy to bring up Mandelson's links with a certain Mr. Steen who can't be named.
...have voted for an insurgent party. But I would not describe this as a popular insurgency, and I would not flatter Nigel Farage by describing Reform UK as a movement.
Peter Mandelson, how do you hang on to those voters now who were disgruntled,
Yeah, he's a prick.
whom have come back to the Labour fold, voted Conservative in 2019? How do you hang on to them, given that you have signed up to the fiscal rules of the Conservatives? How do you hang on to them when you have decided that you are going to get debt down in relation to GDP by 2028?
Oh, we've got a third Labour MP who's won.
You haven't got any money, and you're not going to borrow. You've made that clear. So how are you going to...
It's a great question. I wish they asked this about, 6 months ago.
Give these people hope who've moved towards you.
Well, Clive, let's not sort of rehearse all the arguments of the election campaign.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
And all that, Look,
I have no answer for you, so I don't want to answer that question.
make an important point, however. We not only want to hang on to those who have voted for us in the election, we want to win over people who have voted for...
Everyone getting exposed 2024, exactly. They not like us. Exactly, it's happening, Ken. Thank you for the super chat. If you want to drop me a super chat or any messages, let me know. Or memberships, let me know, and that'd be great.
For Reform UK, we want to demonstrate that we are a party of all the people, not just people who live in inner cities, who have college degrees, who are young and have good
college degrees. College degrees. This is America. You mean university degrees, son? This guy he's been living abroad for too long. He's been living abroad for too long. Like, college degrees. What's Blood talking about?
Positions in good professions. We want to retain and or win the votes of non-graduates, non-college leavers, people who work in the everyday economy and feel quite disrespected and quite disempowered. Now, that is something
We'll have a special guest join us in a few minutes.
Has grown over a number of years, and it's something my party has got to understand, come to terms with, and engage with, and make sure that we're delivering for those voters.
But you see, when you go around the country, people see Labour. It is a metropolitan party for people in Islington. It does not represent people in the north. It doesn't represent their views and values.
So why are people in the north voting for them then?
And that is what Reform UK does. This is...
But David, how do you account for all the seats that we've won in the northeast and northwest of England?
But do you not think that for a small party, a new party... By the way, let me...
You're not new, bruv. You've been around for a while. They're not a new party. You kind of crashed out in 2019 and 2017. You're not a new party, though. You literally died when Nigel left you, let's be honest.
I think, be very clear.
UKIP died when Nigel left it.
We are a new party, completely new party, new structures, and we have done extreme...
You're not even a party. You're a company. You're a literal limited company.
If that poll is right, and it may not be right, but if that poll is right, then we have done extremely well. Also, what are you going to do with regards to the European Union? You're going to take us closer and closer to Europe, and that is not what people want.
We've got a declaration coming in. Let's listen in to what's happening in Sunderland.
The result for Sunderland Central. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
Let's just go a bit forward. We'd have to hear this.
3,000. Number of rejected.
Look at that. 10k votes. They got 10k votes there.
Elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
What the hell is that?
Well, a beaming Lewis Atkinson there, NHS manager who's won the seat for Labour with 16,852 votes. But again, we see that fascinating state of the race there. Reform not just beating the Conservatives into second place there, but almost getting twice as many votes as them, leaving Labour with a majority of 6,073. No surprise whatsoever, that's a Labour hold, but fascinating and worrying for Conservatives seeing Reform in second place.
Yeah, and a low turnout as well, and that's been a feature of the first two races that we brought you the declarations.
You know, me and QA have been saying there'll be a low turnout for a while because they're not infused by anyone. But with this, I would love to see the percentage change in these seats, to be honest with you. But yeah, what's Mandelson got to say?
Let's look at the share. And you've got Labour flatlining there, Reform up 15 points, the Conservatives down 21. There you go. That is what is happening so far, and it's early days, no question, but Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there.
It's not just Reform though. I mean, like, if you look at it, let's see, go back.
Or exposure to market forces.
Oh crap! I went back too far.
People.
73.
Barely touched the bar. Oh my! Sorry guys, I'm being a moron.
It doesn't represent their views and.
Being technical issues.
And a low flat, no question. But Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there. And look at the swing there from Labour to Reform, 7.7%.
And you see that kind of move there. And Peter Mandelson, we're hearing from our numbers that there is a 91% chance that Reform might take your old patch, the constituency of Hartlepool. If Hartlepool is
Oh, damn. Hartlepool went to the Conservatives back in 2019. I think it was 2019. There's a by-election. I think Hartlepool went to them. I can't remember.
By the Reform Party. How would that feel for you?
I'd feel extremely bad and very disappointed, and I'd be surprised if it happened.
You would be surprised. David?
I think you are about to be surprised. This is where I've been to Hartlepool.
Hold up. I got you guys. Knowing what I know about Hartlepool.
Campaigned in Hartlepool.
What's Bowler Hat Man saying?
And when you knock on doors, people say they are sick and tired of the two main parties that don't represent them.
How long are these two guys going to be talking?
3.
I had to do so at
Yes.
Oh my God,
Labour?
the audio. Jesus Christ. All right. The special... He's not so special. Nah. He's not so special. Imagine. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if it was him? Hopefully his audio is good. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Jeez, the blue
that's
snowball comes in. Clean audio. No, it's not Nigel Farage. No, I said there's a special guest coming on, and everyone's guessing random names.
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Fedora. It's Fedora Hatman. Instead, Bowler Hatman's cousin.
Such a waste, man. Don't make me laugh. Fedora Hatman. I'm finished. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's happened. I can't hear his audio anymore. Fedora Hatman is gone. Sorry, people.
No. I'm here. I'm just in silence. You know, paying my respects to the death of the Conservative Party.
Do you take your fedora hat off to mark this moment, or does the hat stay on?
Yeah, yeah. No, the hat stays on all the time, even when I sleep.
Do you have multiple hats?
Yeah, yeah. I have a fedora underneath the fedora. So it's like layers. It's like fedoraception.
I get you. Yeah. The hat can never come off. Yeah. What do you make so far? We got three Labour MPs in the bag right now. No swings yet. We've got four actually. I wonder who the fourth one is. I think we just saw her with the bad audio. But yeah, what do you make of it so far? You saw the exit polling. What do you think?
Yeah, the exit polling was wild. Yeah, the exit polling was wild. I think a lot of people are not voting Labour; they're just voting not Conservative, which you like to see. You love to see, the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that's just where how people voted this time round. People just don't want to see the Tories back in, so they're just voting Labour.
I think people do hate
Easy pick.
Yeah, because I heard a lot of people someone was saying like they couldn't get a mortgage. I'm guessing their offer got withdrawn because the interest rate rises. So
Yeah,
it's not. It would have impacted a lot of people. Like if you think about the average mortgage age, I think it's like 38 or something like that for people to get a mortgage in this country, and you save up for ages and then bam, withdrawn because of Liz Truss.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, especially given how long you'd have to
Crazy.
save for as well.
Well, that's like one of the things Labour's saying in their manifesto, trying to provide like more housing and stuff. Whether or not they're gonna actually, pull through with anything they say is a different story. But I can see why people affected by not being able to get a mortgage can see like Labour being an appealing candidate.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know, Fedora Hat Man. I just it's a bit ropey. I think based on polling I've seen, around 50% of people who are voting Labour are doing so just to get rid of the Tories. So it does make it does put Labour in a bad spot if they don't deliver. Do you know what I mean? Like I think now people are less kind of party loyal. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm hoping for like a wraparound, where we get to the point where the most right wing party is Labour, and then people vote, you know, Greens more often. Hopefully, one day. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
And yeah, I hope this is the death of the Tories. I hope I never see another Conservative government in my lifetime.
I think.
And if they're getting ratioed this hard, I think it's going to take a lot of confidence out of a Conservative vote from now on.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Tories is that they're done, but you need to the end of small c conservatism. You know, the ideology of it. That's what needs to go next. And my fear is like Labour are kind of pushing that idea, kind of small c conservatism of like the fiscal rules and all the boring shit, the stuff where they won't deliver. Do you see what I'm saying? That's my next concern.
Yeah.
Because they need to get why the Tories are so hated in this election. Like this has been a complete mauling. Like this is bad. Like you can't. Jane, this is like a 10-8 round effectively. You just got they got the shit beaten out of you. Yeah, for the Tories anyways. Like they've lost a huge amount of support on both ends, and so I think Labour need to see why the Tories have lost that much support. Because doing tinkering around the edges like
Oh
it's
yeah.
not good enough.
No, I get that. I mean, you couldn't really make up the time in power that Tories have had this time round. Like from Boris Johnson to like, there's just so much stuff. Like Matt Hancock getting caught cheating on his wife. There's so many like
It's mad. Plus,
crazy moments during this. Yeah. Plus, there's Matt Hancock, and there's just actually just so many fun, like ridiculous stories. Them doing like cocaine during Christmas parties during like COVID and stuff. It's just you literally could not make it up. It's kind of like really weird dystopian members of parliament. Like, to be honest, I would not be surprised seeing in like a show like Rick and Morty. Honestly, like
Yeah.
it is literally the craziest amount of caricatures you could ever like
It's
make up
beyond
of
satire, isn't it?
politicians.
It's beyond satire. Like it's really hard to make jokes about them because they are a joke. Like that
No,
line
yeah,
where
they just do it for themselves. Like you see,
so yeah, I was just
oh
gonna
no,
say,
like
right,
like Boris Johnson coming down the zip line. There's so many like
yeah,
actual just funny moments, man.
but I think he does that on purpose. Like Rishi Sunak when he's like, "I love Coke," and he says the drink, and it's like, bro, what? Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that, or
No,
you know,
and I grew up without Sky. Oh, that one's
yeah,
so
yeah,
good.
that's great. Or when he tried to pay for the can of drink, and he tapped his card on the glass, and you're like, bro, like you can't
Yeah,
satirize
he's
that guy
like,
because he's the out of touch rich guy. You can tell he didn't even have to fill up a car with petrol because he has people for that.
oh, that's what. No, yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what the butler's for, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can't. How do you satirize a guy who wears like gigantic boots and stuff like that? Do you know what I mean? Like you can't.
Which brings me onto the Rishi Sunak conspiracy
All right, guys,
that
get
I've
ready
been
for this
talking to
one.
you about.
Yeah, he's been brewing this one for a while. He's been cooking this one for a while. Let's hear it.
I I I am convinced that Rishi Sunak is literally an undercover op for the Conservative Party.
So
This
for
man
anyone who
has
doesn't
done
know, it's
more to
opposition.
destroy the Conservative Party than any other politician.
No, Liz
Yeah.
Truss did a good job as
Bruh.
well.
He's literally single-handedly destroyed the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nah, yeah. She definitely alley-ooped him in
Oh yeah, the setup. Yeah, she threw
for
it in
sure.
the air
Even
and then
calling this
bam.
election was just so. It's cool. Even calling this election is so wild to me. I don't get why you like call an election that you 100% know you're gonna lose. If they didn't know they were losing this election, like the drugs have gotten to them at this point. Like
To be fair,
I just don't know what you're thinking. Like there's no way you're ever winning this election.
to be fair, Michael Gove got told to stay off the drugs the other day by shoot, I can't remember his name. He was on GB News and then he's on Channel 4 now as a interviewer, but he told Gove to stay off the drugs. Probably should have told Rishi the same thing because yeah, man, it's kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie, like the fact that he called it, I can kind of see a little bit of logic behind it in terms of the numbers, but honestly, bro, like I don't get what he was thinking. And to be fair, the Conservatives are mad at him. There's a lot of MPs that are mad that he's called this election because they're unemployed now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's done the most.
Yeah, we're gonna see
He's
them
done the
at the
most.
job centre on Monday.
It took was a POC prime minister to take down arguably one of the worst parties that can get into power.
Yeah, trust me.
That's it, man.
Yeah, he said I'm gonna end this now.
Undercover.
Yeah, I think you're right. Agent Rishi, fam. He did everyone a favour. To be fair, him coming out of that
he just got his billions in it.
Yeah, he got Infosys share price up. I mean, the fact that he he left the D-Day thing. I was like, damn, bro, what are you thinking? That was when everyone was like, nah, you're done. The whole country's like, you're done. You're gonna be lucky to finish second. So he's not gonna top. He's not gonna make it in top 2. He ain't making it to the finals.
Nah.
Yeah, but I'll be excited to see how this plays out. I'll be honest, man. We've got a while to go there before we get a lot more results in. We've got a couple that have rolled in. They're all Labour. Conservatives -1, so that means 1 seat is changed to the Labour Party, which is good. I see someone posting in chat about Buckland. So, but there's confusion because I think there's a boundary change. This election's weird because they've changed the rules around it a little bit, like the lines.
Yeah.
But at the moment, the exit polls.
Wait, did another one just come through?
Yeah, I think one more came through a few minutes ago. Heidi Alexander, she beat Buckland. So Buckland was been there. I'm trying to think. There's either one that went to the Caribbean. Buckland's been there for a while, to be fair. Heidi Alexander is a former member of Parliament, so she was in Parliament before. She must have lost her seat. Let's see, she must have lost her seat and she's come back. House of Commons.
Do you think we're going to see any like wild takes from the conservative glazers that just are like
100%.
kind of similar to like how when Trump lost and it's like stop the count and stuff like that? Are we going to see like the UK equivalent?
So Kemi Badenoch, who might be the next Tory leader, she was saying, she was pushing those conspiracies because have you heard about the issue with the postal votes?
Yeah, I already heard about that. I was like, as soon as I heard about that, it just flashed back to when Trump lost, instantly.
She's pushing that already because apparently people are saying if it's close, if Labour are close in that election, they're going to demand a recall. So they're gonna have to recount everything and like proper check
I
if there's
think
any
I think
post-votes.
yeah, no, I think it's fair to say that Tory voters don't know how to use the postal vote system, so I think we're fine on that one.
Yeah, I said a lot of older people tend to go out and vote, like, because it's, especially in this weather, it's nice, man. You just walk outside. Like the polling station is near my house as well. So like it's not even. Do you know what I mean? It's a
Yeah,
nice walk.
all the boomers play Pokemon Go. You know, they Pokemon Go
That's a
to the
classic.
vote.
Yeah, I don't know who invented Pokemon Go, but I hope they invent Pokemon Go to the polls. And for Hillary Clinton, they did not invent Pokemon Go to the polls. Uh, for her, but yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting. Like seeing the full results on stream as well. It's very rare you get to do election coverage live because it's like twice a decade. Really, you get an election. Last decade was an exception. We had like four.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't wanna jinx this one, but the last time I stayed up for like something similar like this was when Trump beat Hillary. So I
oh
don't want to
damn.
jinx this one. I'll actually go sleep this time.
Yeah,
I'll do everyone a favor.
the last time I did it, I think it was the Brexit referendum where I stayed at my friend's house because my internet was out, and then I literally was falling in and out of sleep. And when I woke up, all you see is David Dimbleby go, "Oh yeah, we're voting to leave the EU," and I was like, "What?" I was like, "What do you mean?" And so yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
maybe it's you, bro. Maybe if you go sleep now,
I think a
maybe you
lot of
won't.
that like
Yeah,
yeah, true. Yeah, I have a question about for you either. Like,
yeah,
I feel like a lot of people are deciding not to vote. Like at least in my immediate vicinity, like I've spoken to quite a few people today.
yeah.
You know, who were talking about not voting. Um, but yeah, what's your opinion on like that, and why do you think people are inclined to feel like they shouldn't vote?
I think it's just the system's just not including them in it. Like if you look at us, yeah, what are the parties offering us? Um, what are the parties actually offering in terms of who is this guest and doesn't he's a person I know, Fedora Hatman, the greatest. Someone's asking who you are. I think it's the
I'm
system.
a I'm a vigilante.
Yeah, his hat is his weapon. He just spawns them, and he wins by throwing hats at people. He keeps spawning infinite hats. Um, I'm not sure about turnout, to be fair, Richard. You've got to wait on that one. But with that, I think it's just the system doesn't work for you, so you don't vote for it. I think that's the main problem people run into. Like, when you look at these policies, what are they offering that actually helps us? There's not much. Do you know what I mean? Most of it's for older people. Like the Conservatives talked about the quadruple lock pension and other nonsense. And like politicians are idiots, bro. I'll be honest. And so like it's just a system you don't want to engage with because people don't get how important it is. That's the most because we don't teach it in school. They don't teach like if they taught kids how important politics is in school, I think it would get much better turnout. But it's just there's nothing for younger people, and so that's why people don't want to vote. But then because you don't vote, the politicians don't care about you, if that makes sense. And so it's a bad cycle. But because older people vote,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I think that was just something that I was quite lucky with growing up. Like our primary school that I went to was very like um, into getting young children into politics. So we, you know, went on school trips to houses of parliament and stuff like
yeah,
that. Like they did try to educate us on
that's
how the voting system works and the changes you can make. But
that's really
no,
rare,
I
bro.
think you're right. I think a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like they don't teach
I
about the
just think it's such
fiscal.
a shame that people feel like they're not represented. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just it's happened a lot with the main parties. It's because like certain the thing is like for parties, their main goal is to win. And so how do you win? What's the meta of winning? It's you have to appeal to the people who turn out to vote. And so those are the people who have, like not the best beliefs, if you see what I'm saying. And so you just fall into a cycle of, well, you're not going to vote, why would I represent you?
No, for sure.
And so I
Sure.
think that's where the Green Party should really step in. That's what the Lib Dems did well in 2010, to be fair. They tried to, get rid of tuition fees and all this stuff. Party for younger people. And that's what I think the Greens should do. They need to push themselves as the party for younger people, the next gens, and say we're going to do increased house building, like sustainable housing, build because the Green Party are dumb in some ways where they don't want to build public transport. So like, how do you like if you want to get people away from cars? How do you convince them to ditch their car if you're not going to improve public transport? Like that's the thing where people don't like the
Yeah,
Green
I mean,
Parties because
I
of
think
that.
after looking at the Green Party's manifesto myself, like I just feel like the UK is not ready to commit to that much. I know it sounds silly because
Yeah,
it benefits, especially probably everyone watching and a lot of people who would vote immediately. As in, I just don't think the UK as a whole is ready for that much public spending yet. If that makes sense, I don't know if we're ready to admit that we're probably not in a position to keep growing as an economy for. I mean, in terms of competing with superpowers like America and China for much longer. In my opinion, anyway, like I just don't see how we can what we have to offer in the long run. And we're already seeing it with like India sort of taking over in terms of like GDP and stuff like that. I think that at some point we're gonna have to start spending and become set up like more social safety nets and
yeah.
uh, just
That's what made
better
Brexit
public,
so dumb.
yeah, better. Yeah.
That's what made Brexit so dumb because as part of the EU, we could have competed with like the USA and China and stuff like that because we're part of a big trade bloc, and so you get a lot of power out of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know we lost out. We don't have that kind of influence anymore, which we did have, and that's what made Brexit so dumb. Because you could be a small unit in something that's much bigger, or you could be a small unit on your own, and we chose to be on our own. And so I think with the safety net thing, like people, for some reason, some people in England just hate welfare. They hate it, bruv. And so what that means, because they never see themselves on welfare, and so what that means is they want to cut it as much as possible. Even Labour are pushing that kind of stuff as well. Um, it's just,
Yeah,
it's
no.
just benefit. All of those TV shows like we can't pay, we take it away, Benefit Street, and all this stuff. Yeah, that's ingrained in like a certain age demographic's head, when they think that's how jobless people live
Yeah,
or poor people live, and they're like, "Fuck you, why would
yeah.
I help you out?"
I think it's just like a very old like British mentality of like the older generation of like, oh, if you're at home and you're on benefits, you're just lazy and you're not contributing to
Unleash on it, yeah,
society. Where in fact like if you compare to what they're spending versus what the rich aren't paying by avoiding tax is a much greater significant fee, but because media doesn't show that,
yeah.
people just don't see it and they simp so hard like for
Because these guys own the media.
wealth.
They own the media.
Yeah,
That's what
it's
it
just
is.
crazy.
Like that's all it is, isn't it? They figured it out, bro. You just
It's that
you buy a media company, and all you do is get them to hate immigrants, hate poor people, hate welfare recipients, and then people are busy hating the wrong people, and that's it. It's done.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's like always just been an easy target um, for that type of energy to be directed towards, but people don't realize that the corporations that are not paying what they should be is what's affecting how much is being that is what is affecting what we can use for public spending and what we have access to.
Yeah, they could do stuff like wealth taxes or go back to the old 50% tax rate, but for whatever reason, Labour don't want to do that. Raising capital gains tax, Labour don't really want to do that either. And it's just like you have levers to generate money, you should take it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's one thing I liked about Green's manifesto, where they were talking about the asset tax
Yeah, I think I want to
for
see
the
them push
rich.
on that.
Yeah,
I think if the Greens in Parliament push on the fact that Labour have methods to make money and they don't have to go to PFI and all this other dodgy shit. The money's in the country. If they did that, I'd be that'd put a lot of pressure on them to do certain things. But with Reform winning, essentially being the fourth largest party, it's dicey.
yeah. I think that shows that yeah, a lot of people are going to see this as a big win for social politics in terms of like Labour, quote unquote, being a left wing party, if you can even call it that,
I don't think it is,
and
bro.
not realizing how many people are voting for reform, and like that, I think that is one scary thing, and reform is just going to be swept under the rug, and it's just weird how many times this sort of ideology has reared its ugly head in terms of we've had, you know, EDL, we've had UKIP, we've had like so many rinse and repeat cycles, and it's literally the same guy. Like, it's actually nuts.
Yeah, it's
like,
Nigel on it.
Yeah, it's just cut and pasted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is.
A man like Nigel.
Yeah. He looks sharper now. You know, he's got his teeth cleaned or whatever, and yeah, he's back at it again. And that's the thing. Like, people like what he's pushing, which is
He's taken a trip to Turkey.
He's got that hairline. That hairline needs surgery. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. Like, if Labour don't get the economy moving, Nigel Farage will, you know, that kind of ideology will keep growing, because it's you know, when the economy doesn't
Do
work
you
for people,
think
that's what
Labour
happens.
can get the economy to grow?
Based on current policies, no. But based on what they're pushing now, no. If they got rid of some
There's a lot of like
policies, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of what they're promising in their manifesto is based on the economy growing and them not taxing more, and it, in fact, increasing the wealth of the UK as a whole, and then using that increased wealth to then distribute, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, it's, you know,
I would have really liked to have seen a freeze on the lower tax brackets and an increase in the higher ones from Labour, but the fact that they just froze everything is just wild to me.
Do you know, you can't. The thing is, you need money to get growth first. So you have to invest in the economy first to get growth. And the thing is, they're not doing that. And so what that means is you're not going to get the growth you want without investment. If you look at what the Americans are doing, but like Biden's, like, he's done a lot of bad shit, like, you know, as president even, with, you know, Gaza and things like that. But he was looking at trying to do massive investment for America, right? So you need to essentially get more companies to set up shop, more manufacturing, more services, and all that stuff. But that requires money and incentives. Labour aren't offering money and incentives. And so what that means is you're not going to get any growth. Like, the UK right now, like you said earlier, we're not good for much. And so, like, how do you expect to get manufacturing and businesses going in this country? They need help, they need support or incentives, and we're not giving that. They have so many better options than the UK at the moment. And so the Labour Party are just assuming growth is going to happen with better money allocation, but there's only so much, you know, like with the money they have, they can get more money through like tax avoidance and stuff, but there is a limit on how much they can get in a short amount of time. What's going to hamper them is the debt to GDP ratio, where they want to keep debt low, and what that means is they're not going to be able to invest money or borrow to invest, and that's what they really need to do. If they borrow money, they can invest it in the country and they can get the economy moving. That's what Attlee did way back when. And you can really change people's lives, but they're not doing that, and that's what pisses me off.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it's just something we're continuing to see. You know, the pound is slowly decreasing in value, you know, over time as well. It's just not where it used to be, and I think the UK is going to have to make a decision of where it wants to sort of, and in a weird way, almost cut off its economic growth and focus on improving itself. Like, we have a lot of infrastructure problems that are just not being resolved at all. Like, so many buildings in the UK are just falling apart, especially in towns that are like, that used to be, you know, focused on manufacturing, and now are just kind of left to the wayside, you know.
That's the kind of stuff that'll grow the economy, though. Getting construction going and things like that. Well, that's the stuff that's going to get the economy going, because you create jobs. Do you see what I'm saying? But the problem in the UK is now unemployment is still quite low. So it's difficult to get the economy moving when unemployment is low, because normally when the economy is bad, you have a lot of unemployment. And so there's other things they're going to have to figure out how to get the ball moving. But infrastructure projects are always a good idea, in terms of growing the economy and things like that. And you get people into better jobs as well. Because, like, imagine if you could go out of town easier to find work, you can find a higher paying job easily. Do you know what I mean? And so that helps you out. That helps you make more money, and therefore you spend more money. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get you. I think, well, that's another thing with like all of the sort of stigma associated with immigration. You can't have more people potentially to then do these tasks that you need to do, like construction, if you don't have, like you're saying, you know, people available to do these jobs in the first place, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to reform the apprenticeship system massively. so that apprenticeships actually pay proper wages, because right now the apprentice system is a joke. It's like less than £5 an hour I think you can get paid, which is ridiculous. How anyone's supposed to live on that?
Yeah, no.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's that. So if they
Did you
reform that,
did
get more people
you
in
did
trades.
you show off the pictures of Rishi Sunak I sent you earlier?
No, I'm not showing that on stream. I'm not. What the what's with him? I'm not showing that. No, I'll get cancelled. I'll get done so quick. It's just him. I think it's on one of the ITV shows, and some lady. And I don't know what's going on. So sometimes you'll look at something and think, I'm just not going to engage with that, because that's just so bizarre. And so yeah.
It's not a picture I'm edited at all. It's just with no context. Just seeing this image, it's just like, what the heck is going on? It just looks like an AI generated image.
It's the second one I sent you that's even worse, because he's actually talking to her. Oh, that's always a laugh. Anyways, right, I've got more coverage.
Oh, Labour's gone up to 6.
6, yeah, +1 just now. I got to get back to covering this stuff fully.
Yeah, no worries.
No, I appreciate your time, Fedora.
I've got to get back to I've got to get back to fighting crime, you know. So
the superior.
Thank you for having me on for a bit.
The superior hat wearing gentleman.
Yeah. Yeah. Catch you guys later. Yeah. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. No worries, man. I'll catch you soon. Bye.
See ya.
This guy. So yeah, if anyone doesn't know, that's my friend Fedora Hatman, and yeah, we're back to normal coverage. We'll see what's going on.
Night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party.
They got Sadiq Khan on. Let's go. They got someone who has a brain.
Every region of the country, Labour making gains. I think you'll see Labour, the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales, and it's quite remarkable because Heidi and I sat through 2019.
Bowler Hatman was right. Amazing. What was he right about?
When we were genuinely fearing
my volume is lower.
Party was on the brink.
What, as in my audio volume?
Of extinction. Heidi came to work for me as my deputy mayor for transport. Lo and behold, in 4.5 years, Keir Starmer's taken us to the cusp of power. Quite remarkable, unprecedented. And hopefully during the course of the night, you'll see more and more Labour gains, Labour gains, Labour gains. That's the first one.
Did you think this night could ever be possible within the space of one parliament? And remember, we are still talking about an exit poll here, but it seems to be going a certain way with the results.
So why couldn't Victoria Derbyshire be on this programme, honestly? Oh, we had to do with Laura Koonsberg.
Here for almost 30 years, we're both lawyers.
But we've also, as I say, Clive, waiting for Emily Thornbury, who is a candidate in the Islington South and Finsbury seat here as well.
Who are you talking? Are you talking about me?
The hard work is continuing here.
Kieran, who are you talking about?
Verification for most of the areas
is now
complete, and so the counting is well underway. Lots of sweets laid out on tables. The bags have not yet been opened, but I did see one of.
Man, I wish I was there. I love sweets. I'd just be eating the sweets, to be honest with you, but that's why I'm the size I am. Is he live? Oh, so he is. Do a pause.
I think we've got a couple coming up.
The counters unwrap a banana, so clearly they need a bit more energy.
Oh, yes. We need some bananas here in the studio. I've only got some bit of fruit, nuts, peanuts here, but no bananas. I did suggest actually that. Oh, you've got some.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to have one of those a little bit later on, off camera.
Right.
There's a lot of people streaming tonight, aren't there?
Hasten to add.
Right. We need to crack on with the serious business of the evening. You two are enjoying it yourselves far too much. I want to take us to our colleague Aleem Maqbool, who is in Rochdale. Good evening to you, Aleem. Now, lots of people watching tonight will remember that in February, in that by-election, George Galloway, veteran left-winger...
Yeah, I'm going to try and avoid doing that, to be fair.
...politician, came blasting back...
Lower than Fedora. Oh, that's my bad.
...and won the by-election there, trying to hang on tonight, but facing competition from a former journalist, actually, Paul Wall, who's standing there for the Labour Party. So what's your sense of the way it's going tonight?
Well, recent polls have shown that it's pretty close. Labour Party members who are looking at a bit of sampling seem a touch more relaxed now than they did at the beginning of the evening, but it is close. And
I had so much stuff loaded up for you guys to talk about, and I don't know if I'm even going to use it.
Extraordinary, given the national picture that you've been talking about over the last few hours, that we are talking about Labour nervousness in seats which are long-time Labour strongholds, like Rochdale. But about 2 weeks ago, they actually called for more help canvassing in other seats they considered battleground states. Again, a similar profile where in some
battleground states, this is the Americanization of British politics.
Cases, they won in 2019 by more than 20 points. What do all these places have in common? Well, they have high Muslim populations, and the feeling is that there will be, in a lot of those constituencies, a protest vote against the way Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have handled the Gaza crisis, the fact that they abstained from...
It wouldn't be just down to Muslim voters, that's the thing.
That November ceasefire vote, for example. So, as well as Rochdale, where you rightly say George Galloway's looking to hold on to the seat that he won in February, there are other seats to look out for later in the day. Some in Birmingham, Ladywood, Perry Barr, Leicester South as well, the Bradford seats as well, and other Lancashire seats in Blackburn, for example. So, as I say, interestingly, given everything that's going on, that potentially the Muslim vote from 2019 could have gone down from around 80%, according to a lot of research.
That doesn't surprise me. They haven't, like, when you look at what's been said, right? When you look what was said originally about cutting off food, cutting off water, right? When you look at the fact they scuppered the SNP ceasefire motion, when you look at what Starmer said about Bengali people, is it a surprise that certain voters would not turn out for Labour?
To perhaps 60%.
It would be interesting to see if Jess Phillips loses her seat.
But
that would be the big test.
That has also led to a lot of apathy among Muslim voters, if research is to be believed.
Elaine, thank you so much. It's one of the really interesting patterns we're going to be looking out for, not just as he was saying there in Rochdale, where there was that enormous impact with the Galloway by-election earlier this year, but in lots of other pockets.
Enormous impact? He's one dude.
The country, something that Labour has been nervous about.
Yeah, in those early declarations that we've had, the Reform vote going up, their share of the vote, beating the Conservatives into second place in a number of those seats, all of them so far being held by Labour, or won, as in the case of Swindon, by Labour from the Conservatives.
Swindon's the one that the Labour Party won. It doesn't surprise me because I think the Honda factory there closed down fairly recently as well. And so you'd have a lot of people who'd be mad at the Conservative Party, I think, because you can associate those car plants with Brexit.
Of those seats that they're keeping their eye on, Reform, is Ashfield. And Sean Dilley is there for us now.
Ashfield,
that is where Lee Anderson is standing. Local boy, a minor, started out as a Labour councillor, then he went to the Conservatives, then he was an independent, now he's standing for Reform, and they clearly are hoping, Sean, that they should be able to win this.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Lee Anderson says that his views and his politics hasn't changed. He says the party's has. Lee Anderson isn't here yet. In fact, none of the candidates are here. But who are here are the election agents and the people who represent the parties. I'm just going to bring the camera over my shoulder a little bit of behind the scenes here at Ashfield, because some of the counting, it has been rather close.
That girl looks so bored.
We've been chatting to various party officials who are standing over with clipboards. They have the ability to look at the ballot papers. The secrecy of the vote's guaranteed, but they get to have a look who's cast, or at least, you know, that boxes have X's in them. So we've had a chat to Reform Party representatives.
It's possible just they have a signal issue or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how what they use to communicate with, but as you can see, he's got his earpiece. So I reckon there must be delayed audio by a good couple of seconds. I'm not sure by how much, because I think maybe it cut to him too early. I'm not sure.
They say that it's looking on their number crunching, which they do on their clipboards, to be about a 2 to 3% lead to reform. That's what they reckon. We've spoken to the same people from the Labour Party representing their candidate, Ria Keane, and they say, well, it's too close to call. Well, for want of an old political expression, for some of our older viewers, Mandy...
So it looks like Ashfield is above, it's near Sheffield, I think. I think I've got the right place, near Mansfield. Let's have a look. As I try not to dox myself. This where Ashfield is there. I believe that's where it is. So you can see it's above Nottingham, between Nottingham and Sheffield. So it is quite far from where they would be in London. So I guess, but I don't think it would be to do with distance.
Bryce Davis, they would say that, wouldn't they? The big scandal of the...
Buckland's lost his seat. You love to see it.
Night here, though, Clive, is not the price of the coffee. It's only £1 a cup of coffee. But it turns out that they don't take cards. So you have to have cash on you. So it's sort of a bit...
What's my blood waffling about?
Bit of an homage to its old-fashioned roots. But you're quite right. People are keeping their eye on Lee Anderson. And if the vote share that's seen in other constituencies or anything to go by, Lee Anderson, though he's not here at the moment, he's certainly going to be encouraged by them.
Indeed. Thank you for that, Sean, at the Ashfield count there in Nottinghamshire.
Going to be a really interesting result when it comes in. Right, Dawn Butler, thank you for joining us here. London Labour MP. It looks like your party's heading for an absolute massive majority. If Keir Starmer has such resounding support from the country in the shape of a majority of 170 or so, you're a prominent figure on the left of the party. You've not always been content with how he's handled things. Do you think the left would have a responsibility, basically, to fall in line?
The framing there was abysmal.
We are a diverse party of, and the fact is we need to look at these results and celebrate these results, first of all. This will be a stonking majority that, we should be proud of. I'm in politics to serve, but also to be in government. Being in opposition is not fun. When I entered in 2005, I entered in government and I served loyally under Blair, under Brown. And so, I'm a loyal Labour politician who wants to be in government to govern for the
Sounds like a stooge, to be honest.
People, and I'm excited about that, Laura.
One of the things, though, recently you and some of your other colleagues on the left made no secret of being very unhappy about how the leadership had treated a very long-serving MP, Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people. And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of vindication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP colleague, Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think it's...
Well, he is. He has been ruthless. He has been. He's gone back on so many of his policies. He's kicked out people he shouldn't have kicked out. He is doing that. He has purged the party to an extent.
Being in politics and doing the right things, how Diane was treated.
So latest results, we got Newcastle Central, Gateshead South, Swindon South. That's one Labour gained. And so Sunderland Central, we've been over that. These are all northern results.
Was wrong, and in the end, obviously, she had
Laura trying to stir a bit there.
The whip returned, and hopefully she will be returned as a Labour MP. And I think what's really important, actually, and what these results are showing, is that the country rejected the Tories resoundingly, and they rejected the politics of hate. They rejected all of the culture wars. They rejected, all the stuff around the PPE scandals. Mm-hmm. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public. And that's what we have to take from this.
What do you make of what we were just hearing from our colleague Ali Mitbull in Rochdale, where George Galloway won in that by-election back in February, but also suggesting there might be quite a few seats where actually... some voters, particularly voters who are concerned about the party's position on Gaza, may have turned away from you because of that. Are you worried that Labour might actually lose out in some places where otherwise you might have walked it because of the party's position there?
Well, I think...
Yeah, I would say so. The stuff he said about Bengali people, I'd say is pretty hateful as well. So yeah, it's divisive, definitely. Left of the neo-Labour Party, so she's a centrist. It is honestly what she has said, what Starmer has said is divisive. Let's be honest.
That's something that really has to be considered. If we're lucky enough to serve in the Labour government, if these exit polls are to be
I got Rachel Reeves up there.
believed, and they are the most reliable polls of all the polls. You know, how we do business and how we do international business and how we approach that needs to be truly considered. And I think the party's current position is the right position. It took a while to get there.
We just see Rachel Reeves there at her count in Leeds. You can just see the side of her head. She's well on track to become the first female Chancellor. We'll see by the morning if that comes to pass. But there she is at her count in Leeds.
It would be interesting. She'll make a great Chancellor, Rachel will.
We'll see if that comes to pass.
Mean, doubt. I'm going to say doubt on that one. Her being a great Chancellor. Compared to the Tory ones, probably, yeah. I don't think she'll even be as good as Gordon Brown.
What is interesting about the share of Labour's vote so far, and according to the exit poll, is that it could well be that Keir Starmer has a whopping majority of 170, but actually on a lower share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn. What are your thoughts on that?
I think really you need to compare it to the Tory share of the vote, right? I mean, at the last election, what did the Tories get? Was it 37%? The lowest share of the vote, and I think I
think they got higher than 37%.
For years, and they served in government. So what I think we need to talk about is, you know, they had a right to govern with that. So let's look at where we land at the end of this and what Labour's share will be. And at the end of the day, you know, we will hopefully be in government.
But given that share for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, does that potentially mean that even with a majority of 170, people on the left are going to feel that they have a right, they do anyway, but have even more of a right to make their voice heard from the backbenches?
I think what the discussion will be about is PR, proportional representation. I think there'll be lots of people talking about PR.
Yeah, she's capping. She's actually lying there pretty bad. She's like 5 percentage points out. If you look at it, the Conservatives won 43.6% of the vote. Versus what Labour might be on, like 36, 37. That's higher. That's much higher. That's about 5% higher. She's absolutely lying there.
I think if you look,
Rachel Reeves is a bit scary. I think she looks like a woman that stole the Dalmatian. That's brutal. That's brutal. That is honestly. I did not expect that level of meanness.
But you're not talking about that.
Well, I think public will be talking about proportional representation and whether we need to have a debate about it. And I've always said that we do need to have a debate about it around the country, because I think we're going to need to look at the share of the Green vote, the share of the Lib Dem vote, the share of the Labour vote, and then we need to do the number crunching when we see that.
What do you mean the number crunching? What you're going to see is you won 36% of the vote and you've got a stonking majority. Case closed. We're done. Seek you for a curry. That's what Starmer's going to say. Maybe not for a curry, actually, because he hates Bengali people who run a lot of the restaurants in England.
Just one quick stat. Conservatives were 43.6% of the vote last time round. A bit higher than you were suggesting. I don't mean to just put that into the conversation. Do you think that's going to come then?
What's that? A fact checker on the BBC? What? That's crazy. I've never seen this before, guys. I've never seen this in all of my days. A fact checker on the BBC. Wow, that's crazy.
Conversation about the voting system after this election?
Oh, I think so. I think there's already. But if you think about it, there's already a debate around PR, and I think that
there is. You guys don't want it. Starmer don't want it. We know this.
There's always has been a debate around PR, but I think even stronger now there will be a debate around PR.
There's no point debating it. Your leader has shut it down.
Yes.
But not at the high echelons of the Labour Party. One suspects if on the first pass of the post you're getting a majority of 170.
Well, he's cooking. He's cooking now.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't argue with the results. I mean,
indeed,
this is delivered for us. But actually, at Labour Party conference, we did pass a motion on PR.
And where did that go? Where exactly did that motion go? It's dead. Because you don't want it because of results like this. I'm telling you, with the Labour Party, they would rather have all of the power some of the time rather than some of the power all of the time. I'm guaranteeing you that. Guarantee it. Otherwise, Starmer would have had in the manifesto something about a consultancy around electoral reform.
Yeah, okay. Well, Keir Starmer, I think, once upon a time believed that PR was a good system, but it's not something that made it into the Labour Party manifesto. But Don Butler, thank you very much indeed.
He believed a lot of good things.
For now. Let's take a look then, as Clive, you were just suggesting there, that the turnout in lots of places has not been great, and the vote share for Labour, despite
That's what me and QA were saying, the vote share would not be great.
What looks like it's going to turn out to be a whopping majority may actually not be as convincing as the way that the Conservatives won a majority of 8.
Low turnout, low vote share, stonking majority. It can be very hard to convince anyone with a working brain you have a mandate.
Back in
a strong mandate anyways.
2019. Rita, you've been looking at the turnout. What's it panning out as?
Panning out is quite low at the moment, Laura, and this is based on the results that we have in so far. So we've had 6 seats declared so far, and we're looking at 54% turnout based on those 6 seats, which is, you know, it's not resounding really, is it? 54% was what we got in Newcastle Central. Let me show you the whole graph here, because it does make for interesting reading. We go right back to 1980, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, and you can see there the heady days of turnout were in the high 70s. They went up, actually, in 1992, you know, just peaking there at a little bit below 80%. Then you see something...
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to say, I told Fedora Hatman, one of the other problems with the reason that people are so apathetic to voting is because of the electoral system as well, because it shuts out certain parties. Like, if you think about that, if you have certain views and there's enough people who support you, you could run in a PR system and you could probably win a seat if you're good.
Of a decline after 1997 when Tony Blair came in. We have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? And there were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change over the night, because obviously we've got many...
That's really poor. That's about just over half of people.
Many more results to come in. But it looks as if our number crunchers are suggesting, it looks as if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was the election, Tony Blair's 3rd victory, and that was a turnout there of roughly 60% or so, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where...
It's poor, though. It's about just over half, guys. I don't know how many countries that have such low turnout. Look at that 2002 result as well. That's really bad.
We are at the moment, Laura.
Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that voters really, really engage, and maybe this time...
What's the, whichever countries you guys are in, what's the turnout of the last election you guys had?
Won't have happened, but plenty of data still to be putting into all of those graphs.
Oh, he hits the ones with the restaurant. Nah, you're one of the good ones, mate. Yeah, true that.
As the night develops. Well, let's show you again the results of that exit poll. Labour, of course, hopes very much this will make their dreams come true and be something like the real result when we get it in full by the end of the night. Labour there just disappeared. They were on 410 seats projected, with the Tories crashing to 131 seats projected, lower than they were back in 1997 when Tony Blair didn't quite wipe them out. The Liberal Democrats forecast also to have had an extremely successful night, up on 61. But you can see there, Reform suggested they're on course for 13 seats. Now, remember, we're being very cautious about the smaller parties like Reform and the SNP, who the exit poll puts on 10 seats. That would be an absolute thumping for the party who's been in control of the Scottish Parliament in Holyrood for some time. They are expecting to slide back, but perhaps not to quite that low level. And the Greens on 2. They were targeting 4 seats very reluctantly, but the exit poll suggests that they'll have taken an extra 1. But there you are, the big headline, Keir Starmer on the front of Old Broadcasting House with a projected 410 seats.
Indeed. Chris Mason, our political editor, is here. You've got a couple of nuggets.
A couple of nuggets. So the Liberal Democrats, just picking up on Laura's reflections there on their numbers, they are wearing broad smiles tonight.
62.9% last election. That's not bad. If it's under 50% hit, if it's around the 55% mark there, that's awful. I've heard Phil saying earlier the exit poll looks like Yvette Cooper might lose her seat. What a shame. She can join Ed Balls on Good Morning Britain Can have a double act.
They're talking about Davies' dozen, the 12
Northern Ireland voter turnout was 61.8. That's quite high as well.
Seats that they are declaring victory in. I won't read them all, but just a couple that catch the eye. Wimbledon in southwest London, Cheadle, Hazel Grove in Greater Manchester, Wokingham, formerly the seat of John Redwood, and they also think they may well have won in Tunbridge Wells in Kent, which I'm told last went Liberal.
Oh, Ian Duncan Smith was going to run in Tunbridge Wells. Do you guys remember that?
In 1906. So they are pretty confident there. And also Harpenden and Esher in Surrey. Esher was the seat of the former Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab, who was standing down at the election. But just a sense there of
Binface is running in Sunak's constituency.
Of course, we await actual results.
Oh, right, there he is, yeah.
And of course, also the Lib Dems, they're coming up with Davies' dozen.
Is that Sunak's constituency? North... Oh, fucking hell, I can't pronounce that.
So congratulations to them coming up with the first
found
headline
another pun.
of the night. It's classic. Congratulations, Lib Dem.
Pedalo power.
Labour sources reckoning that, according to their data, perhaps 13 for reform, as projected in the exit poll, might be at the upper end of where reform end up.
But have you had any hint from Labour HQ of nervousness about some of their seats, even perhaps going to reform? Because I've been hearing a little bit of that tonight.
Absolutely, keeping an eye on some seats in South Yorkshire, for instance, and elsewhere. So, yeah, and of course, both of those things could be true, couldn't they? But let's see.
And one other little nugget just before we moved on. Our BBC colleagues on the ground in Basildon and Billericay, where the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden, did one of the quickest chicken runs you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, I love it. They call it a chicken run. I didn't even know this was a term in politics. A chicken run. I love it. I love it so much. What a great term they use. He ran to a safe seat and he might lose again.
Stampeding to try to find himself a safe seat, but our colleagues there on the ground are suggesting that Richard Holden, who as Conservative chair theoretically should be in charge of this campaign, but he may well end up...
Richard can't hold on to his seat.
...actually losing his seat, so we'll bring you more news from there as we hear, but that would be another scalp for the Conservative Party to lose to Labour.
It's all happening, but what's happening with the person, it seems as if, will be coming? The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. His seat, of course, Holborn and St Pancras in North London. And Fiona Bruce is there. What are you hearing?
Oh, Brucey is there.
Fiona?
Well, no nervousness here about losing his seat, I have to say. I mean, the counting is taking...
Could you imagine if he lost his seat? I don't know, gangs. I don't know.
...place now. They've got twice the number of counters here that they had last time around. Obviously, this is a very big night for Holborn and St Pancras. Let me just show you. So there you've got the ranks of desks, people counting. There's actually two constituencies being counted here. Holborn and St Pancras, which is Keir Starmer's. Then Hampstead and Highgate, which is a new constituency because the boundaries have been withdrawn. So they're counting there. They're actually counting on two different floors. Keir Starmer's due to arrive here, we think, about 2:30, and we think that's when we'll get the result. We're all waiting for his moment when he comes. I just thought I'd show you a little bit behind the scenes what it's like while you're waiting for the man who we think is likely to be Prime Minister turning up. Here we are with my colleagues. As you can see, it's a very glamorous setup, and there's a lot of crisps and that kind of thing to fuel everyone keeping on going. The one thing I have managed to find out, I have to say, Labour are being very
So a proper ghetto setup, that is.
Disciplined about what they are saying as the night goes on. They're keeping a very tight rein on things. I've been texting MPs left, right and centre. What we do know is that there is an event happening in central London after this count. The party activists and staff are going to be there. It's a place in central London.
I think Graham's down there.
And they're not confirming that Keir Starmer will turn up, but to be honest, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. And then we will be trying to follow him there and see what happens later on.
Creepy.
OK, Fiona, thank you. Gateshead Central and Wickham, apparently, is another Labour hold. So they have hung on to that seat. Mark Ferguson.
Yeah, to be fair, though, with the Greens, like when you look at the vote share that they're getting, it's 6%. 6%. You know, Reform are on 17, and they're going to win 13 seats. So I don't think the Greens ran the best campaign nationally. I'll be honest.
Is the
but they have specific seats they targeted that they wanted. They wanted 4. They're going to get 2.
P there.
OK, we'll bring you that result in more detail just as soon as we get it. But let's say hello to Diana Davidson, former Conservative MP, one of the standout victories of last time round. It's good to have you with us in the studio here, and we're rejoined again by Lord Mandelson. Diana, when you look at the kinds of results that we are expecting, this absolute historic crash for the Conservative Party, such a stark difference to when you were elected. Why has it happened, do you think?
Range of reasons. I think the key one, too, we've been in power for 14 years. It would be very unusual, I think, for a government to win again after 14 years. You know, over the course of a parliament, you make mistakes. Over the course of, what would we have, 5? You're bound to make mistakes and tick off a lot of people. So I'm not particularly surprised that the cycle was due to come back around. But on this scale, particularly when you do contrast that to 2019, does feel difficult as a Conservative. You know, I'm a Conservative, I believe.
You know, like where I live, the Green Party don't even have a website. So, like, they have a lot of paper candidates. They're trying to project strength when maybe they were just better off just putting all that money into those 4 seats that they wanted.
Conservative values, and I firmly believe, respectfully, Peter, that we do a better job than the other guys. So to see this kind of result and see a lot of people who I would consider friends, good, hard-working people who've put their all into being members of Parliament, who are set to lose it through no fault.
Yeah, it gave their all to be MPs, not to do what's best for the country.
Of their own. It's devastating.
What
you look very upset.
I think the mistakes were. So you cited the natural pendulum swing. Some people might think, and maybe that is part of what is going on tonight, but you also mentioned mistakes. So what were the mistakes, do you think?
They should be good.
I think the biggest mistake that our party has made over the past probably 3 to 4 years is getting too used to being in power and forgetting who the true opposition is. You know, we are supposed to be a united force fighting against the other guys, fighting against opposition parties, putting forth a united Conservative front.
But the thing is, you weren't a Conservative united force after 2019. You haven't been a united force for a while. But what you did was, by adding a load of red walls, and I saw Ridge say this actually, and I agree with what she said, is by adding so many red wall MPs, you split your goals, where you try to keep the red wall and the blue wall together. But there's a reason why you couldn't do that. The red wall believed Boris Johnson would do investment in the north, and the south believed Boris Johnson wouldn't do investment in the north, and he would keep taxes low. You entered into an agreement where you couldn't win both things, and all that happened in the end was you pissed off people in the south because you kept raising taxes, and you pissed off people in the north because you didn't invest any money. That's what happened for the most part. Your coalition was too big. All of the issues on the ballot too. Yes, that's true. There are massive issues with the postal votes. Yes, there have been big problems with that. I don't know how they resolve that. I'll be honest. Tories put their party ahead of the interest of they've done that all the time. They're historically, it's always been the Conservatives favour themselves. It's just this time, I think it's Ash Sarkar said it's because the interest rate rises, and I think she's right. It's because the interest rates went up. That's what did them in.
And I think we lost sight of that over the past few years and have found so many factions within our own that the infighting has begun. And we've been, frankly, airing a lot of our dirty linen in public in a way that I don't...
But you always have done. Even in 2017, you guys were doing that. You were openly fighting with each other. They were going to run into the same problem. True. I think with that fiscal rule in place, it's going to be the same problem.
I think is dignified for any party. And I think that's what's led to the scale of the defeat that we're seeing tonight.
I don't know if you heard the comments from your former colleague, Sir Robert Buckland.
I did.
He was talking about a political circus. He was talking about people not telling the truth. And you say it's the last 3 or 4 years when things have appeared to be divided and voters don't really like it. But actually, maybe it happened a long time before that. 3 or 4 years ago, it's only 2021. Before that, you'd already got rid of 2 prime ministers. David Cameron had to quit after the referendum. Theresa May was then had out by Eurosceptics plotting against her to install Boris Johnson. So who do you hold responsible? Because it's not like you suddenly started squabbling a couple of years ago.
No, I think,
What's this? What's this? Good follow-up questions from Koonsberg? What?
The European debate has existed within the Conservative Party for decades. And as soon as that one was to some extent settled, it felt like we just had to find a new squabble, a new thing to fight over. We've been fighting over the kind of culture war issues, over economic policy, taxation, whether we should, cut taxes, whatever. And it's been just really devastating to see because, as I say, airing all that dirty linen in public, I don't think there's a single individual responsible. I think for many people...
Infighting out such completely 100%. Tories brought in the Brexit referendum because they put the party ahead of the state. Yeah, that's true. Cameron tried to end the division in the party, but all he did was make it worse.
Morning, once the dust has settled.
He killed the One Nation Tories.
We are in the morning. Later on in the morning, once the dust has settled a little bit further, there are a lot of us who have to take a long, hard look in the mirror, and I think all accept a level of responsibility for the position that we find ourselves in now. And not just in terms of the fact that, we're facing a crushing loss, but also responsibility to the country, because, as I say, I firmly believe the Conservative approach is better. I think the Conservative...
It's not. The Conservative Party is washed. Conservatism is washed. Just give up.
Government would do a better job than a Labour government. So
That's cap. There's by no metric has the last 14 years of the Conservative government been better than the 13 years under New Labour. There is no metric you can offer which says that you guys were better than them. And they're a mid-Labour party. They're a centre-left Labour party. There's no metric you can use, honestly, that will say it. So this is nonsense. Your ideology only works to enrich yourselves and your donors.
I feel like in that sense, we're letting the country down.
This is really interesting because you say that 14 years is a long time and, no government could recharge itself after that length of time and it's probably inevitable that you lose power. Do you think the rot set in back in 2010? The charge from a lot of those people who are voting reform, who have moved to Labour, is that the country's gone to the dogs. So, trains, dreadful, sewage in the rivers, schools falling apart,
It's called austerity, little bro. That's what happened in 2010. That's what it did.
Military that cannot defend these islands. A sense of decline. Is there any suggestion that perhaps that goes back to that austerity budget of 2010?
I think there's probably a grain of truth to that, but I think when you look at the wider infrastructure problems around sewage, around our trains infrastructure, I think it goes back generations, frankly. Generations of kind of short-sighted political cycles of trying to get the next quick win and not taking those long-term investment decisions that are going to be better in the long-term future. I mean, we look at our sewage infrastructure as one example. There has been decades of underinvestment in that, so you can't pin that just to a Conservative government.
You literally privatised it. That happened under you. What? So, guys, I was just eating quickly. Can't do that while she's on screen, clearly, because she's coming up with unhinged takes. Thatcher privatised the water systems. So, yes, the Conservatives do get the blame for that. I'm sorry.
But hang on, you had 14 years.
Yes, and also your big mantra has been, we're going to cut taxes. If you cut taxes and you haven't got any growth, that means you've got no money to do all that stuff.
Well, you're right, but that's why growth is so important. It's about
you didn't get growth, though, did you?
Getting the right framework.
But that takes time.
Of course it takes time.
Isn't the problem that in the austerity years of Mr Cameron and George Osborne, the capital spending, the investment in our infrastructure was cut to shreds? I mean, there's a lot else that went on, a lot of spending on all the normal sort of everyday welfare spending and all the rest of it. But it left the infrastructure, the sort of...
What the... This guy, these people are nuts. They won't let me have a minute break. They cut welfare. They cut everything. They didn't just cut capital investment. They literally cut everything. You can't... This man's brain dead. They cut everything. Like... There was no investment anywhere. This argument of, the Cameron kept funding certain things. He didn't. He cut most of it.
The fabric of the country and of our society and economy
guys.
So much more weakened. So that when we did experience COVID and when we did have the...
Yeah, austerity and Brexit were never going to bring growth. Austerity is one of the reasons we had Brexit anyways.
Unexpected
These people
outbreak
are brain
of
dead.
war in Ukraine, which took another sort of sway through our...
Everyone suffered with the war in Ukraine, bro. The Baltic states suffered worse. Germany suffered worse than us. You can't blame Ukraine. Sorry, Russia in this case. You can't keep blaming that.
Our finances. The core of the country was just not strong enough to withstand this endless battering. And I think, I think Clive may have a point here that it does go back to those early decisions, those cuts in capital spending, in infrastructure,
in welfare, in wages,
railways, and just buildings and all the rest of it. That's what weakened us so early on, isn't it?
But the point I would push back on is we cannot simply keep borrowing to exist. We can't keep borrowing at every opportunity. And the big mission of that early Conservative government from sort of 2010 to 15 was to try and cut the deficit and start to get our debt down.
And you didn't do that. The debt's gone up.
As we know right now, our debt repayments monthly is
about
currently
the growth?
larger than... I know, but our debt repayments monthly is currently larger than our entire education budget. At some point, we have to take responsibility for that.
I don't think Conservatives believe in responsibility.
That's really interesting because John Curtis made the point a few days ago that the polls suggest that the public aren't interested in tax cuts if the NHS is falling apart. So it feels as if the argument from some is completely upside down.
But I go back to the point I was just making there about that point around we cannot just keep spending on the nation's credit card long term because ultimately...
Oh, the credit card stuff. Maybe if you didn't spend £38 billion on test and trace, the country would be in a better position, pal.
We are setting ourselves up for a catastrophe.
You privatise Royal Mail on the cheap. You cut taxes from 50% to 45%. You guys are the ones that allowed money to go offshore. The reason the country is broke is because of you guys. Don't make me have to play the Metal Gear Rising clip, honestly.
Right. So I think it's right that difficult decisions were made.
I would have some sympathy for that point of view. But even Conservatives now say that during the austerity years, the cuts were unjustified and excessive. And yes...
We have councils going bankrupt because of this lot. Bankrupt.
We do have to grow our economy in order to pay for our public services. But the difference is that during the last sort of 14 years, we've had...
You borrow to invest. That's how you get the growth. You borrow the money to invest. It's not a hard concept.
Between 1% and 2%. That contrasts, I have to say, with the New Labour record, which was of growth between 2% and 3%.
Okay.
Now we have even less.
Okay.
We have like 0 and 0.5%.
We just had 0.7, which was the fastest in the G7.
0.7.
We've just come out of technical recession, my guy.
Quarter. In a quarter.
We need more than 0.7%
no, but that's
growth.
2.8% a year if you extract.
Oh my god, bro. It's so painful watching these people. It's so painful watching these people. We just come out of technical recession.
Which is a very good level of growth indeed.
Okay, well, it's
not technical recession.
It's not a great record.
Well, it's a debate that's been running through the campaign, and it's a debate.
Oh my God, Laura forgot to say how to do journalism again.
Debate that is going to continue to run.
It's not a debate. Of course, the economy is going to grow since we just come out of recession.
Run the elusive search for growth.
Indeed, and there were plenty of arguments in favour of austerity. It has to be said back in 2010. So.
Huh?
And it's a debate that is going to continue to run the elusive search for growth.
Indeed, and there were plenty of arguments in favour of austerity. It has to be said back in 2010.
Who was making these arguments? More brain-dead numbskulls like austerity doesn't work. We know this. We've seen it before. Watching these people, it just makes me endlessly frustrated.
Are you
so
feeling
dead.
angry?
They're so bad at their job.
Is that it?
Like, bro, how are you so shit? Like, austerity was never going to work. It's not a good policy. It hampers the economy. Austerity killed more people in this country than COVID. Like, there are no pro talking points for COVID. I mean, for austerity. This is just this crazy. These people are insane, man. I'm trying to be nice to them.
Really trying to keep it PG.
I'm trying to be nice, but I can't. Honestly, I just can't do it.
So let's get that. Chris, you want
Just
to come in there?
a quick nugget. I'm hearing from Labour sources that they think Islington North, where their former leader Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against Labour, Labour are saying that seat looks challenging for them.
Shock.
Which challenging for Labour.
For Labour,
right.
Which suggests that at the very least it's close. So we shall see.
Hopefully Corbyn wins that one.
Fascinating kind of subplot in the grand evening of many, many stories, but something to keep an eye on.
And that would be if Labour was to lose that seat to Jeremy Corbyn standing as an independent, that would not...
I hope he wins that seat because it shows you that it's not just about the party machine, it's about the individual as well.
Be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting, according to the exit poll. We're just watching the pictures there of Northumberland, and the returning officer with an incredible hat is back at the lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration.
That's an incredible hat.
For the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
For the Cramlington and Killingworth parliamentary constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Let's see, where's this
Tom
one?
Campion,
Labour
Liberal Democrats, 1,898.
Yeah, I would say it's
Gordon
Labour.
Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454.
It's over 9,000.
Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274.
It's a big amount.
Dawn Furness,
There's no chair.
Independent,
There's
322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,100.
Ugh, that's low.
Conservative Party, 37.
Cramlington and Killingworth, her supporters
60%
cheering there.
turnout.
Beaming smile from the Labour candidate.
I'd want to see the swing, but Reform again winning second place.
Lots of parts of the country, most seats in fact, they're affected by changes to the boundaries, which means some seats have got new names. People with good memories might think
It's not a uniform. They can wear, I think, roughly what they want. They just got to look smart. But I like the hat. And that purple lining, that looked really nice.
cool, where is that? But this is one of these new seats, Cramlington and Killingworth. Labour takes that. But again, crucially in that result,
It says Labour Hull. Oh, yeah, it's because the boundary change.
Reform beating the Conservatives into second place. Quick reminder of the numbers. Emma Foodie there at well over 22,000. But look,
Do your politicians not get picked up and jumped up and down? What?
very, very
I don't. Maybe some of them do. I don't
tight.
know.
Only around 100 votes in it between Reform and the Conservative candidate Ian Levy, who was formerly an MP for Blythe next door,
yeah.
with a majority of 12,820 for Labour.
Yeah, and the turnout, again, not great, 60%. But just look at the share of the vote here. Labour up 5 points, but look at Reform. Up 13 points, and the Conservatives down 21. That has been the story.
If you look at 21, right? So you got 13 plus 5 is what? 17? No, that's not right. 18. And then you got 18, and then you got the Greens on 2. So probably go to Independents. That Lib Dems down, but it's probably tactical voting.
Story of the night so far. The Greens up just 2, Liberal Democrats down 1, and look at that swing from Labour to Reform, 4.1%. Reform Party, they're not winning any seats, but their share of the vote is creeping up, and that's been.
And one of the things is that is hampering the Tories' chance of winning any of these seats.
Story so far this evening. We were talking about the Liberal Democrats a little bit earlier. We're going to go to Jeremy Vine, who's going to paint more of a picture, given the results that we've got.
Let me just, you mentioned just a moment ago boundary changes, and I guess we need to.
I do find it frustrating how they have all of these people from different channels.
Start
the bumps. What the hell is that?
From that point, because I just got to explain this key issue.
That green screen effect. This green screen effect is awful.
Of the boundary changes and how we actually set the starting point for these comparisons. A lot of this map has changed since last time.
So they need to get a better VFX artist, honestly.
In order to make comparisons with last time, we've fed the 2019 vote through the new boundaries, and on that basis, the Lib Dems are defending just 8 seats, basically, from the last election. Just 8. But this was their target list. So let's have a look at the Lib Dem target list with the most juicy target, Carshalton, the narrowest Conservative win on the list, North East 5, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, Nick Clegg's old seat, South Cambridgeshire, Cheltenham, etc. So there's 50 seats on this board here, all won by other parties. Carshalton, the easiest for the Lib Dems to take. And we'll look now at what we think under the exit poll will happen. And once again, underline, this is just a projection. So have a look at that. That's why I say a great night for the Lib Dems, great day for all those water sports Ed Davey was doing in the campaign. Carshalton goes, North East 5, Wendy Chamberlain back there, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, back with Nick Clegg and his party.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Sorry, guys. I don't know if anyone's actually interested in this, but it's a bit shit. I'm not going to lie.
Very confident in the last minute. I've just heard.
There is the boy himself, Nick Watt. I'm worried by the Reform vote share. If Labour maintain what the Conservatives done, then Reform is low. Yeah, I am worried as well with the bridge. I've been saying this for a while. I have, and it's one of the things where people need to understand that Reform are a problem. We need to stop actually laughing at them, stop mocking them, and understand that they're a big problem.
Put their money.
Ian Jones.
Oh fucking hell! This thing bar's really pissed me off.
Look at the Lib Dem.
Fuck off.
Across. Indeed, feeling very confident.
Given how the evening seems to be panning out.
Well, the Liberal Democrats, Clive, are indeed feeling very confident in the last minute.
He even got a fresh trim for this. Crazy.
I've just heard from a Lib Dem source who is saying, we now believe they are saying that they've won 47 seats and that would beat the 1997 result, which was obviously their big breakthrough. And they're saying tonight this is an astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats. One seat they're claiming to have won is Tunbridge Wells. They are saying the disgusted of Tunbridge Wells have spoken out, and the significance.
I mean, the Tories tried to impose Ian Duncan Smith in that constituency, and he apparently called it a shithole. So
that is that seat last voted Liberal, as it was then known in 1906. But Clive,
Lord,
what is interesting about all those seats we saw Jeremy pointing out is it's a mix of the old and it's the new. It's old seats like Yeovil and East.
I wonder if this boundary change has actually hurt the Tories more than it's helped them.
Those were the seats that took them into coalition, and new seats like
Nigel's a smooth operator.
Wimbledon and Woking that have not been Liberal Democrat in recent memory. And what the Liberal Democrats overall are saying is they think this is their best result since 1923, because their view was that all they need is to make 29 gains, extra seats, and then they're doing better.
A comfortable truth is Reform is able to understand working class. But Farage to give them a target to blame. It's not just that they understand. They just agree with what the problems are. What they do is they'll see what people are moaning about and say, I agree with that, and the solution is to get rid of immigrants. That's all they'll do.
Than they've done since 1923 in terms of gains, and obviously they're saying that it's 47 they've won. Well, the exit poll is talking about, I think, 61.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. Just pictures of Ed Davey.
Yeah, exploiting inequality.
They're looking pretty chipper.
It's cock a hoop.
It has to be said. Let's talk to Chris, who's with us. That strategy, Chris, of trying to get headlines, of trying to get...
If the media actually gave the smaller parties a fair shake, he wouldn't have had to do all the nonsense that he did.
At least the public seeing what the Liberal Democrats had to offer. It does look as if, possibly, according to the exit poll, that might have...
Plus, I guess it allowed him to shape the coverage more, considering, like, every time he was on a panel show, people were like, do you remember the austerity years? Do you remember the tuition fees and all that kind of stuff?
It actually worked, and we were hearing that from Daisy Cooper.
So I think that there's two elements to the Lib Dem strategy that are interesting. There's the very visual one. I was stood on a windy hill in a field in Hazel Grove about 10 days ago as Ed Davey was painting a bit of pottery with a bee on it, which was one of his more sedate activities of the last 6 weeks. Didn't quite match the bungee jump that was to follow a little later. So, yeah, firstly, there was that kind of visual strategy. Here is a party that gets squeezed the whole time by the big beasts at Westminster of the Conservatives and Labour. How do you capture attention? Ed Davey does this kind of midlife crisis for 6 weeks on camera. But there's a more interesting element, I think.
Chris Mason's got jokes. They need to get him on more. He's funny.
To the Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this. They have, in the past, been punished by the electoral system. In other words, they've had lots of supporters in lots of places, but not enough in enough places to win many seats. They don't like the electoral system. We heard Daisy Cooper saying as much a couple of hours ago. But they thought, if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to work with the system we've got. In other words, focus ruthlessly, geographically, on places where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat, and, to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort. And it would look like that is bearing fruit with them. They're also...
Yeah, I saw the one where he set up the run. He got absolutely slated by that lady. That was honestly... What she said to him should be what follows. That... Like, the way she dealt with him was, it was phenomenal. She just said, like, you should have no say in Irish politics or Irish history. And I'm like, damn, that's cold-blooded, but it's true. The way she dealt with him was incredible, honestly. That's like above Victoria Derbyshire levels of just handling people.
Conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives, that they could be the vessel for that anger, the recipients of that anger, if you like, in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly southeast of England southwest of England.
The other thing that's changed, though, over time, hasn't it, is that the Lib Dems used to try to face both ways, really. They were trying to take Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory votes in others. They've recently ruthlessly put their money and their resources and their political efforts into going after the Tories. I mean, Ed Davey was even sort of trying to say during the campaign they were the real left-wing alternative compared to the Labour Party. And indeed, some of their policies, like spending loads more on social care, raising taxes to spend more on health.
Yes. Oh, they have been, under Ed Davey, a proudly anti-Conservative party. And, of course, you know, it's not a million years.
I mean, they were the ones that backed the coalition, which I think is insane.
Years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project.
Anyone remember this?
I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine.
even Farage laughed at that one. That was pretty funny. I can't lie. I did that. That was peak Britain. That
years ago, that Ed Davey was a minister in a coalition government where the Conservatives were the primary party, but he has absolutely shifted its attention to being just that. And tried to, in so doing, cleanse them as.
This was the thing I wanted to discuss, actually. Excuse me. So this right here, this is so important. Why do Labour voters say their main reason for backing the party is to get the Tories out? So to get the Tories out on 48, the country needs a change on 13, which you could say is pretty similar to get the Tories out. 5%, I agree with their policies. Support the NHS on 4. A better alternative with a chance of winning on 4. So I guess you could put that under the country needs a change or get the Tories out. See, most of the other stuff is pretty pro-Labour. Less of two evils. Again, get the Tories out, you can put it there. To oust the SNP, we got some unionists in there as well. You hate to see it, some unionists there. Keir Starmer, leadership, better funding public services. I don't trust Sunak. Jones compares it to the 2017 one, which is interesting. He doesn't compare it to the 2019 one. I wonder why. But from what you can see from this, Kieran, that was a beauty, but he also got caught by Ryan Tubridy of all people. Horse was brilliant, yeah. The horse one was great. Sam Wilson said he's not Nigel's beer buddy. He doesn't even drink beer. What? BBC posted 20 minutes ago. See, this is laughing at Farage about who ended up. I mean, yeah, you know, that's the thing with Farage is, you know, people laughed at him then. They're not laughing now. So he's a person to and the Conservatives are -3. They managed to get one.
As they might see it.
And the Greens, who have been pushing.
Reform is going to win, but that could be part. Yes, and so far it's been Labour that's been picking up seats, including directly from the Conservatives, for example, in Swindon. That is good news for Labour, and we're on course for being able to provide the strong leadership that this country needs, with a strong mandate to deliver the change that we set out in our manifesto.
36% a strong mandate, huh?
To bring stability back to the economy, to create those 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers in our state schools. So that's what we sought a mandate for, and we very much hope tomorrow to be able to start getting to work on that job.
But in terms of the enthusiasm for the Labour Party, I mean, as you point out, it's just an exit poll. It is still early in the night. We haven't had that many real results. But the exit poll does point to an absolutely thumping majority for Keir Starmer. And yet it also suggests that Labour's share of the vote is up around 1%, and the Reform share of the vote appears to be up around 14%. Are you confident that Labour will not lose seats to the Reform Party tonight?
Well, let's see what happens on that seat-by-seat basis. But if the results unfold in the way that it looks likely, this is going to be an almost unprecedented landslide majority.
Yeah, some interesting stuff I can talk about in a bit.
For the Labour Party.
The Dalmatians are brutal, honestly.
That will give us the mandate to make the changes that our country needs. People are crying out for change, and it looks like people are putting their trust in the Change Labour Party under Keir's leadership, and it's now up to us to repay that trust.
So I reckon she's going to be one of the people to shiv Starmer in the back to try and become Prime Minister. What do you guys think?
by starting to deliver on the things that we set out.
I think she will be deeply unpopular, I'll be honest.
During the course of this election, to bring stability back to our economy, wealth creation and jobs and opportunities in all parts of the UK to tackle the cost of living crisis. That is the change that our country needs, and
how are you going to achieve
that is the change that I know that Keir and the whole team is determined to deliver if we have that chance from tomorrow.
Rachel Reeves' Clive Myrie here, but are you confident that you're going to be able to deliver in the way that you would like to, given that you've signed up to the fiscal rules of the
It's about fucking time these guys did their job properly in the media.
Previous government, if you do win eventually this evening. You have put yourself in a straitjacket. You are not going to raise taxes, at least on those that are out there, concerning your tax lock, as it were, no rises in VAT, national insurance and income tax. You're going to be in a very straitened and difficult position. And yet you're saying that you're...
To be fair, Kieran, when you look at the low voter turnout, they are playing for those voters, which makes sense why it keeps swinging to extremes.
Going to be able to deliver for all those people who now have put faith in you.
My
How
guy,
are you going to do that?
Where were you months ago when we need this question asked?
So everything in our manifesto is fully costed
funded.
and fully funded.
Fuck, I got it the wrong way around, guys. I'm so upset.
So we have set out in the manifesto the immediate injection of cash we will provide for our public services. The 6,500 new teachers in our state schools paid...
6,500 for all of the state schools in the UK. Okay.
By closing the loophole whereby private schools don't pay VAT or business rates today, closing the tax loopholes whereby non-doms still are not paying their fair share of tax in the country that they make home, and we will put that money into our National Health Service. So
how is that going to grow the economy?
Immediate injection of cash, but what we sought at this election was a mandate to grow our economy, and that requires tough decisions and difficult conversations and fights ahead, for example on our planning system, but we're determined to bring growth back to Britain.
There's so much filler in this answer.
I talk to so many investors and businesses who say they've got money to invest, but
oh no, this is where the PFI 2.0 comes in.
they're choosing not to invest in Britain today because of the lack of stability, because of a planning system that is stacked against actually getting stuff built in Britain. We're going to turn that around to make Britain a great place to invest, working in partnership with business so that we can unlock those opportunities for wealth creation, for prosperity, good jobs in all parts of the country. And in the end, it's only through growing our economy that we're going to have the money that we need for our public services and also to start improving living standards for ordinary working people and pensioners as well. So that's the mandate we sought at this election, to grow the economy, and that's the work that I intend to crack on with if I have that chance as Chancellor as part of a Labour government.
Yeah, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, they locked themselves into Kenneth Clarke's fiscal rules back in 1997 within 2 years, and they had a growing economy. Within 2 years, they raised national insurance. You're going to have to put up...
I mean, they said they'll follow the Conservative fiscal plan for 2 years. I think Gordon Brown said that. So, you know, the framing here, not good. I think he's just outright lying there, really.
Taxes, aren't he?
Well, that's not true. National insurance stayed at the rates it was for the first term of a Labour government. And we've made a commitment not to increase income tax,
well,
national
over to you, Chris
insurance,
Mason. Hopefully Chris Mason fact-checks that one.
For the full term of a Labour government, for a simple reason. People have gone through a massive cost of living crisis these last few years, and whacking up taxes on working people is not the way to address a cost of living crisis. That's why we are looking to grow the economy. Other countries have managed to grow their economy and as a result had money to invest in their public services whilst also keeping taxes down. The failure to grow the economy in Britain is a real dereliction of...
I'm just trying to see if I can find the national insurance amounts, like if there were any
duty
changes.
of the Conservative government that is on its way out. We're going to turn that around with a plan to bring stability to our economy, investment to our economy, and then reform of things like the planning system that has held back investment, held back building in Britain for far too long, and we're going to do something about that. That's what we sought a mandate for in this election, and that is the work that's going to start tomorrow.
Okay, Rachel Reeves, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Leeds West. And
annoying, I can't find anything about it. If you guys in the chat can find, did New Labour increase national insurance, let me know.
Pudsey from her constituency there, she started off being quite coy, saying it looked like an exit poll. You couldn't be complacent about anything. But by the end of our conversation, she was saying, it's up to us.
She
the
was the
Conservatives
Chancellor.
are on their way out.
Indeed. Didn't take that long. OK, we're going to go to Rita. Because
plus 11 now.
we're going to look at the result in Harrogate and Knaresborough.
We've got a couple coming in.
You've preempted my line, Clive. I'm not sure I like that, because I was going to show you my new toy, which is this. We're calling it the Big Shout. Harrogate and Knaresborough, a Lib Dem gain. Of course.
It's going to make me dizzy, that thing is.
Lib Dem mustard yellow, and it's a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives.
Nice. Tom
Gordon is the new Lib Dem MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough, Harrogate in Yorkshire, of course, and he's got a majority of 8,200 plus. And it's the change in the vote share that's always so interesting, isn't it? Because the Lib Dems have put on 10% since 2019, the Conservatives right down on 22%, and the Reform Party actually coming in on an increase of 11%. And
it doesn't, does it?
You can see here
it looks more orange than yellow.
Swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat is 16%. So that is the Liberal Democrats' first gain of the night, their first seat of the night, Harrogate and Knaresborough for Sir Ed Davies, Liberal Democrats. Laura, Clive.
Thank you, Rita.
It's not mustard.
Wow, let's go to another big seat where some
the BBC's VFX artists are really taking a hammering today.
people have been predicting, expecting or speculating about a big headline. We're going to go to our colleague Ross Atkins, who is in Norfolk.
It's the Netherlands.
Southwest Norfolk, to be more precise.
There's another top don there, Ross Atkins.
The seat who has been held by somebody all of us got very familiar with not so long ago, Liz Truss, her ill-fated time in Downing Street, but of course before that she'd been a cabinet minister for many years. But Ros Atkins, what is the mood at the count there? There's been suggestions that her seat might be in danger. Does it feel like that on the ground?
Evening, Laura. Evening, Clive. Well, as you can probably hear, there's a hive of activity behind me here in the Lynn Sport Leisure Centre in King's Lynn. We've actually got two counts going on for Northwest Norfolk and Southwest Norfolk. Southwest Norfolk being Liz Truss's constituency. She's one of the several candidates.
It's weird that they're doing it in the same area, like the same room they're doing the count.
Standing for election, and there's no sense that this is something which is a done deal. Talking to a number
Oh, you got 30p Lee in the corner.
of people involved in the different parties who are watching the vote.
What was the link to Labour on National? Sorry, I can't read questions straight away because it's a stupid emoji thing from YouTube.
Count going on. They're all noting that Reform seems to be performing well.
Koonsberg? What was it? Koonsberg? Now, what the other dude was saying was Labour raised national insurance in their first term.
Or above expectations. That doesn't mean they think Reform is going to win, but that could be part of a complex electoral equation for Liz Truss because she's under pressure from a number of directions, from the Labour candidate, from Reform, but also from an independent candidate who was a supporter of the Conservatives, but according to one of his team, they are now consciously targeting disgruntled Tory voters. So we'll have to see how many supporters of Liz Truss from previous elections come across. And just to put this in context, both of these constituencies would have, till very recently, be considered rock solid for the Conservatives. Both the MPs standing for re-election have majorities of well over 20,000, and yet when we look at the exit poll, Northwest Norfolk is projected as being 66% likely for the Labour Party, and as for Liz Truss, her victory is described as possible. So neither of these two things are settled. In terms of the practicalities, you can probably see the stage just behind me where the results will be announced. We're expecting Northwest Norfolk at 4:30 in the morning, Southwest Norfolk, Liz Truss's constituency, at 5:30 in the morning.
Fuck my life.
Thank you very much indeed. And we're going to stay.
Do we stay that long, guys? Do we stay until 5:30?
About around the country because there is so much going on. But Chris, very briefly to you, some news expected to be another headline of the night.
The Liberal Democrats think they're taking a cabinet scalp. They think that they're going to win in Chichester, in Sussex, and beat Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Here's
the one who demanded credit for no reason.
A quote from a spokesperson: "Schools out for summer, autumn, winter, and spring. for Gillian Keegan, which
That's
gives you some
awful.
sense of their confidence, the Liberal
That
Democrats'
was so
confidence
bad.
that they are going to...
They don't deserve the seat on that joke alone.
...beat a cabinet minister in the coming hours.
And that would be huge. He's got a majority of 19,000. So the Lib Dems very confident if they're actually saying that and giving quotes out. However much they love giving out quotes, the Liberal Democrats, they only do it when they've actually got something to say. Clive.
Interesting as well, the vote down in Basildon and Billericay, where the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, is fighting, and he chicken run. He was parachuted in there. Catherine Biorahanga is there for us tonight. Catherine, just bring us up to date.
Yes, Clive and Laura, I was just about to tell you that the...
Please let it be. That was the link to... You can't put up links on YouTube. YouTube are really funny about web links. Just DM me it, and I'll check it out.
Count is all over here, but just in the last few seconds, we've seen some ballot papers being brought out. Several of the counting staff are busy recounting some of the ballot papers. It seems from where I'm standing here. This really is an indication of just how close the vote is here in Basildon and Billericay. And the reason, of course,
hey, look, there's Northampton. Look, yeah, we made it. We're on the big screen.
A national focus, as you mentioned here, Clive, is the fact that you have the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden, standing in this seat. There was controversy around it. Some Conservative Party members feeling he was parachuted in. This, of course, was meant to be a safe Conservative seat for the party chairman. We've seen him here walking along the count floor, and really you can just get the sense that it's quite tense. We've heard from the Labour representatives. They're saying it's too close to call. Reform UK, their candidate,
I can see Northampton putting up two Labour candidates, I'll be honest.
Stephen Conley was actually
two Labour MPs even.
To
Mike Reeder and Lucy Rigby, I think their names are.
He says he's quite confident about the results. As we've seen with the exit polls, Reform has been doing well across the country. They're optimistic that that result can be repeated here. But this really is a shock for the Conservatives. They had a notional majority of over 20,000 votes. This was going to be a safe seat for the party chairman. Right now, it seems that if he does win this seat for his party, it's going to be a really tough call. So we're just going to keep an eye on this recount coming in. I was speaking to a Conservative Party official who told me that if it's only a difference of about 2,000 votes, 1,000 votes, the Conservatives might want a recount. So we'll continue to
What's 20,000?
Keep an eye on this vote that's coming in at Basildon and Billericay.
OK, Catherine Biorahanga will keep an eye on that seat. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Let's go to the other side of the country. We can talk to Katie Razzle, who's in Bristol. And one of the really interesting things in Bristol, Katie, is that real fight between Thangam Debbonair, who is the Shadow Culture Secretary, who would be very hopeful of being in a Keir Starmer cabinet, and the Greens, who have been pushing very hard. What's the mood?
Well, the mood here, I'm in the Oasis Academy. Hello, Laura. Hello, Clive. You can see Bristol East, which is one of the counts happening here, but way down the end of that corridor, that is the key one for us and for many people watching this count. That is Bristol Central, where, as you say, Thangam Debbonair, Shadow Culture Secretary, she has a huge majority.
I hope she loses her seat.
Last time, 30,000 around that. But I've been in there pretty recently, having a look round as the people are counting, representatives from all the parties are watching as those votes are being counted. And I have to say, there is only one set of party representatives in that room looking happy, looking confident, and that is not the party predicted to win a landslide at this election. It is, of course, the Green Party. They are using very sober language still. Carla Denyer, the co-leader, is about to arrive here, and they're talking in very sober terms, just saying they're optimistic and it was great on the doorstep. But someone from one of the smaller parties who's been in that room for a long time told me she thinks the Greens are storming it in Bristol Central, and it certainly looked that way to me when I was in there. Of course, it's early days. We're not going to find out till 3:15, but there have already, it looks to me like, been some Labour people who do look pretty devastated. I was talking to somebody who was saying that even as they were trying to get their vote out on the doorsteps, even as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight, people were saying, I'm sorry, we really like Thangam, but we're going to vote Green because, I mean, what this person was saying, in a sense, there's no jeopardy. If you think there's going to be a Labour landslide, it's OK in a seat where you want to support the Greens to do...
Hell yeah, and hopefully that's the kind of thinking that takes over the rest of England.
...do that without any jeopardy, and that seems to have been, potentially, if that is what swings it, but that is one of the reasons why this has happened. But there's a lot of
Even the journalist is backing Green, fam.
Faces, sad faces here, but we're going to wait for at least another hour and a half until we know what's happened.
OK, Katie, thank you very much indeed. And in the context of what looks like a really resounding result for the Labour Party, to lose that seat in Bristol Central, Thangham, Debonair, close ally of Keir Starmer, that would be a disappointment amongst it. Just while we've been chatting, 2 more results have come through. Rayleigh and Wickford is the first Conservative victory of the night. That seat held by Mark Francois, prominent Eurosceptic.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Not Francois. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, man. All the scumbags to keep their seat. I'm ready to play this one for those guys, honestly.
See
but
you, chump.
I can't even do that because he's there still.
Holding that seat in Essex for the Conservatives, but Labour has taken Stroud in Gloucestershire from the Conservative Party too. So, a couple of results, and when we've got the numbers in full, we'll bring them to you just as soon as we can.
Chris, you want to come in here?
Full recount taking place in Basildon. So
Right,
that, the seat being contested by the Conservative Party chairman, suggests it is very close.
Oh, Richard Holden might lose his seat.
Just where we were talking to our reporter there on the ground. Huge tension there.
And now a full recount underway, as Catherine was hinting at, might be coming, but now confirmed.
Confirmed. All right, OK, we'll bring you the results of that and all the others in a few minutes. But the BBC's newscast is hosting an all-night watch party in the Radio Theatre here in central London. Adam Fleming. Yeah, we're left here. Billy No Mates. Adam is hosting.
Hello from the newscast all-nighter.
This shit is kind of... I don't know.
Which is in the BBC result. Interesting. Given how much proportion of the vote they have, maybe it's not reflected in the seat count, but they will be really pleased being in government and really have a mandate from the people
They're not going to have a real mandate, though, are they? They're on about 36% of the vote, potentially. Oh, get these guys gone. I don't care for normie people.
Not too awkward now, sitting next to each other for the next 12 hours.
Recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Gibson, Conservative Party candidate, 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party, 16,000.
Oh, I think the Labour Party got this one as well.
621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party, 2,000. Michael Walker, papers were rejected.
You can see here, I mean, look, the Reform Party there, really, that's a very small majority there. About just over 2,000 votes. The Reform Party, I think, have played a big part in Labour winning the seat.
No rejections for want of an official mark.
Decent turnout, 60%.
There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives. They took it in 2019. And it is...
Darlington, is that the Magic Man seat?
McAvoy, who has taken it there.
No, it can't be.
The GMB union rep. 16,621. The Conservatives in second place. Michael Walker for Reform UK in third place. The turnout... Again, disappointing, 60%, but the majority, 2,298. So Labour taking back Darlington from the Conservatives with that majority of 2,298.
So the headline in Darlington, a seat that turned blue in 2019 has turned red again. But let's look at the numbers in more detail. You can see there what happened to the Conservative share, crashing by 16%.
The Labour vote barely going up there, with the Reform vote there, and the Green vote as well.
Labour barely going up at all, hardly noticeable, 0.3%.
I think a lot of the Lib Dem votes did tactical voting. You can see they're dropped 1%.
Reform Party up by 13%. Now, Reform didn't do enough to beat the Tories into second place, as we've seen in some other seats tonight. But if Reform hadn't been around, then the Tories would have held it on those numbers.
Potentially, you can't... It's always tough to say, potentially.
From Tories to Labour, 8.1%. So, Darlington is once again in Labour hands. Part of the country they used to, their critics would say, take for granted that they lost in 2019.
Oh my God, you're so triggered. Like, what kind of journalist are you? Oh, part of the country where people would say you took them for granted. Like, come on, man.
Back in Labour hands tonight.
Yeah, Labour are winning seats, there's no question.
Well, evidently the Tories must have taken them for granted because they've lost the seat again.
About that, and the exit poll projection was for a majority of 170 seats majority.
If Laura doesn't like the Labour Party that much, or believes in conservatism, I'd have just called in sick. I'll be honest.
Oh, they are doing well. That is the story. But Reform and their percentage share is also part of the mix this evening. And one of those seats that Labour have taken this evening is from the Conservatives is Stroud. And Rita has been drilling down into the numbers a little bit more on that.
I have indeed, Clive. I can show you how this was done. So Stroud in the Cotswolds in Gloucestershire, a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Now, this was a top Labour target. It was number 14 on their list, and it's quite a bellwether seat.
It's a big turnout there, 71%.
It was Labour during the days of Tony Blair, and then Conservative during the Cameron years. But Simon Ofer, who's a local GP, is now the new Labour MP for Stroud with a majority of 11,400.
I find it bizarre you'd want to switch from being a GP to an MP. Like, you'd be taking a potential pay cut.
Plus. And look, turnout 71%. Now, it's high in Stroud. People have really come out to cast their vote here.
Oof, that Conservative vote completely crashed.
Take a look at the vote share. Labour up by 5%. The Conservatives right down 20% of their vote lost since 2019. Reform up 10%, so another strong performance there by Reform. And the swing here from the Conservatives to Labour is 12%. Now, Labour only needed 2% to take Stroud, so they've done it with bells on, really. Laura, Clive.
All right. Thank you, Rita. We should just bring you the Nuneaton result. Classic bellwether seat here. Tory under the Thatcher and Labour under Blair. Well, Labour have taken it from the Conservatives. That Nuneaton seat there. A nursery manager, Jodie Gosling. 15,216 votes, beating government whip, and on the Tory right, Marcus Jones, 11,737.
Another decent win, by the sounds of it.
And the turnout, again, disappointing, 57%, but the majority, 3,479, and Reform coming in with a healthy 9,059.
Prime Minister campaigning there just the other day.
Right.
So even those seats were...
Why wouldn't you have Chris Mason on the big screen? He's the one who actually knows what's going on. Like... he appears to be the smartest out of the people on the TV.
Jack has been out on the stump himself. It didn't save them in that particular seat.
Probably made it worse.
Not in Nuneaton, which, as Clive said, is one of those absolute classic seats around the country that tends to vote with the prevailing wind of the nation. So let's look at the numbers in a bit more detail. You can see, again, look, Labour up 5%, which is significant, but not overwhelming. The Tories crashing by 32%. That is falling off a cliff. What does it mean for the swing? Tory to Labour, 19%. So a very, very significant swing there in Nuneaton, which is exactly the kind of seat where Labour had to be making significant progress. Signs so far tonight showing that that is absolutely what they're doing.
Quick nugget from Basildon and Billericay. We're talking about the recount there involving the Conservative Party chairman, the Labour leader of the local council, saying there are 20 votes in it.
Ooh, a nail biter.
Wow.
A nail biter.
Yep.
Well, we'll see.
All right. A quick tally of where we are so far this evening. It is coming up to 2 o'clock. In the morning, Labour are on 13 seats, up 4. The Conservatives have a single seat, and they're down 5. The Liberal Democrats up 1, with 1 seat. Reform, no seats, but we've talked a lot this evening so far about their vote share, and the Greens on no seats yet so far. There's a long time to go.
There is.
Lots going on, and you've just...
I think I've got a mouthful of bananas.
Mouthful of bananas. Well, we need our energy. We need our energy.
That's awkward. They didn't have to do that to him.
Right.
They didn't have to
we
do that
can
to him.
welcome a new duet to the table while you two muck about and talk about your snacks. Joining us is Dame Margaret Hodge, long-term Labour politician, now on her way to the House of Lords.
Yes, indeed.
We understand. And Lee Kane, who was Boris Johnson's Director of Communications and one of the people who was part of the 2019 campaign that turned the red to blue. And now tonight it seems that you are...
Oh, he was there at Partygate. I think he was there, wasn't he, Lee Kane?
Seeing the blue being turned back to red again. I mean, what has happened that has smashed to bits that group of voters, that victory that you were part of putting together in 2019?
So, I was with Boris Johnson when he wrote and delivered the speech where he told that new coalition, thanking them for lending us the vote. You lent us this vote, and he went on to saying that the people here want change, and we cannot, and we must not let them down. And we did. And that is the fundamental reason why we're seeing people deserting the Tory party in droves.
One of the reasons, though, people might...
Let's see what Sky News is cooking. They've got 2 different streams on. Weird. It's weird, that is. Here we go.
A momentary lapse of judgment.
Yes,
I
I
mean,
am,
we've all
because
been there.
here's Lee. Yes, I am. Here we go. Here's Lee.
I never got... That's not Lee.
Is it not?
Sorry, here's the declaration.
This stream
it
might
not
be
Lee?
better.
That's Vale of Glamorgan.
That's Vale of Glamorgan, I'm told.
This is the declaration of results of the
Yeah, we've got the
polls.
clown squad. We got the clown squad here. I think this stream might be better.
Parliament for Lee and Atherton on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, James Winterbottom, being the Deputy Returning Officer at the above election.
Sorry, no, I don't mean to laugh. I shouldn't laugh.
I give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Buckley, Craig Allen, the English Democrats, putting England first, 376. 650. Labour and Cooperative Party, 19,000.
That's a win. That's a dub.
Yo!
Thomas, Stuart David, Liberal Democrats, 1,500.
Channel 4 of good coverage. Let me see what Sky News are cooking.
Winstanley, Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,483.
Now that's the majority.
Yeah. Second on the hit list.
Oh, it's Burnham, isn't it?
It was
For Labour.
fantastic, honestly. It makes me feel whole again that Lee has gone Labour again. Honestly, it feels so good.
You
and
have
Joe
to declare an interest. She worked for you.
She did, and I got great affection for Jo. She's been, I say, brilliant for me. But she's
Reform second.
Worked hard, and there she is. She gets her reward. That is just
Look at
a
that
great
reform
result.
vote again.
Yeah, yes, I would have expected that. And as everyone has said, and I would say, I understand why people feel disillusioned. I understand why they've kind of voted in the way that they have. And as I think Sadiq was saying, there's a job to be done to bring people back, and we need to work at that. But that is a really good result. The Tories won this seat by a couple of thousand last time. Almost 20,000 Labour votes there. Jo Platt deserves every single one.
Do you want to listen to her?
Thank you to the people of Lee. And let's hear from Jo.
Returning Officer, Electoral Services, Council staff and the police for their hard work in ensuring today's smooth operation.
4.5 hours. Yeah, good night, Simon.
And I also extend my gratitude to the people of Lee, Atherton, Tilsley, Goulburn, Loughton and Astley.
Sorry, I was moving the mouse
After
up.
14 years of Conservative failure, you've demanded change. We ran this election as a changed Labour Party. Thank you for putting your trust in us to change the country. This is a vote for a Labour Party that is focused on the priorities of working people. We will fight for economic security, cheaper bills, safer streets, the NHS back on its feet, secure borders and better opportunities for our children. I do want to acknowledge James, the outgoing MP. Though our politics differ, he always held these towns close to his heart. Thank you for your service and for representing this great constituency. Losing this seat in 2019 was deeply painful, not just for me personally, but for those who desperately need a Labour government. It was a moment of reflection and realisation for us all. Over the last 4 years, under this Conservative government, things have got worse. The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back, supports their aspirations and enables grassroots regeneration. Labour is ready to be that government, building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today. But Ian, this is for you.
I really do hate these speeches.
Also, a heartfelt thank to my 3 children and Kian, who's here with us, team, to Paul and Sam for managing the campaign, and to the Lee and Atherton constituency Labour Party. Thank you for leading a professional and positive campaign. Your efforts are the foundation.
All right, we're going to go back to BBC.
By a little bit. That would release a few more billion, which we could put in investing in the public.
All right, let's have a listen. This could be interesting, actually. We missed out.
That's brilliant.
Fumbled, guys. I fumbled. Let's see what
constituency. Those who voted
no one cares, Reeves.
People will want new chapters in Labour to turn. It's a third country and the heart that we will inherit and harder choices. I am ready.
This lighting is not favourable.
Pans out the way.
Chris was almost exactly on script, the script we've heard again and again from the Labour leadership team during the course of this campaign. Talk to us about the relationship between her and Keir Starmer, because with any government, you know, whether it was Cameron and Osborne, Blair and Brown, the Chancellor-Prime Minister relationship is so crucial. Yeah. And of course, we've seen them in step during a campaign. But how do you think they'll work together in government?
It's interesting that you mentioned the Cameron and Osborne parallel, because there have been those within the Labour Party who looked at that relationship between a Prime Minister and a Chancellor, a functional relationship, and hoped that they could model a relationship between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves along the same lines, rather than, as we've seen through history, spectacular examples of where Chancellors and Prime Ministers don't get on or don't communicate properly or whatever it might be. The two of them so far, let's see where the rigours of government might take them, have attempted to build themselves as this double act. And we've seen Rachel Reeves in the last few years charged with this mission of trying to convince the country that she and they can be trusted with the public's money. But as Clive, you were pointing to a few minutes ago, the challenge they're going to face is the challenges that we're all aware of in terms of the challenges the country faces, plus the
I'll be right back, guys.
limitations they've imposed on themselves because they felt that was necessary in order to reassure former Conservative voters to switch to Labour, in terms of what they can actually do and how they juggle that with any sense of expectation that might be attached to a whopping majority if that's where we end up by the morning.
I'm just going to stop you there because there's declaration coming in Swindon.
I, Sam Mowbray, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Andy Bentley, Green Party, 2,366. Flo Klukas, Liberal Democrat, 2,086. Debbie Hicks, Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 139. Will Stone, Labour Party, 17,930. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,827. Les Willis, Reform UK, 7,557. There were 124 rejected ballot papers, and the turnout...
All right, I'm back, guys. What did I miss?
...at this election was 60.48%. And I do hereby declare that Will Stone is duly elected.
Yeah, this is the UK elections, Super Luigi and Daisy.
So another Labour MP taken from the Conservatives, another government minister, this time Justin Tomlinson, taken out in the general election of 2024. You can see again, though, there was a strong showing for Reform, back in third place, but again, having pulled many votes. And the majority there, still the kind of majority you'd expect in a kind of bellwether seat like that, 4,103.
Just a very quick nugget. The Conservatives acknowledging what the Liberal Democrats were briefing 15, 20 minutes ago about Chichester in Sussex. They expect to lose.
Reform literally costing the Tories a win. Yeah, that's what they want to do, though. They want to replace the Conservative Party. So by them playing safe and only going after Labour seats, it doesn't work for what they want to do. To replace the Conservative Party, they have to fight them. effectively for a while until they can get to a position where they can say, we are the number one vote to get Labour out.
So Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, expecting to lose.
So the first cabinet minister to have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to Swindon North. Let's just give you a look at the share in the votes there. Labour up 10 points. The Conservatives down minus 27. Reform.
Gillian Keegan lost. Gillian Keegan's a lady.
17. So that part of the story there in Swindon North.
Yeah, if they did another electoral pact, they would have been okay. But at the end of the day, like, they want to replace the Tories. They're not here to play games.
The Greens are on 2, Liberal Democrats down 3. But look at that swing from the Conservatives to Labour. 19%, way above what the exit poll was suggesting a little bit earlier. So Labour taking that seat, Swindon North, from the Conservatives. Another gain for Labour.
OK, let's take a look at how some of these numbers might pan out across the board. Rita, you've got a lot of names on the board. We're getting more data in slowly, but we are starting to be able to make a bit of a jigsaw out of it.
We certainly are, Laura. I'm going to take a look at a couple of regions now, a couple of English regions. You can see here the southeast. These are the battleground seats based on the 2019 results. These are all the seats that were Conservative in 2019. They start in
She was Education Secretary, you're correct.
Order of marginality. So Wickham, Eastbourne, the most marginal, and they go down to safer seats for the Conservatives, including Basingstoke and Dover and Deal, right down the bottom there. Now, in terms of results so far, what have we had in? Well, we've had the one in Eastleigh, which is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives, their second gain of the night after Harrogate. But let's take a look, using our exit poll, at what we think is going to happen, might well happen given the exit poll. And look, you can see all the blue has gone away from these seats. Now, these are not all the seats in the southeast.
Who's in Langham Valley?
These are the top 24, they are, that were Conservative in 2019, but there is no more blue left here. Now, we don't know for sure that this is going to happen, but on the basis of probability, this is what we think we're going to be seeing. A lot of red and a lot of Lib Dem orange. Let me take you to another region. Now, this time we're looking at the northwest of England. This is a place where Boris Johnson did very well in 20 results. I think we're going to the blue discordant. Now, what's telling repeatedly.
A few details in some of those figures that should be pause for thought for Labour. The enthusiasm, perhaps, isn't necessarily there on some of the results with a low turnout. But also with the performance of reform in some of these cases. I just wonder if, despite
he who must not be named,
the fact that the exit poll is saying that this is going to be a thumping majority and a magnificent majority, no question about that, going forward, there could be cause for concern.
Well, let's start. It is a thumping majority. It's more than I ever dreamt of when I came out in 2019. When we had the worst result ever, I thought it would take us a decade to get to a position where we might have regained the trust of the people. We've done it in 4.5 years, so that's brilliant. But I agree that there are other things going on. So I think low turnout is a worry. We had that in 2001. I remember when I was embarking, and I was worried then. I had a turnout then below 50% actually embarking. So I did do some work around on a couple of council estates in my constituency. What came out of that, it was focus groups, it was anger, not apathy, that kept people away. And I think that's a lesson for today. I'm afraid under, the Conservatives have lost so much trust from Boris through to Liz Truss, and Sunak couldn't restore it. There's such a loss of trust in politics, and people are really, really angry. So it's a protest vote for reform. Reform for me is like the BNP was embarking in the run-up to 2010. It's where people put their vote if they don't trust. So I do think that things are concerned. And let me just one further thing, which is why it's so important when this Labour government comes in that it sticks to what it said, that it holds true to what the commitments that we've made.
The commitments you made aren't going to grow the economy, not really.
And those that I've been in a couple of studios already tonight where people are saying, oh, we've got to be braver, we've got to be bolder. We've got to do what we said. We are going to stick to those clear fiscal limits. We're going to do what we can within them. We've got a clear sense of direction. We've got to build the economy. But let me just
You guys can't even tell us if GB News is going to actually generate energy or if it's going to be an investment vehicle. There is no clear direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Final thing. I mean, I was looking at figures the other night. There is 40 billion gap in what people should be paying in tax and what they do. If we can just close that gap by a little bit, that would release a few more billion, which we could put in investing in the public services, which have been so destroyed after the 14 years of the government.
I covered that race in 2015. I was down there with you.
2010.
2010. And what's interesting is that, yes, you managed to vanquish the BNP, but Reform are not the BNP.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some comments by some of their candidates and members, and
they're a slicker version of them. Yeah, I mean, it just, you know, that's the thing with those kind of right wingers. They get more intelligent, and they realise that to win they have to play the game. It's not enough to just sit on the outside and shout slurs at people, and so they're a lot sharper than they used to be.
Reminds me a lot of what the BNP was like on that. And the task I had, I mean, this is going back a little bit in history, but the task I had in 2006, the BNP won a lot of council seats. I had a 4-year task of rebuilding trust with my white working class voters so that they would come back to the Labour fold. And I did that. I mean, I changed, you know, I worked very hard at it. I changed the way I did my politics. And I think we've got to take the lessons from that. We've got to take some of the lessons from what's happening.
Excuse me? You changed the way you did your politics. What did you change exactly?
Happened tonight, and rebuild trust. But what is really, you know, with the British people, what is really important is actually you come in and do what you say you're going to do. And to those who say, you know, there's not vision for Labour, it's lacking, it's not bold enough. I mean, I just think about a family, right? So you've got a little baby. We are saying, OK, we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places.
Fucking hell. This is a disaster.
That's the start. That child then goes to primary school, what we're saying, breakfast clubs, goes to secondary schools, 6,500 more teachers, goes into apprenticeship and training, more there, wants to buy a home when they grow up, 1.5 million more homes. That is a story about starting to rebuild that infrastructure.
Goddamn. Okay, the childcare, the breakfast club. Okay, 6,500 teachers. Did they say if it was going to be secondary school teachers or 6,500 teachers in general? Because I tell you, with the amount of schools there are in the UK, that's not going to go anywhere. So, you know, they might get a new teacher. They might get half a new teacher, a quarter of a new teacher potentially. And then with the apprenticeships, sure, you can make more apprenticeships available. The apprentice wage in the UK is a joke. It's not. You can't live on that. You know, you got to be an apprentice for a couple of years. It's a joke. If you want people to go into trade school, you need to make apprenticeships pay properly.
Structure that has been so destroyed and appallingly managed, I'm afraid, over the last 14 years.
And in terms of that appalling management, as Dame Margaret called it, Lee Kay, I mean, what responsibility do you take for this? You were part of Boris Johnson's team that almost as soon as you won the election started fighting amongst themselves. You then were there during COVID, when everybody knows now what happened behind closed doors in Downing Street when you were there, as detailed in gory detail in the Sue Gray report about Partygate. Do you take responsibility for the mistakes that you made while you were there?
So, I mean, on Sue Gray's report, you'll know that during the Partygate things, I was one of the people who said at the time some of the things should be looked at and acted differently. But I think we all have to take responsibility as to what went wrong during that period. And I think there are two different sort of concurrent tracks. There is one which is just generally poor sort of governance and standards, which the people, the public are understandably upset by. I think the second element, again, I come back to this sort of delivery point. There was a plan and a structure post-2019 election.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because we're getting the declaration from Ashfield, Lee Anderson, who was Conservative and defected to Reform. Will he hold his seat? Let's listen in.
It's the worst audio so far.
Each candidate at this election is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062.
I think he's done it. I think he's holding on to a seat. 17,000's a lot.
Coates, the Green Party, 1,100.
Yeah.
Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553.
He's done it. He's done it. He's held on to his seat.
Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,200.
Yeah, whitewash. Complete whitewash there. He's going to be the first Reform UK Party MP. First elected one, official. He's done it. They're up one. Yeah, there you go. They're up one up. They've done it. They got one.
71. Well done, Debbie. Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield.
The Conservatives.
Appreciate BBC not showing the speeches. We don't need to hear them. Alan Keynes lost his seat. Welsh Secretary. I don't even know who that is. Bear with. I'll just Google
him. His majority there. 5,509, and again a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives and an ex-Brexit Party representative there beaten into 4th place, and Labour into 2nd place. So that Reform's first MP and first victory tonight.
First elected MP.
Going to hear Lee Anderson now.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They worked incredibly hard.
Is this the first speech the BBC have actually shown? Well, that's a quick exit, isn't it?
Tonight and ever. Lee Anderson there, as I say, started out as a
very quick speech.
Local councillor there in Ashfield.
Clacton, that's where Nigel's running.
Went to the Conservatives, became an independent, now he's Reform. Chris.
Well, it's the first on the board, isn't it, for Reform UK, and perhaps the first one that they would have looked to tonight, irrespective of the exit poll of a few hours ago, to see if their first MP, courtesy of a defection, could win on his own ticket, on a Reform UK ticket, and there he has, and done so with a reasonable margin of victory. Conservative vote there absolutely tiny, really, reduced to what was it, about 3,000. And yeah, that first bit of evidence that Reform are going to have a presence in the next Parliament. There's one or two other seats where we might have expected.
He won very easily with a very large majority.
On the basis of the exit poll, for them to perhaps do a little bit better than they.
I think he had 6,000 vote majority.
Than they did, but they are going to be there. Lee Anderson is going to be there and making Reform's presence felt. It'd be interesting to see how many colleagues he has alongside him by the morning.
And we're just seeing pictures of Clacton in the bottom right corner of your screen. The reason we're showing those scenes there in Clacton is not just that's because where Nigel Farage hopes himself to win an MP seat, which he's tried to do 7 times previously. He's trying to do it tonight as the leader of Reform UK, but we expect he might come out of that restaurant any moment now. So we are trying to see through the glass. I'm sure our teams on the ground have got some kind of tip-off that he is there. So if we manage to catch a glimpse of Nigel Farage, that would be in the next few minutes.
In a restaurant?
That's what election nights are all about, aren't they? Poking cameras through restaurant windows at 2 in the morning.
And the restaurant's open.
Well, maybe it's next to the count and they've decided to cash in because election counts are busy and exciting places. Right. But we're just watching those pictures where we might see a glimpse of Nigel Farage. But in terms, though, Chris, of Reform, so Lee Anderson became a Reform MP because of a defection. He's now shown significantly that he can win a seat in and of his own right. We'll remind people that our exit poll projected 13 seats. Yeah. John Curtis has given us a bucket of salt on that. We must remind people that could change very significantly. And yet, there's no question from some of the actual results we've seen so far, they are making a big dent in things.
Yes, and so they will be able to make, irrespective of their number of seats in the House of Commons by breakfast time, a moral case that they are making an imprint in British politics and therefore should be part of the conversation that follows.
Part of the conversation? They've been part of the conversation forever. They've always been part of the conversation. Because the media have allowed them to be.
Noisy that conversation will depend on the number of seats that they manage to win.
Nonsense.
But given the number of second places, we've seen them ratchet up in the northeast of England. The expectation.
This is the channel. This is the news channel that has given Nigel Farage consistent seats on Question Time, despite the fact that he was never elected into Parliament. They're going to be part of the conversation. Always have been.
that they will advance beyond the seat that we've just seen declared there for Lee Anderson, yeah, they're going to be part of this conversation, aren't they? A conversation particularly on the right about how the right in its breadth, Conservatives, Reform and others, shapes up as a series of opposition voices to a Labour government. And the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get some further results. Just one other nugget to bring you. Labour have gained Cannock Chase in the West Midlands. Was a massive majority for the Conservatives. Keir Starmer there just the other day, which is a sense of an indicator that their data might have been pretty good in terms of making sure that they put him where they felt he could make a difference in those last couple of days. 3,500 Labour majority now.
OK, well, Rita's got those numbers, in fact. Rita, let's take a look at how it stacked up.
Well, it's exactly as Chris was saying. It is the loss of a massive majority for the Conservatives. Look what has happened to their vote share here. Down 40%. Now, we think that is the biggest drop in support for the Conservatives that we have ever been able to find. We might have to be stood corrected, but at the moment we think that that is the most spectacular collapse in the party support ever. The new MP for Cannock Chase is Labour's Josh Newbury, and he's defeated Amanda Milling, who used to be party chair for a while under Boris Johnson.
Galloway
and she
lost.
had
Nice.
a majority of over 20,000. So that really
So
is...
again, a decent size win there, 3,600 in a seat where you had it. Oh my God, they lost 40%. Wow, that's oof.
A very eye-catching result. Reform
That's killer. That's a killer loss of support right there.
also doing very well here, an increase of 27% in their vote share, and this was a very Levy.
55% of the vote share turnout quite low, I think. But yeah.
Area, Cannock Chase sort of, just short of 70% voted Leave. I want to show you another seat, which is a Conservative hold. This is Rayleigh and Wickford. Mark Francois re-elected as...
Fucking hell, he's gone down by 36%. He's still held on to the seat, 63% turnout. Bit more respectable, but holy shit, it's not close. But, this is a Conservative... what's it called, a safe seat, and Reform have eaten away at a decent chunk of his vote share.
Conservative MP here. But I'm showing you this partly because, again, the vote share for the Conservatives has dropped dramatically, down 36% for Mark Francois. So he's back in, in with the majority.
We're going to pick you pictures of...
There we go, there he is, the night.
Starmer. This is in North London, I'm assuming. Yes, there he is. And he's smiling very broadly there. Neil Kinnock, you're here with us in the studio.
How many people have they got in this bloody studio?
I'm delighted for Keir and for Vicky, because this gain that he's made on the basis of the exit poll of 208 seats is quite extraordinary. And he's done it. He'd be the first to say, no, it's my colleagues and the discipline shown in the Labour Party and the desire. He did it well. A programme. Cannock Chase government was many other... But
stop glazing it, bro. Stop glazing it.
The state perpetually.
Quite a scrum around Sir Keir Starmer there. You can see him with his wife, Lady Starmer Victoria. Also there he was just kissing Baroness Louise Casey, crossbencher member of the House of Lords there. But Fiona is somewhere in that scrum. Fiona, the atmosphere there looks like somebody who's quite content to believe that he's going to make his own dream come true and walk into Downing Street tomorrow. No more pussyfooting around for Team Starmer by the looks of those pictures. This is all just a forecast.
It certainly looks that way, I have to say. I mean, when he arrived in the building, he took us all by surprise. He came in a different entrance. This huge cheer went up as he entered the building. I mean, all around me, all the counters, they've all finished counting now. They're all looking down, waiting to see the man as he arrived. And as you saw, he was also not only saying hello to Baroness Louise Casey, but also to Tulip Siddiq, who is another local MP here. Her count is also happening here, Hampstead and Highgate. But yes, so many people, of course, want to see their man tonight here in Holborn and St Pancras. I mean, interestingly, the share, the turnout here, with that information we have had, is lower than it was at previous election. In fact, it's the last time it was this.
Low turnout means he's guaranteed to win his seat. Not saying there's much doubt about it, but
It was 2005, and I know John Curtis was talking about that. So huge enthusiasm here for the man, but the turnout has been relatively low. It's something like 54%. And we're waiting now just for the actual results to be announced. They're all the photographers are all waiting. But Keir Starmer's very keen, clearly, to make sure that he thanks all the people who've come here and volunteered till the small hours to count the votes, all the party activists, all the staff who've dedicated so much of their time. He wants to show that he is here for them, as well as for us, and of course all of you watching at home.
And we're just going to keep showing everybody at home all of those pictures as Keir Starmer makes his way through a very, very busy scrum there at King's Cross in central London.
So we're still waiting for the night's thing. The Kinnock stuff's quite boring. Let's see if we can skip some of this.
But Jacob
There's
Rees-Mogg,
Moggy.
very prominent Conservative who might be in trouble tonight in his seat in Somerset. There are also some pictures I think we can just show you. There's John Swinney. Just don't walk out of the shot. First Minister, there we are in Glasgow. Well, we'll keep an eye on that and we'll try and bring you that.
Got
the First Minister, John Swinney.
Declaration coming up, Rochdale.
They're wandering around.
This is Galloway, I think. What?
Okay, a few problems with the feed there. Oh, here it is.
The Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' 11,587.
Yeah, winning with that. That's too low. He does not look impressed.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
What's going on here?
Right, okay, we're having enormous problems there getting a line from Rochdale.
And we'll go there as soon as we have that result. Remember why it's an important constituency. George Galloway won that seat for the Workers' Party of Great Britain in February. Labour's Paul Wall was hoping to take that back. In Rochdale, the kind of place where Labour really would hope to be winning tonight, as they are in all parts of the country, as we've seen so far. Lots of results still to come in. But that's why that result in Rochdale is one that we have been looking at very, very closely. We've had some problems with the sound. Yeah. Let's just give another try. Let's listen in.
You think Galloway's going to use this as part of his conspiracy as why he lost? God damn, this is...
Oh, right, lost it again.
Still having troubles with the sound. We'll give you that result properly as soon as we can. We can see the face of the Labour candidate there, Paul Wall, on the stage. We don't want to guess and speculate and give you the wrong result. We'll get straight back there when we can.
30% of the voters there are Muslim voters as well, so one wonders how that is going to...
Why do they keep mentioning this? They don't mention any other constituency, any other religion.
Play into the final result with, of course, George Galloway there, the MP.
I'd put 6 if I was going to guess. Say probably a 6. Say Ashfield, Clacton, and wherever Ticey is running, and then maybe a few more. It's quite sectarian. I mean, it's just quite an ugly thing to do, to be honest.
We do now have the result. George Galloway, I'm told, is no longer the MP. He has lost that seat to Labour's Paul Wall. And if we can just show you Neil Kinnock
here
punching the air.
He is repulsive. Galloway is repulsive. He's going to chuck him out.
So I'm going to hit Galloway with the old see you chump. Oh man, was the Venom Snake Walking Gift playing this whole time?
He's doing this.
Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency hereby declare the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, 13,000.
Yeah, he's right about Gaza. He's right about only a couple of things. He tries to be counterculture.
936. Jordan Cowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,527. Bex Glen, Scottish Greens, 1,237. Lillian Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 19,050 camels.
So see, is that Labour winning or is that the SNP?
Stephen McNamara, Independent, 401. William Thompson, Reform UK, 3,472. Edward
There might be
Thornley,
another recount in East Belfast. Who's
Scottish
in East Belfast?
Liberal Democrats, 850. And that the said Lillian Jones has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency.
So who won that? Labour.
So Labour taking that seat, Kilmarnock and Loudon, our first seat and declaration in Scotland there, with a majority of over 5,000.
That's the guy. Brown was on that. Was
from the Scottish National Party.
Gavin Robinson, DUP, 9 Long Alliance. That's the guy Brown that was on after the debate, I think. Which guy?
Is that, Chris Mason, something that obviously Labour will cheer? But
it is, and it's one of many, many seats, particularly in Scotland's central
He's
belt.
right about the Gaza. That's about it. He's a populist. He sent 2 notes to Muslim voters, and yeah, he is a populist.
Towns and cities in and around Glasgow and Edinburgh that Labour.
He knows how to position himself in certain seats where he can win by appealing to certain groups of voters.
Have been eyeing for at least the last couple of years, seen as absolutely crucial to them, not just in assembling a majority, perhaps less crucial given their performance in England, but being able to make an argument that says that they can govern for the whole of the UK because they can point to representation in England, Scotland and Wales in sizable number if results like that are replicated.
I think also the psychological impact, Neil Kinnock, of Labour taking its first seat in Scotland, going from third to first place in that constituency, so leapfrogging. I mean, they've done that. Imagine what the scene will be like in
Oh, there he is, Holden.
Labour HQ. Paint a picture for us when they see that.
It looks like he's having Vietnam flashbacks.
That seat.
A drama or two will be taken. I should young leader. He's young, but he's very experienced. And
he's a massive twat. Oh, okay, I'll take that back. I don't like Anasawa. He's not a massive twat.
In the country,
Right.
he is the Conservative Party.
One thing is tweeting. Just lost my seat. LOL.
Chairman, staring down at his phone. We know there is a recount in his.
I thought you said this was a safe seat, Rishi. What's going on?
It should be a hug of consolation. Maybe that's candidate cabinets.
The Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024 do hereby give notice that...
Is that the Monster Raving Loon Party?
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 230.
Thank you.
Guess he's his own biggest fan.
Deberti Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870.
Davey seat, okay.
Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate.
Oh, wait. He was the... Oh, what? The guy I rated? Oh, what? He lost his seat? That was the deputy leader? No, it couldn't be him, could it? The one that was on after Swinney. Is that the guy? He lost his seat.
Candidate 8,635.
No, not Flynn.
Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787.
Yeah, Davies got it.
Eugene O'Dame, Labour Party, 6,561.
We don't know. We don't.
Important.
Oh fuck. We don't know if Flynn lost his seat. He's not. I don't think they've announced it yet.
Need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament. I've shared my own caring story during this campaign.
I can't stand this geezer.
Who've got...
Rather listen to Rayner.
this result.
Got quite a few results rolling in.
I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those
Sam Tarry.
that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a
They keep thanking their agents. Who are their agents?
source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but...
Oh, I've got to wait a little bit before I can skip.
Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I stood alongside.
I'm sure they're real happy with you pulling back on workers' rights that you promised originally. Excuse me, as well as keeping the 2-child cap. I'm sure they're mad proud of you, Ange.
From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty. One that I...
Okay, we're approaching 3 AM, guys, so we should be seeing more results roll in, so it should be quite interesting. This is where I think we'll get most of them.
intend to fulfil.
It's Ashton-under-Lyne, Greater Manchester. Let's go to Clacton. These are live pictures.
To an end, with a vision and
Would you like to be leader of the Conservative Party now, Mr. Farage? Conservative Party?
What a terrible idea. Stay down.
This is what I mean about the media loving Farage. They skipped out what's her name, Rayna's victory speech to cut to Farage. Farage didn't even do anything. He literally just
a real huddle there around Nigel Farage. He's just left the local restaurant to go to his count. He has seen Lee Anderson become...
Do you see what I'm saying? Like they love Farage in the media. They just love him.
The first Reform MP of the night.
We will hopefully
see that. Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, and he's certainly hoping to be at least the second Reform MP this evening. It's looking fairly good in terms of the proportion of the votes that Reform have managed to get across the board. But they only have the one MP. This is Labour's night so far.
And there again, we can show you pictures of Keir Starmer there, laughing and joking. Now, that is not a face that many people would have seen until fairly recently of Keir Starmer in public. Labour has just taken Stevenage in Hertfordshire from the Conservatives. They've also just taken Bishop Auckland from the Conservatives up in the northeast.
Yeah, got a lot of results rolling in.
That turned blue last time round, but has gone back. Labour has also just in the last couple of minutes...
Look at that, Tories on -28 there. -28. Labour are +27 so far on 63. I mean, this is a complete nightmare for the Conservatives.
It's thick and fast now, taking Barrow and Furness from the Conservative Party up in Cumbria. They'll be delighted to take that back. So the pattern so far tonight is that Labour seems to be winning pretty much everywhere, but Reform taking chunks out of the Conservative.
Labour took a seat off the Lib Dems by the looks of it as well.
Vote, but also putting pressure in kind of every kind of seat that we've seen so far. Keir Starmer there. Oh, and...
Yeah, look at Basildon.
Is he writing his resignation speech?
cutting a lonely figure, the Tory party chair. He looks even more despondent than he did the last time.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, indeed, yes. He looks as if he was sitting on the floor a little bit earlier, actually, but he wasn't. He was on a chair. They had a recount there, and it was very, very close indeed. And we're just wondering what the result is.
His aide or colleague.
What I want to see is Sunak lose his seat.
Shrugging. We don't know if they're shrugging to say we don't know what's going on, or if they're shrugging to say you're sorry. What a contrast there. Richard Holden looking despondent, Keir Starmer tucked on the side of the stage, looking absolutely delighted, shaking of heads there.
Richard holding this L.
And Richard Holden cutting a very, very lonely figure. Remember, the Conservative Party chairman, who traditionally in that role should be leading the campaign, should be out on the airwaves, defending and making the argument. We've seen almost nothing of him until tonight.
And remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate there, because the local party were unhappy. He was parachuted in.
Pacing up and down.
Is actually making a moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring constituency and
no one cares,
intelligent. Hang on.
The Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe as well. The new MP, Nick Dakin, who used to be in Parliament some time ago, they've taken that from the Tories with another whopper of a swing of 15%. So
yeah, he's looking very lonely, to be fair. I don't think he's got a lot of support, I'll be honest. Hey, look who that is. Isabel Oakeshott, so-called journalist.
We are getting into the part of the night. We can see Richard Tice, senior member of Reform there, but we are starting to get into the night where things start to come in thick and fast.
We're going to start getting a flood of results.
Yeah, the sort of night of 1,000 stories really kicks into gear, doesn't it? At nearly 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm going to see something fun. Let's see if I can find it. There's a tweet from here it is. Look, here you got Tory Andrea Jenkins was Education Minister when she did this in cabinets to move the country towards her party today. However, you vote today. Never forget how the Conservatives behave. And you had Jenkins reply, "Oh, good morning, Isabel. You didn't seem to have a problem with me when your boyfriend was begging me to join Reform. Best of luck today." So, yeah, pretty funny, not going to lie. So, there's that. Excuse me. She goes, "You know what you've said and done. You're lucky we are too decent to tell anyone. Have a great day." Ooh, I wonder what that's about. Didn't see that one till now, but yeah, if you want to see something funny, that's a bit of a catfight there between those two.
The Lib Dems have won in Bicester and Woodstock.
About 3 a.m. This one, you get the big results.
In Oxfordshire.
I was tempted to start the stream around 2:30, but it's fine.
A little detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor to George Osborne when Mr Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex?
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see in the distance behind me Mr Farage with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration, but in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster. The MP for Clacton. We'll have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that is the most likely outcome, and of course that would be, so far this evening, the party's second MP.
Double Reform, look at that. I'm telling you, the media love it. The media will complain, "Oh, how could have seen this coming?" The media love these guys. They love them.
Be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the count hall, and you can see Mr Farage in the distance consulting with some of the Reform UK supporters and his election agent. The counting's sort of wrapping up now in the hall behind me, and I'm told we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so. So that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be.
He's failing.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK. stepped back from leading the party so that Nigel Farage could enter the race and reform the way that they've been nibbling away at the Conservatives and indeed at Labour as well over the course of the evening. Very interesting indeed. But we're now going to a declaration here. And this is Holborn and St Pancras. This is Sir Keir Starmer's seat.
Smiling away there just as we wait for the results of his count. But I think everybody can see from his face what has happened, not just in his own constituency, where there was never any chance that he would have had a problem, but of course the pattern that he is seeing right across the country. Labour turning seat after seat red.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the incredible flying brick, the official
this guy.
Monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236.
They're gassing it.
Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam.
Did you play any Big Tom songs there?
Independent, 636.
Okay, he's done quite well, Feinstein.
Senthil Kumar, Independent, 40. Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776.
A lot of independent candidates.
John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19.
Whose mans are these?
David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030.
Oh, I think they'll keep a deposit of 4,000.
Keir Starmer.
It's London. It's North London.
Labour Party,
20,000.
18,884.
Well, Feinstein did all right, to be fair.
The total number of votes cast, 1,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 220.
54%, lowish turnout. Again, like it's a Labour safe seat. Like it was a very low chance of being taken over, or him losing that.
Keeping his seat there and quite possibly becoming the next Prime Minister. 18,884. The majority is 11,572, which looks as if it's down. Way down, actually, on the previous result.
Yeah, he's
and the
done well.
turnout, again, very low, 54%.
So what's fascinating about this result, you can see Labour's vote, Keir Starmer's vote, dropped significantly by 17%, up 19% for an independent candidate. So Andrew Feinstein is a pro-Gaza activist who made a big play of that in the campaign, and he didn't come close to beating Keir Starmer, but he got a big result. Here he is.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, where my wife, thank you, is counted. Over the last 6 weeks and beyond, pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water.
So what are you going to do about these things?
I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver Thank you very much.
So Sir Keir Starmer there at his own count.
Yeah, I'll give you some. I'll put some music on one sec. Let me see if this is copyrighted. Yeah, look. Yeah, this is the perfect background music to a speech. Look. One second. Just check if there's a copyright on this first. No, I don't think there is. Let's hope not, anyways.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Was that
So
sad?
Sir Keir Starmer
Was that sad enough for you?
there at his own
Starmer's speech, I will fight your corner. What?
count. His majority eaten into by a conflict many
Was that music mushy enough for you? Was it sad enough?
miles away, an independent candidate pushing the cause of Gaza. But he talked there,
I wish I did it for Rachel Reeves as well.
Sir Keir Starmer, about public service, about change, some of the watchwords of what has been an incredibly disciplined campaign by the Labour Party. He said,
Me and my friends use that song at work sometimes. It's really funny.
we want to see an end of the politics of performance and more of the politics and
He said,
incredibly disciplined. And
said, I'll
I
fight
should
your corner.
say that Labour have also gained Folkestone and Hythe and Bolsover, while the Liberal Democrats
Oh,
have
more results shining.
gained Chelmsford and Cheltenham. So
That Lib Dems +7 so far, Labour Party +30. And the hey, how'd they figure that out? Other -3. I wonder who's lost 3.
Labour, according to our exit poll, heading for a landslide, a majority of 170 seats, and some of the swings that we've been seeing is pointing to that.
The first speech there from our Prime Minister in waiting, Sir Keir Starmer, who within 24 hours can expect, on the basis of the results and our exit poll, to be in Downing Street. We're going to keep showing you these pictures of Billericay, where the Tory chairman looks like he's in deep trouble, and Nigel Farage in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, who's waiting for his declaration, hoping to take a seat for the first time in Essex. But while we do that, I want to bring in...
Where are the prominent Tories? I think we're still waiting, honestly. Which ones are you thinking of? Holden would be one, I guess.
Our guest, Henna Davidson, former Conservative MP, has joined us again.
It might be about 6 a.m, to be fair. It might be between now and 6.
Lord Kennett's still here, and Lord Peter Mandelson is here. I mean, this is like Labour history, round the table, in the studio. Labour history.
That's a long way, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and you haven't always agreed on everything, have you?
No, you have not.
But we've just
we do know.
Oh, you do now?
We do know.
OK, so the first speech, slogans, of course, a new Labour was being relaxed.
Conflicted
Fuck my
campaign
life.
is that
That Labour gaining Paisley and Wren, a Scottish word, from the SNP, I'm assuming. Lib Dems gaining Torbay from the Conservatives. Floyd, I'm assuming that's a Welsh seat, possibly. Wigan, Labour hold. Exeter hold. Coventry, North West hold. Hazel Grove, the Lib Dems gain from the Tories. Truss, Moggy, Morden. Yeah, we're still waiting on those.
A performer.
They're saying Liz Truss's one could be like 5:30.
Than talking. He's a diligent, professional, focused man who grasps all the issues, and that's why, in my view, he's going to make a very good Prime Minister.
I wonder, Peter, what your influence has been on him, because you have been advising behind the scenes. And actually, we'll hold that thought. We're going to go to Welling and Grant Shapps' declaration there.
It's the Shapp man.
Another impressive hat.
Results of poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Welling Hatfield.
These hats are crazy.
On Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice then the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
That's a dub. That's a dub right there. He's done. You wanted a big Tory gone. You got Michael Green, Grant Shapps, and whatever his last name is. He's gone. He's done. He's cooked. He's cooked. He's not. There's no way he's getting more than 20 grand. He's cooked.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the
Michael Green,
Conservative Party candidate, 16,070.
Oh, that's close though. That was close.
88. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of an official mark.
He's done. He's finished.
0.
Cooked.
Voting for more than one candidate, 46.
It's triple kill.
Writing or mark by which voter could be identified.
So Grant Shapps,
0.
who has been the Defence Minister and has
Done.
done lots of different jobs in Cabinet, has been knocked out by the Labour Party in his constituency of Welland Hatfield. Affluent commuter belt area, not too far from London in Hertfordshire, but he is beaten by the Labour Party.
There you go, Roisin. You got what you wanted.
With a majority cut to 3,799. So Grant Shapps, the 6th Minister to lose tonight.
Yeah, we certainly want to hear what he's got to say. The Labour share of the vote, 41%. The Conservatives, 33%. Reform on 13. And just
So this is what we saw in 2019. This is what we saw in 2019, where Reform was eating away at kind of Labour votes in, where there were Labour MPs. Now it's happening under where there are Tory votes.
Look at the share change there. Labour up 9, the Conservatives down 19%, and Reform up 13.
And Reform getting twice the vote of the gap between Conservatives and Labour.
Exactly, precisely, and that swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the seat held by the Defence Secretary. 14%.
What was his name? You got Grant Shapps, Michael Green, and what's the third one? I'm sure he's got a third name.
14%.
So there'll be the speech from the winning candidate there, of course, the Labour candidate, new MP Andrew Lewin. But we'll come back to Grant Shapps when we hear from him. But let's take you to another declaration in Chingford. Will Ian Duncan-Smith be the latest senior Conservative to lose out? Let's listen in.
Green Party, 1,334.
Oh, this one's a big one. This one's a big one. I think Duncan-Smith will keep his seat.
Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281.
I reckon he'll keep it. What do you guys think? Keeping the seat, yeah. Fazia Shaheen's gonna get a lot of hate.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
It's over. It's over. She couldn't do it.
Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524.
Fucking, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. They've kept... The Labour Party have kept Duncan-Smith in that seat. They fucked it. They absolutely fucked it. They fucked it.
Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan-Smith is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Chingford and Woodford Green constituency.
They fucked it. She can turn around and say this.
Don't blame yourself. Blame me.
They fucked it. It didn't have to go down like this.
1,555
They withdrew her at the end of the day over nonsense.
votes. Robert Davis,
East Lothian.
Reform UK, 3,039 votes. Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes.
I hope she would have done as well, and I think she would have done if they didn't mess with the if they didn't deselect her. Honestly.
George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian East constituency.
Is that Labour
again? The total
again?
number of votes cast across Lothian East at the UK...
So that's a big drop for the SNP, I think. That's. Let's look how the swings are. Let's see what the swings are. We can see if the Unionists are colluded.
Douglas Alexander
on the 4th of
is
July
back,
was 48
winning.
Why do I know that name? One of the Scottish people don't like him. I can't remember.
That seat there, Lothian East of Edinburgh.
The total
Labour
number
needed a 3.7% swing, and he's done it. The ex-MP and Cabinet Minister is now back in the Commons.
I know that name, Douglas
Peter
Alexander.
Mandelson.
No ballot papers were rejected because
He's
they
your
did
man.
not bear the official mark.
I'm very glad he's back. He was a very good cabinet minister. He'll be a very good member of the Parliamentary Labour Party. He'll make a great contribution.
Straight into the cabinet, do you think?
That would surprise me, but, you know, as these appointments aren't up to anyone other than Keir Starmer, I suggest you call him.
Well, of course, if at any point Keir Starmer wants to come on
What would
the
you
programme.
advise?
I would advise that, I mean, unless...
So, look, you can't argue you could argue the Unionists work together, really. When you look at the Conservative vote and the Lib Dem vote dropping off massively, you could make that argument. But it looks like the SNP lost a significant amount of votes in that seat as well. I think that would be the main problem there. All the Scottish independent parties taking votes off each other. Alba... to be fair, in this case, I don't think Alba are on this one. I don't think you can really blame Alba and the Greens here. They're not even, like, they didn't even dent, if you look at it there. So I don't think you can blame them for this one. It very much looks like for this seat, you've got a combination of Conservative voters voting Labour in Scotland and also the SNP vote collapsing, I think. We'd have to look at the 2019 result to know.
Some gap in the cabinet. If some member of the shadow cabinet, for whatever reason, loses their seat. I mean, they're a very, very good
Cooper
team.
did.
They know their portfolios. They know their files extremely well. I'd be surprised if they're not translated into office as members of the cabinet.
Let's listen to Grant Shapps, who's just lost his seat.
Your victory this evening, tonight. You will take over the mantle of representing Welland Hatfield, a privilege that I've had for the past 19 years, after I won my seat on my second attempt and 5 times in total. I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege
They call me Michael Green. That's not my name.
Privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm. And my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer. And so,
well, to be fair, you know, under New Labour, they were spending more on the military than you guys were as a percentage of GDP, so I wouldn't be too worried if I were you, pal.
Will our friends in Ukraine? If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today...
Also, Roisin, are you not entertained? You got one. You got the big Tory losing.
It's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even through a change of government here at home. What is crystal clear to me tonight is that it's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it. On door after door, voters have been dismayed by our inability to iron out our differences in private and do that and then be united in public. Instead, we've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched. Today, voters have simply said...
Oh, wait.
See you, chump.
See you, chump.
If you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you. We forgot a fundamental rule of politics, that people do not vote for divided parties. Now, for the sake of the United Kingdom, I very much wish this new government well, but for the sake of a strong democracy, the Conservative Party needs to play its part too, by recognising what has gone wrong and using its time in opposition to refresh and rebuild. The Conservative Party should have a natural advantage, that of being, at our best, a party that mirrors the aspirations and hopes of the hard-working British people. But there's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition that fails to hold the government.
I think once they get the new leader, and they'll be united behind attacking Labour. That's their main thing.
To account effectively. We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer. And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years in my constituency, in Parliament, and in my many different ministerial offices. To my agent, Nat Chapman, and all...
I just think the SNP burned out, I'll be honest. There's a lot of internal problems as well. I think their race is done for a while. I think they need to maybe a stint in opposition. When people see kind of Labour austerity kick in, people realise that, you know, it was a lot better under the SNP.
All of those who've filled his role before him, to the thousands of voluntary party workers who've helped me over the years, and of course to my family, my wife, Belinda...
A visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative Party, looking really quite shaken by what...
This man, I've never seen him on TV, he's bumbling oath.
It's happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat of Welland Hatfield, one of those kinds of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing Cabinet Minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there, but also pointing the finger at colleagues who failed to agree in public.
Ralph, it's pretty cool, I'm not going to lie.
Who's indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats as they went into the election into a kind of...
Are there any cool people with the name Jeremy? I'm not convinced.
...shape. So, smallest majorities at this end near the door of Downing Street. And come on down with me and you'll see the wedge get bigger as the seats get safer. So down the far end, some of the safer Conservative seats. The high hexagon means there's a big... This here, like Leon Atherton there, just at the end, a majority of more than 11...
Very mad on Labour. They split the vote with... Yeah, a lot of people are going to blame her, but I don't blame her. That was the seat that she ran in 2019. She was going to do it again. They got rid of her because of nonsense, really. When you look at some of the stuff other Labour MPs have said, and there's barely any punishment, I don't think she should have been suspended, especially not this close to the election. They should have either dealt with it much sooner. I'm not saying you are Europe. I'm saying there will be people who will blame her. I've already seen Mr. Floormouse do it, so there'll be others as well that will blame her. I don't think it was her fault. It's Labour. They withdrew a popular candidate, and the fact that she did nearly or as well as the Labour candidate they put up shows that without the party machine she did well, and so with the party machine she would have probably won that seat.
11,000. We head on.
Ian Duncan Donuts wouldn't be in Parliament anymore, but you make decisions, you have to live by them.
Down here we've got Vale of Glamorgan just here and Bridgend, which have gone to Labour. So those were relatively vulnerable. As we head down, let's just have a look. Right at the end here, where you had safe seats, Cannock Chase, you can see here, old majority, 19,800. Now a Labour majority of 3,500, a 25% swing. So right down the bottom here, where the seats were safest, they still aren't completely safe. And you're seeing here the damage to the Conservatives going all the way down this wedge of seats from the top to the bottom. And it hasn't stopped yet.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's certain people I don't like.
For that.
What the hell? He's just stuck on him.
We're going to get a sense of what's going on, I think.
What's happening with the production team? Like, the BBC used to have such a good production team. Now they've got mustard orange. Also, they got Netherlands orange for the Lib Dems, and they got like really awkward pauses and stuff. When Newsnight did the 2019 election, they had a slick production team.
Basildon, where the Conservative Party chairman is in the race of his life. There's a recount there.
JC won his seat. Let's go. I don't really have many celebratory gifts on the thing, do I? Nah, I don't. I'll play this. This is the only celebration I have.
He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on, but that would be.
They put a private healthcare goon against Corbyn.
Another big scalp if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last 45 minutes at least.
The DUP has just conceded Langan Valley.
And so, yeah, very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is...
Do you see what I mean, guys? Like, they're just cutting constantly to Farage for no reason.
To try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. And we were expecting the declaration there from our correspondent, Alex Forsyth, probably about 15-20 minutes ago. So one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool Riverside, this is Bath, so this is North Somerset.
What was the bet you put on?
This is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat, the suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it all happens. Let's show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, who was being praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long ago. Straightening his tie, ready for an important night where probably there will be lots of pictures taken of him, but he has been, with the help of Keir Starmer, trying to turn around the fortunes of Scottish Labour after a terrible time when not so long ago they were smashed to bits by the dominant SNP. Our exit poll suggests tonight, as he walks into the counting centre in Glasgow, that that could be reversed. However, we've only had one result from Scotland so far, which was...
Is he catching the train at this time?
A stunning result for the Labour Party. They took Kilmarnock and Loudon, which was not on their target list. However, we just don't know at this stage whether that pattern will be replicated. And remember, on the exit poll, which put the SNP down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland.
Also, I
guess
points. One of the questions will be, given how the Conservatives failed to hold this coalition of kind of red wall and green wall voters, will Labour be able to hold on to a coalition that's much, much bigger than the current Conservative one? That's a key question, I think.
I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And we're going to Islington North for their
held on Thursday,
declaration.
the 4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice
Fuck
that
off.
the number of votes recorded for each candidate.
That's reform on 2. I reckon they'll get 6. Fuck. I didn't. Oh, that's not that. That's a piss take. Oh, there is Jeremy Corbyn.
At the said election is as follows: Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
He's cooked him. Lay off the alcohol, guys. This is just abysmal. Fuck off. All right, we get it, guys. All right.
24,120. That's 24120. Karen
I think
Ann
that's
Harries,
the highest number we've seen so far tonight. I think, 20 over 20 grand.
the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950.
Washed.
Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
I don't get why certain parties should bother running in these seats. It's just wasting money.
That's 2660. Praffle Nargan, Labour Party.
Oh no, they're cooking him. No.
16,800.
He's done all right, to be fair. They did throw the party machine behind him. Tom Watson was there, Paul Mason was there, and Corbs won. Yeah.
Stings, doesn't it?
Stings, doesn't it? Yeah, Farage won by the sound of it.
That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So, Jeremy Corbyn.
68% turnout. I think that's the highest we've seen of the night, I think. 68%. Highest total vote I think we've seen. Maybe even the highest majority that we've seen, 7 grand. Not bad, huh? Not bad.
Hanging on to that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent.
And he beat the party machine.
Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
See Praffle Nargan, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for Islington.
Piss off, you donkey. He's there for private healthcare. He makes money from private healthcare.
Accepting our victory and just...
It is...
The fucking like button's pissing me off.
Perhaps less so.
The Labour
follows. Bensilem
Nigel
Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul.
For whatever reason, Farage Nigel Paul. For some reason, they pulled out the Labour candidate. They didn't let him campaign in that area because he was apparently getting more retweets and stuff than Starmer. It's the most ugly thing I think I've heard. And he had a good shot. Well, he had an okay shot against Farage here.
Reform UK, 21,225.
He's done it. He's finally won a seat. After, 9 attempts, he's finally won a seat.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha.
Ashworth
Green
lost his
Party.
seat. Ain't no way. Ain't no goddamn way.
Jeremy Corbyn's
speech.
Fuck, man. People in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy.
So they're playing his whole speech.
Optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch.
Yeah, Corbyn won by a landslide.
With ordinary people, says to me that my plan is to build.
Honestly, what did Nigel win by? Let's have a look. That looks like a lot. That's a lot. That's the highest. No, I think this is the highest majority we've seen tonight. I think Corbyn had a slightly higher vote total.
Following in the footsteps.
I think he had a higher vote total, but I think Nigel's got the biggest majority we've seen so far.
Steps of UKIP, then the Brexit Party, now Reform, and now in Parliament.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility.
Yeah, you never turned up for the fishing commissions.
With constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment.
Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn won.
It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. And I fought lots of them over the years. And I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring.
You know, you got a lot of time in your hands given you're divorced.
I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure.
That's bullshit.
Virtually nothing.
You're a limited company.
Nothing across the country. We are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm.
Yeah, fuck him, he's a cunt. Fuck Jonathan Ashford. I actually hate to test the guy. After what, you know, when I did that video, right, you talk about how excited he was to start deporting people, right, versus how sad he was about the 2-child cap. Fuck him. Honestly, he deserves to lose. It's South Leicester. Yeah, it's his own fault. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He should not have been pushing that stuff. He should not have been pushing that stuff.
For Labour, there's no...
Who did he lose his seat to?
No enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti...
There's no way he lost his seat to Reform. That can't be right.
Conservative vote. This Labour government...
You can't blame Muslim people if you lost your seat to Reform. That's on you, pal.
...in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Now, do you think he's going to go campaign for Trump in America?
The first steps of something that's going to stun all of you. Nigel Farage with a thumping win there in Clacton. He's been trying for a long time to become an MP. He's finally done it. He plans to build a mass...
You were laughing then. You're not laughing now.
National movement. He's been saying that for a while, but he's made it clear that he's targeting Labour. He's coming after
I know,
Labour.
he literally just said that. You don't have to repeat him verbatim.
It is an achievement for him, but at the same time, the story of the night is Labour and the suggestion that they will have a 170-seat majority. But Nigel Farage making it clear that he's got Labour in his
Well, let's hope so.
And just on your screen there, you can see bottom right-hand corner, there is Kemi Badenoch, who's been the business secretary in Saffron Walden. It looks like she is accepting her result there. And at the top is Hazelmere. That's the back of Jeremy Hunt's head. He's battling to hang on, but Kemi Badenoch...
That guy's he was the Labour candidate.
Who...
Yeah.
Stings, doesn't it?
I'll play that. Stings, doesn't it? Any excuse to play Tobey Maguire gif, I'll take it.
We understand has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party after this election, is accepting her victory in her speech.
Oh, fuck,
there.
she won her
Nigel
seat.
Farage, jubilant. Jeremy
She's
Corbyn,
Kemi Badenoch most likely going to be the leader.
also jubilant. Interesting. Two of these well-known politicians, both household names who've been around for decades, both will be in the House of Commons. One of them a thorn in the side of Keir Starmer. One of them a thorn in the side, most definitely, of the Conservative opposition.
I would not want to see her as Tory
Chris, just
leader.
a brief thought from you on these two big headlines.
It might be the middle of the night, but in this sort of night of 1,000 stories, we've just had two really big ones, haven't we, in the context of the last couple of minutes. Two huge characters, as you were saying, in Nigel Farage. After all of those attempts to get to Westminster that ended in failure, he'll now be there. And however many other Reform MPs there are, my goodness, we'll hear plenty from him. I suspect...
And you'll amplify plenty from him because you guys are washed.
Pulpit of the House of Commons will be one that will work well for him in terms of...
Never knowingly walks past the microphone, even outside the House of
Well,
Commons.
indeed. So having that stage, if you like, of the House of Commons, I think will be very significant. And then, yes, Jeremy Corbyn, the man who led Labour into the last general election, managing to defeat them and defeat them comfortably.
Chris, we're just going to cut in there because we've got Jeremy Corbyn's speech. Him, of course, an independent and victor in North London.
Was a positive one.
Our campaign
did not get into the gutter of politics, as is too often happening in this country. Ours is a positive campaign trying to bring hope to people who are in housing stress.
Gullis lost his seat. Let's go.
Homeless,
Let's go.
Who are going through mental health difficulties, who are worried about their future.
I reckon 6:30 will be done.
And
not with the stream, but with all the results.
The political system has to produce answers to those concerns and those worries. Demonising refugees, demonising people from other countries won't solve those problems. The only way we solve the problems of our community is by
Michael Fabricant lost his seat.
Uniting our communities. And our campaign was utterly determined to bring that degree of unity to it. And so this result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, and in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also...
Nah, don't be spreading fake news, Euro. If you're not confirmed it, don't be saying stuff like that.
Looking for a government...
We don't know if Flynn's held his seat. We're still waiting for results.
...that on the world stage...
Just relax on speculation.
...will search for peace, not war, and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time.
He's cooking.
So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear,
So the SNP hold Birkenhead South, they lose Falkirk, Labour gain Southend East, and the Lib Dems gain St Neots.
Going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society. My job in Parliament will be, as it's always been, to deal with the individual problems that many of our people face, but to speak up to speak up where necessary in criticism in order to bring about the social changes that this country needs and my constituency needs. And I'm humbled and proud and very grateful to the people of Islington North, who I've represented for so long.
I've got a drink next to me, I'll be honest. I've eaten a whole pizza. I do need to get up and stretch a bit, so I'll probably do that in a couple of minutes. But yeah, I'm just excited to cover this. I'll be honest. I'm a bit tired, but this has been pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad Corbyn kept his seat.
Taught me so much. I owe my life and my learning and my abilities entirely to the people of Islington North. This victory is a dedication to them, and steadfastness in the face of opposition, steadfastness in the face of abuse. We have shown what kinder, gentler, more sensible, more inclusive politics can bring.
I imagine he had this majority. Oh my God.
I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight. I'm proud of our team that brought this result. Thank you very much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn, his voice cracking there towards...
Someone has just DM'd me. Another guest, potentially. Another guest, potentially. Let's see what they're up to. Another guest.
Was the end. Seen by many as a very good local constituency MP, and that probably helped carry the day against the official Labour candidate there, and Jeremy Corbyn winning that seat with a thumping
how that one goes.
Majority.
Well, who'd have thought in 2019, as he crashed to defeat, that in actual fact he would have fought his seat as an independent.
You can never have enough pizza, Roisin.
And would have managed to take it off the Labour Party. But look, it is about 3:30 in the morning now. We're getting to the point of the night we are really being able to update our initial numbers. Let's go to Jeremy, the other Jeremy Vine, not Jeremy Corbyn.
I take it back. There is one cool person called Jeremy. Jeremy Corbyn. So dumb. One person.
Jeremy, we are making some new calculations. Can you take us through them, please?
Yeah, so we had our exit poll. We now have some real results. We put the two together. These aren't quite the numbers we started with, but they're close.
Sinn Féin hold Mid Ulster and Sorka Eastwood has won Langan. Sinn Féin hold Mid Ulster and who's Sorka Eastwood?
Let's just.
Is it Phil? No, it's not Phil. Stop guessing stupid names, guys.
First of all, of course, Labour moving to the government benches.
Phil's asleep, I'm pretty sure, as well.
From the opposition benches,
we don't know, Hiroshi. With this stuff, it comes as it is. You got to just wait. You got to be patient.
Casting now 405 Labour MPs, so they will have gone up from the last election.
I can't stand this geezer, bro.
So we're remember, form part. Jeremy shape, but that's it.
So an important update to our forecast there.
How would they even fit? How would they fit that many Labour MPs on this side of the bench, anyways?
Majority here is a majority for Keir Starmer's party of 160.
Do they even have enough seats on this side of the House?
Thank you, Jeremy. So an important update.
Is it James? No, my guest isn't Irish. At least I don't think they're Irish. So, no, Roisin, that rules out O'Brien. I'm sorry.
To our forecast there, it's still showing an extremely healthy, big majority.
But no, my guess is not Irish. Sorry, Roisin.
Of 160, but it has been revised down slightly. And Jeremy's just taken us through some of the numbers there. Just in all of the hubbub of the last 10 minutes or so, another big story. Labour's Jonathan Ashworth, who was a very prominent member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet team, has lost his seat to an independent in Leicester South. He's lost that with the majority only of.
So I fucking hate this geezer. I'm so glad if him and Wes lose their seat, I'll take it. That's a big dub right there. I hate those two.
979.
Blood wanted to deport Bengalis. Deported himself from the House of Commons. How do you like that?
To the independent candidate, but we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. As we will touch on Ian Duncan Smith, holding on because a Labour independent who was shoved out as a candidate managed to split the vote between them and the official Labour candidate.
No. The official Labour candidate split the vote between themselves and Fazia Shaheen. Let's be real now. Sorka Eastwood. Alliance wins Donaldson's seat before he was charged with the bad stuff. All right.
And Ian Duncan Smith is a senior Conservative who's bucked the trend and held on tonight. But shall we get John to take us through the numbers?
Yeah, John Curtis, we're updating the figures now as we get more real results in. What is it you can tell us now?
Well, basically, most of what we told you at the beginning of the night at 10 o'clock...
Let's hear what the goat has to say. What's GS?
...has indeed proven to be the case. So we are finding not only that the Conservative vote is going down so heavily across the country as a whole, but where's it going down most? In seats that they are trying to defend. We've seen some pretty spectacular swings in some of those seats. Where are Labour advancing most? Yep, it's where they started second to the Conservatives. Where are the Democrats advancing most? Yes, it's where they were starting second to the Conservatives. Now, the truth is, our forecast for the Conservatives is not quite so bad as it was at the beginning of the night. Then we were saying 131, now it's 154. Well, that's essentially because we're saying that the Democrats might not take quite so many seats off them. And you will have noticed that our number for reform...
Yeah, Ian Duncan Smith won, yeah.
...has now come down quite markedly. And that was one of the things that we said at the beginning of the night we were very uncertain about. That's...
Not this brother here not using dark mode. That upsets me. The lack of use of dark mode is very upsetting.
North of the border, where we were also nervous about suggesting the SNP might only...
Look how dark this studio is, and look how bright his screen is. Like a solar flare.
...only win 8. Well, actually, we've now dropped it down yet further, with more results to come. But so far, if anything, the swing from the SNP to Labour in Scotland has been rather greater than even we expected.
That's not good for Scotland. No, Braverman.
In the exit poll. So broadly speaking, the story we told you at 10 o'clock looks as though, unless the later results are spectacularly different.
That's her and Bad are actually going to battle out for the strongest right-wing lady.
To be roughly where we're going to end up at the end of the night. Though, of course, the numbers won't be exactly there.
So you're saying, John, that at the moment, a Labour majority is about 160?
Correct. But just bear in mind, as we've been saying throughout the night, the party that's advancing in terms of votes, the party that's going up most in Conservative-held seats, and thereby ensuring that the Conservative vote falls most heavily in the seats they're trying to defend, are Reform and not Labour. Labour's advance in this election is relatively modest. I think we have to...
Relatively modest, but we were told any party leader would be 20 points above the Conservatives.
Say that on the evidence of these results so far, this is an election that the Conservatives lost much more than Labour won.
No. What? Oh, they got Reform going Great Yarmouth. I thought the night was, I thought Labour, because they're a changed party, they won this. John, I don't know, Sir John Curtis. Could you be wrong?
Interesting. Okay, we'll see what...
And this is why this Labour Party, if they do not achieve growth, if they do not improve living standards, they will lose. Because this is the Conservative Party losing, not Labour winning.
What happens throughout the night? Thank you, John.
Well, it was interesting. We were already hearing that narrative from Grant Shapps saying this is something the Conservatives lost rather than Labour winning, which is what John Curtis says the numbers...
Yeah, I'm seeing that at the bottom of the screen there. I can see
to
it.
suggest. However, I think Labour will probably try to robustly reject that if they're saying they've got a majority of 160, which
absolutely
is a majority that any party tries...
The SNP are -11 as well.
...to run the country.
Especially coming from where they were at the start of the night.
Absolutely. But there have been, however, some disappointments along the way for Labour. As we told you just before we started speaking to John, quite a surprise result. Jonathan Ashworth, Shadow Paymaster...
I wonder who he's lost to.
Master General, I think was his official title, but he used to say, well, you can call me either attack dog or pussycat, he once said in this studio. But
he'd be dogging elsewhere.
I think he's somebody
because he was
very
often
much
put out there.
Can you guys get to the point already?
Wasn't he? As a spokesman.
Preparing for government, but he, Rita, now is not going to be part of that because he's lost.
Fucking hell, there's so much filler here.
His seat in Leicester tonight. Just talk us through what happened.
Who is GS?
It's a surprise, isn't it? It's a big surprise.
Grant Shapps. It's because he lost. You're meant to give a parting speech when you lose. I wouldn't call her our Ange either. I'm not the biggest fan of her.
Prize. He's just been pipped to the post by this independent Shaukat Adam.
Who is that?
979 votes, and this is what has happened to the vote share. I mean, it's just a straight swap, isn't it?
What the? What happened here? Who is this guy? Shaukat Adams. Shaukat Adam. Who is this? I've never heard of him. Shaukat Adam, time for change. That's the Labour thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna. That's ominous. That it says on my computer, malware blocked. What the hell? He must have something weird on his website. He's not got anything special on here. I wonder how he won. So strange.
Independent up 35%, Labour down 35%. I mean, you wonder what is going on in Leicester South. It has a population that is a third Muslim. Is this evidence of the party's stance on Gaza?
What? This obsession with religion is wild. Gideon Keegan lost their seat for sure. Let's go.
Acting against them. An enormous swing from Labour to an independent.
Look at that. He's wow, he just collapsed. There's a very small majority there. This might be one of the smallest we've seen, 979, but Ashworth's votes completely collapsed.
So that is Leicester South. Jonathan Ashworth now out of Parliament, out of the Commons. I want to bring you also Leicester East. Now, this is not something we're seeing very often tonight, is it? In fact, as far as I know...
God damn, the Labour vote collapsed again. Conservative gain from Labour. What? This is not good. The lost Gaza stance, yeah, possibly. I don't think the stuff he said about the Bengali community would have helped, but this is wild. But this is what happens. You take people's votes for granted, right? You try and appeal to people who are Sun readers and stuff like that. You're gonna lose seats, and that was the calculation they made. The calculation they made is we can gain Sun readers and those types of people, and we might lose some Muslim voters, some pro Gaza people, but that's fine. They've lost 2 seats.
The Conservatives' only gain of the night, their gain from Labour in Leicester East.
No, Vicky D is not hosting the show, unfortunately.
Now, this is a seat that has been Labour since 1983, so for over 40 years. Shivani Raja for the Conservatives is the new Leicester East MP. Again, another very interesting
Keith
seat.
Vaz, is that a former Labour MP, Keith Vaz?
2/3 Asian.
Claudia Webb, I'm sure she was a Labour MP.
About a third a Hindu. Has that meant that has beefed up the Conservative vote here? Perhaps.
They're really playing up these religious angles. Richard Holden,
Muslim population. Has that depressed the Labour vote? Possibly. And there are a couple of names here. Might as well just show you under Leicester East who will be familiar to you. Keith Vaz, Claudia Webb, both former Labour MPs here.
Thought so.
Both standing as independents. Anyway, that is...
strange they picked the same seat.
It's a Conservative gain from Labour.
That's wild, that one. A Conservative gain from Labour.
I mentioned the Muslim vote, if we can characterise it like that.
Would you call it the Jewish vote or the Christian vote? I don't get it. This obsession with religion is weird. Independent and smaller parties have made gains and vote share. Carla won Bristol. Let's go. Vine on the show. Vine is on the show, but he's not the host.
I just want to show you this, which is a chart showing what is happening to the Labour vote in areas which have a high Muslim population.
I'm being sick of this shit.
This is a reform gain.
So they won Great Yarmouth. You can see Labour's vote has gone up slightly, but I think they won it from the Conservatives, and that Conservative vote there, minus 41%, wild, mid to low turnout, really. Ticey won his seat, so what's that put Reform on 4? I'm going to say, I thought they'd win about 6.
From the Conservatives, so another Reform candidate now in Parliament, Rupert Lowe, is now the MP for Great Yarmouth with a majority of a little bit under 1,500. And the vote share for the Conservatives, you can see plummeting there, down by 41%. We're seeing these huge...
So Ashworth lost to a Tory. No, Ashworth lost to an independent.
Swings,
I believe. He lost to an independent.
Away from the Conservatives. And one more seat, Lichfield. In the
Labour,
Midlands. This is
very
a Labour
close.
gain from the Conservatives, and Michael Fabricant is now no longer.
Oh no! What a tragedy!
A Conservative MP.
Reform really bit into that one as well.
He has been beaten in Lichfield, just pipped to the post again. Dave Robertson, the new MP for Lichfield, with a majority of 810 and a big drop in the Conservative share of the vote again. So lots of results for you there, Laura. Clive.
All right, thanks, Rita. 10 ministerial losses so far. Rita just mentioned Alex Chalk, 2 of them in the cabinet. This is proving to be a bloody night for the Conservatives.
The Chief Whip, Simon Hart, in fact, has just lost his seat.
Who?
Plaid Cymru in Wales, Caerphilly. He was trying to hang on there. There was a boundary change, but Simon Hart becomes the latest member of the cabinet to lose his seat tonight. But just as we were talking to Rita in that short couple of minutes, she was going through her graphics. Labour has taken another 6 seats just in that short window. They've taken Clwyd North, Bassett Law, Lichfield, as Rita mentioned, Burnley, Thanet East, Milton Keynes. And so far tonight, they've taken another 10 seats in Scotland, which they will be delighted about. One of those victors is Douglas Alexander, who's heading back to Westminster. And he's heading to our...
Is this guy cool?
Screens right now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and congratulations on your victory as we commiserate people who are losing tonight. Do you think the suggestions that the SNP might get to 10 seats or below in Westminster could pan out?
I genuinely don't know. Naturally, my focus has been here in Lothian East, but it's undoubtedly a rejection not just of 14 years of Conservative government, but also 17 years of failing SNP government here. The SNP have been in power longer than the iPhone's been invented, and on doorstep after doorstep, I was meeting voters...
What was that?
17 years of... No, naturally, my focus has been here in Lothian East, but it's undoubtedly a rejection not just of 14 years of Conservative government, but also 17 years of failing SNP government here.
How long have the SNP... I swear the SNP haven't been in charge for that long. I thought they've only been in charge since 2010. When did... Oh, crap. Yeah, the SNP gained power under Alex Salmond at the 2007 Scottish Parliament election, forming a minority government before going on to win the 2007 Parliament election. So, when was the iPhone released? It's very close. All right, I'll give him that. Okay.
The SNP have been in power longer than the iPhone's been invented, and on doorstep after doorstep, I was meeting voters who were as determined to reject the SNP as they were to reject the Conservatives.
And we'll be talking to the former Conservative leader Ian Duncan Smith in a second, who's managed to hang on. But in terms of your own campaign,
the SNP aren't in power Westminster.
Were people really talking about the SNP and their arguments about the Constitution, or were they?
Yeah, he's conflated the two really.
Or saying
iPhone 1.
This is time for the pendulum to swing across the UK.
No,
Possibly.
Truthfully, there wasn't much focus on independence in this campaign. People were tired of that constitutional obsession. I was hearing a lot more about the fact that 1 in 6 of us in Scotland are on NHS waiting lists. And finally, the SNP's failure in policy was actually catching up with them. My sense is, here in Scotland, just like right across the rest of the country, people were actually keen, not just for change, but for the kind of programme that Keir Starmer and the team were setting out.
But yet, for you as a
let's wait. We'll see what happens.
Former cabinet minister, also former Department First Secretary. Oh, we're going to stop there, Douglas. We're going to listen to Suella Braverman, who is victorious in her seat in Hampshire, but she's now going to be speaking at the podium there. She's somebody who has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party, who's been a very strong critic of Rishi Sunak. Let's listen.
PMQs. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted...
Yeah, I can see Green Game, Bristol Central. That's good news.
Votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us. But you've all...
You knew these boundary changes were going to happen. You can't cry about them. You know, the Tories supported it. I think they made it happen.
Enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives.
Oh, that's enough of that shit.
Team, friendship, my mum, my dad, my wider family, and next, I'm humbled to deliver in the. I'm sorry, years. Of will better.
All right, man, get lost.
Secretary there.
Who's see if oh. Second time in a night it's happened.
Dreadful sound there, Basildon. It's only up the road. I should just say that the Green Party have taken Bristol Central. They took the council in the local elections. They've taken Bristol Central.
That's a big coup because they had a Labour MP with a big majority there, and Carla Denya's taken it from her.
And we're now going to go to Ian Duncan-Smith, I think we're just lining him up. But while he's being lined up, Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary for Labour, loses her seat there. So let's now go to Ian Duncan-Smith. Chingford, hello to you. Thanks for being with us, and sorry to keep you waiting.
Fazia Shaheen ran him close last time, and yeah, it's just a shame. But I don't think the fault is with her. I think the fault is with the Labour Party, I'll be honest. They're the ones who screwed this one. They could have got rid of this fucker, and had a really competent member come in as an MP, but they fumbled it.
At his count, there he is, the Prime Minister.
There he is.
Just about to go through a door. That's the first glimpse, though, we've had of Rishi Sunak, who, as things stand, is leading his party to a historic defeat. Having, in 2019, won a very, very healthy majority indeed of 80 under Rishi Sunak's leadership in the last 20 months that he's been in office.
See what Rishi's got.
He has completely found it impossible to turn things round after the significant drops under Liz Truss and drops under Boris Johnson's leadership. Rishi Sunak has not been able to turn that round, and after nearly 2 years in office and his decision to call an election this summer rather than wait for the autumn, he has found that it may turn out to be one of the worst political mistakes of all time. We're just staying on those pictures because that is Rishi Sunak's count. We may well see a glimpse of him coming into the hall for the count any moment now. Just as we stay on those pictures, because we don't want to cut away, Chris, for Rishi Sunak's team, do you think the assumption, acceptance, decision perhaps already is that he'll have no choice but to resign?
There's been a live conversation going on, not just about that particular
He's going to have to resign.
And the time frame that is.
He's 100%. He's going to have to resign. You can't stay in charge of any party after suffering losses like this, let alone the Conservative Party, who are more than happy to shiv someone in the back. There's no way he'll stay on as leader. No way. Both from the party perspective and from himself personally.
It's attached to it.
I'd be surprised if he stayed on as an MP. Like, I'm amazed he is.
So, does he announce his resignation and sort of disappear rather rapidly, which on a human level might be tempting after a big defeat, or does he say that he will, but then set a time frame on it some distance down the track, maybe a couple of months, to give the party a chance to reflect prior to a
second now that everyone is now.
Press that.
We're winning seats.
That's all Ticey.
Chairman of Reform Conservative Party tonight. How do you address that?
Well, it's dreadful. There's no way of addressing
it. Having in 20
This is why they were fond about Sunak.
Boston and Skegness parliamentary constituency do hereby declare
this will put Reform on 4.
That the votes recorded for each candidate as follows. Dickerson David, English Democrats, deport all illegal immigrants.
What the fuck?
518.
Huh?
Forbert Alexander Andra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506.
Yeah, deport all the immigrants, yep.
Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Robert, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Unmarked or void for uncertainty,
OK, so Richard Tice,
121.
Chairman of Reform UK, takes that seat. Boston in Lincolnshire, heavy Leave voting area. In fact, the most Leave voting area in terms of votes
that's why you picked that seat.
During the referendum. A thumping majority there, 15,500.
Hardest day of my life. And I want to pay tribute to all of these constituents of Boston and Skegness that I'm now delighted to serve and represent. And I will do this to the very best of my ability. I want to thank the returning officer, all his brilliant staff, everybody for ensuring this democratic process happened successfully, safely, and also to thank the police. This really is quite extraordinary. What we've achieved from just 3 years ago as Reform UK. No one had heard of us. We were 0% in the polls. We had no money in the bank account. And I was sneered at and mocked by so many. Just 3 years later, across the whole of England, Scotland and Wales, millions and millions and millions of people have today voted for Reform UK. We're winning seats. We're coming second all over the country. It is truly remarkable. And I want to pay tribute to the brilliant team at Reform UK nationally who stuck with me through all that hard work and those challenges. But also here on this campaign, I want to pay a massive, massive tribute to my team led by the brilliant Ryan, Natalie and so many others. They know who they are. A massive thanks to all of them. I must also, of course, thank
Portsmouth North. She's smiling. What does that suggest? A tight seat there.
I think it looks like she knows it's over. And, she doesn't look confident.
The Leader of the Commons hoping to hang on to her seat. We should be getting the results any second now. All the candidates are on the stage there. We're waiting for the returning officer to decide. I mean, we've had so many ministers, 10 so far.
20 votes.
It's 15.
15 ministers.
It's now 15, so a real bloodbath for the Conservatives tonight. The BBC forecast officially is that we're on course for a Labour landslide with a majority of something like 160 seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's count there to be declared.
That is a fine battle between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. A suggestion there might just be 100 votes in it.
One of the things that emerging from the night so far is that this is not just about the Conservatives taking a hammering, but it points also to a real changing of the guard.
Sinn Féin set to win the most seats in Northern Ireland for the first time ever.
Whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, people who've been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are on their way out. Will Penny Mordaunt become the latest of them? Suggestions from Labour about half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile?
I don't think she's going to win.
No, just in the next couple of minutes. The declaring officer to turn up. It comes in very useful.
Well, there we go. So we might get the result any second now that everyone is now on the stage.
Of results for Portsmouth North's constituency, and I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare the results.
Hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031.
Okay, it's the Labour Party that we're looking out for.
Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,400.
That's decent. That's a decent amount. That's beatable though. It's beatable.
95.
It's beatable. It depends. It depends if her votes collapse. It's winnable though. Coffee lost her seat. Let's go. Let's go. Who'd she? No way. She lost her seat to the Greens. No way.
Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known.
What? Penelope?
Known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,000.
Oh, she's lost. She lost.
715.
Oof. More than lost. There you go, Roshin. That's another big name for you. She lost.
Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851.
Surprising, yeah. Well, not that surprising, but it's going to be a battle of the hard right for the Tory party then. There's not many One Nation Tories left.
Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament.
Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House, wannabe Prime Minister who ran to be the Conservative leader the last time round and still had aspirations of doing it, becomes the 16th Minister to lose her seat.
16? When did that happen? She's done.
At 8
I was sure she'd be the next Tory leader. She's done.
Past 4 on the morning of July the 5th, with a majority to the Labour candidate of only 780 votes. So a tough and tight fight, but Penny Mordaunt is out.
Yep, Labour did it on a turnout of 59%. Again, a little bit low. Look at the share. Labour, 35%. The Conservatives, way down. Minus 28. And look at Reform, up 20. And the swing from the Conservatives to Labour, a whopping 18%.
She's gone. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Her seat there. That is indicative of what we've been seeing throughout the evening so far, reflected in the exit poll, and now coming to pass.
Well, it is a bloodbath, and it's a bloodbath brought about by the failure of the Conservative government in so many policy areas, and the anger felt by the electors, voters about that, but also...
Yeah, sick of this guy. All right, cool. All right. Cool.
Result of the intervention of Reform UK. So there has been a sort of pincer action.
I think there's going to be a lot of high-profile hard-right Tories left. I think you're right. I think those ones are in safer seats. I think the seat Penny Mordaunt was in was a relatively safe seat, but the problem was she's not popular in her constituency, and they knew she was plotting to be leader. And I think she's seen more as a One Nation Tory rather than one of the far-right ones as well. But the future of the Conservative Party is pretty bleak, to be honest. They're going to be battling with Reform. I can't see them going back to the centre with the people that they have left, to be honest.
A very, very strong Labour Party, transformed, changed by Keir Starmer, who have come through. Sorry that in that sense she's gone, whereas there are many other Conservatives like Suella Braverman who want to become Reform UK, and that is the...
Tweeds Coffee has lost her seat in Suffolk Coastal to Labour. It's not as cool as losing to the Greens.
Line now, which is emerging in the Conservative Party as a result of what's happening tonight.
To Hennes Davidson, when the result came in...
Labour doing really well there. Conservatives minus 119.
Yeah, it's safe to say that was not a weak response from me at hearing that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat. I mean, I think she really does exemplify the best of the Conservative Party. And I'm devastated.
If that's your best, I would hate to see your worst.
I'm devastated for her, but devastated more so that a lot of Reform voters say that they're incredibly patriotic. They want someone who is a Brexiteer. Penny Mordaunt exemplified that. She exemplified the kind of leadership that I think the constituency needs.
Leadership. She held a bloody sword.
And it's such a shame that it was such a narrow margin. But incredibly brave of her to put on such a brave face on stage.
And we'll listen to her in a few minutes when she gives her speech after the winning candidate from the Labour Party. But I wonder there, I mean, Peter Mandelson was sketching out what he was claiming is already a dividing line. We can see, we heard it from Robert Buckland on stage, urging his party not to go in one direction. We heard then Suella Braverman, and we know that she comes from the right-wing tradition of the Conservative Party. She said that Nigel Farage should be part of the Conservative Party. I mean, where do you want to see your party go next?
Well, there's a reason that I tweeted out that I fundamentally agreed with what Robert Buckland said earlier on this evening. I never thought that I'd be sitting on a panel on election night saying I agree with Peter Mandelson, but he said earlier that absolutely that the Conservative Party will only win from the centre ground.
I'm going to stop you there because we're going to listen to Penny Mordaunt. We'll come back to you in a second.
Let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election. The count.
Again, it's another one where Reform have played a large part in the demise of another Tory politician. Oops, jacket's on the floor. I'll put that on in a minute. It's cold. Yeah, she was good. She was the best sword wielder I have seen. That's not a professional sword wielder. Let's put it that way.
The police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them. And I thank them for
you achieved failure thanks to them.
Opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place. And in all things, I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has
Roisin, who is NI? And why have they been ignored?
Taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it.
Well, the Labour Party are winning more seats from the SNP.
You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded.
Boston and Skegness, isn't that the seat Ticey's in?
That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who,
you lost. Get Rex,
surprisingly, perhaps, looking very upset, having fought very hard to keep her seat, but with a warning to her party very clearly. We must not, she said, talk to an ever smaller circle of ourselves. We must.
So it's clear that she doesn't want someone like Braverman to win the contest.
Have the British people in mind. So clear frustration. One of the many Conservatives So you have lost out and lost out big, one of those big names, Therese Coffey, Simon Clarke, Johnny Mercer, other former ministers.
Let's go Johnny Mercer. Fuck Johnny Mercer, he's gone.
Who have gone in the last few minutes, all three of them important results in their own. But Richard Holden, the party chair, and this may seem ironic to some Conservatives watching tonight, has managed to hold on in Essex.
Chicken ran, but he lived.
In Basildon and Billericay by 20 votes.
Well, you know, when people tell you voting can't make a difference, in certain places it really can.
Incredible. Some of the faces on the opposition benches, when Parliament resumes in a couple of weeks after the King's speech, they're going to be unrecognisable. Some of the most familiar faces that we've been seeing, certainly over the last Parliament, are gone.
Tragic.
What a, as Peter Mandelson was suggesting a little bit earlier, what a bloodbath it's been for the Conservatives tonight, and what a success it has been, it seems, for Labour. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Can I just say before I go, I'm very, very sorry that Jonathan Ashworth...
I'm not sorry, fuck him. He's a prick.
...has lost in Leicester, and that Thangam Debonair has lost in Bristol.
Oh, yes, even better.
They are two...
No, not even better. Equally the same.
...outstanding members of the Shadow Cabinet. They're not going to be lost to British politics.
Okay.
They will be lost. I'm glad they're gone.
Well, Peter, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let's refresh you on where the numbers have got to, because at this time of the night, things do come through very quickly. So on our Tower tally, the numbers have gone up quite significantly since we showed you last. Labour has gained an extra 108 seats. They've hit 234. The Tories are still under 50 seats. They've lost...
Wow.
119, but they are on 42. Very interesting, though, to look at the smaller parties. Reform there in the turquoise with 4 seats. The SNP also only on 4, having lost 20, although it's early in the night for the counts in Scotland. We should remember that. The Lib Dems have gained 22 seats so far. They're on 26. Plaid Cymru have gained 2. Oh, and look, see, it happens in real time. Labour gaining 2 seats right in front of your eyes.
Before your very eyes.
The Tories getting another one and another one. Well, we could just stay on that, but we've got plenty to do and to go around the country and hear from people on the ground.
We do, and we didn't actually see on that rather moving graphic the Green tally, and they were successful. As Peter was talking about a little bit earlier, actually, Thangam Debonair,
so they're on 2.
The Shadow Culture Minister, no longer the MP, Bristol Central, and the Greens, Carla Denyer. Rita has more details.
That's it, yes, absolutely. I've got this up here for you,
Big
Clive. This is how
that.
Carla Denyer did it. She overturned a 16,000 Labour majority, and it means that Thangam Debonair, to Peter Mandelson's sorrow, is no longer in Parliament. And
that's a huge swing there. You can see that Conservative collapse, Labour absolute collapse.
Bristol Central is a gain from Labour. This was their top target, and they've done it on a swing from Labour to Green of 28%. I'm going to whip through a few other results for you because they're coming thick and fast, as Clive and Laura have been saying. Suffolk Coastal, this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Therese Coffey. She's gone. You'd think they could get a bigger swing in a coastal seat, but I think that's a coastal seat anyways. You got the Reform vote there surging again. And that again is the reason why the Tories have lost.
Conservative MP was Therese Coffey, who you'll remember was briefly Deputy Prime Minister.
Again, you know, I think Reform have gone well above their polling in a lot of these seats.
In the days of Liz Truss. So Therese Coffey is out, and there is a new Labour MP now for Suffolk Coastal. I want to bring you another result.
It just reminds you of 2019 so much.
Plymouth Moorview, this is a Labour gain from Conservative, and Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister. I think Laura mentioned...
Lol. Hit him with a...
See you, chump.
See you, chump.
Mentioned that he was out. Another of the many names, the many senior Conservative names who are now out of Parliament.
He's got plenty more time to play golf or whatever it is Johnny Mercer does.
Replaced by Fred Thomas.
I hope to God we don't see him on any more TV shows. That guy drives me nuts. Johnny Mercer drives me nuts.
As Labour MP for Plymouth Moorview. I want to show you some of the people, the big names who have lost their...
There you go, Roisin. You got big names there. Michael Green, gone. Alex Chalk, gone. I don't know who he is. And Gillian Keegan, gone.
Seats that we've brought you through during the course of the evening. Grant Shapps in Welwyn Hatfield has lost his seat, Defence Minister, of course. Alex Chalk, Justice Secretary, has lost his seat to the Lib Dems in Cheltenham. And Gillian Keegan, this came through just a short while ago, has lost her seat in Chichester. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, and this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. So how the political map is being redrawn tonight. And I just want to show you one more thing, which is what we're calling our horse race to number 10.
Short by only 82 now. They're very close.
Closer that each of these gentlemen get to the door, show you how likely they are to be walking through. And you can see that Sir Keir Starmer is considerably closer than Rishi Sunak. We'll keep updating that for you. Laura, live.
Rita, thank you. The winning post, 326 seats, of course. Labour are heading there pretty quickly. And we've got...
Yeah, they'll get there with ease.
What, more than half of the seats declared so far? So there's still quite a way to go.
Yeah, 328 gone, 304 to go. So we're more than 50% there. And at this point of the night, things happen quite fast. Let's check in on one part of the country where there's been very important things happening. We've talked about Scotland. Let's look at the state of the parties there. Now, Labour is well on their way. They've gained 20 seats in Scotland so far. They'll be delighted at that. The SNP has lost 21 seats. They're down on 4. So at the beginning of the night, the exit poll that put the SNP way, way down seems like it might be
that's when I got my own.
Well out of line with reality. However, as the results come in, looks like that might be where they end up. So let's talk about that with Alex Salmond, of course, former SNP leader, former First Minister, now leader of the Alba Party, an alternative independence group. Welcome to you. What's gone wrong?
With the SNP, well, it's agonising because it took myself and others like Jim Sowers and Alec Neil and Margaret MacDonald, 25 years to dislodge the Labour Party from its position of preeminence in Scottish politics. Now it's been handed back to them with virtually no effort whatsoever. So I find that both agonising, deeply frustrating and incredibly disappointing.
I'm just going to stop you there. We've got Jacob Rees-Mogg declaration coming soon. Another
Let's go.
Prominent Conservatives who's been
Where is he?
Let's
He's not.
Where's
Moggy?
In Bath.
Member of Parliament.
What? Is this Moggy's seat? I can't even see him.
The Bath constituency do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded...
Oh, got a phone call. Hello.
Hey, Madge, how you doing?
Who's this? I'm not meant to talk to strangers. I'm very tired. No, I'm just playing. The second guest of the day. I had a fedora hat man on earlier.
Absolutely, fedora hat man. Let's go.
Yeah.
You just caught me. I'm absolutely gutted. I'm so gutted that Leanne Mohammed lost by 1% to West Streeting. So gutted.
Oh, you're fucking kidding. Oh man, I've not even gone that far in.
500 votes. 500 votes between Leanne Mohammed and West Streeting. Weasel Wes could have gone to a Palestinian woman by 500 votes was the almost margin.
I hope next time she runs it back, honestly. Jonathan Ashworth's gone, though.
Oh my God, that was incredible. Incredible to see Ashworth gone. I had no idea that the Independent was so popular in the area.
I didn't know either, to be honest. It's kind of a shock, I think. You see, what's his face was crying. Mandelson was like, "Oh, I can't believe he's gone." And I'm like, fuck that guy. He was talking about deporting people, deported himself from Parliament. Fuck that guy, honestly.
Absolutely, he can get to fuck, absolutely.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, like...
He's in Leicester South, and you're starting beef with Asian people. Are you stupid?
Such a clown person.
Honestly, just the arrogance is crazy.
But like, I mean, we might. I mean, what's crazy is if West Streeting had gone, we could have had like a real kind of drubbing for the Labour Together people. Like, this looks like Shabana Mahmood might lose in Birmingham Ladywood to Ahmed Yacoub, which is funny that two massive transphobes are going to lose in the constituency called Ladywood, which I think is quite funny.
Yeah, I need to. I've not followed some of these Labour ones closely enough, to be honest, but man, it's a bit mixed. The news, honestly, I'm not sure 100% how I feel about it. I'll tell you what I did though. You know, when Stal was giving his speech, I put the Naruto sad music on because he makes me feel sad when he speaks because he's so boring. It works perfectly. Honestly.
Did you see that Starmer, like Andrew Feinstein, got like way more votes in Starmer's seat than anyone would have expected?
Yeah, he did quite well. Yeah, a lot of these independents did quite well, to be fair. One of those independents did well in Islington North, I think. Were you following that one?
Some guy I've never heard of called Jumbly Crumbins or something. I don't know.
I heard he likes jam.
Okay. Yeah, big fan of jam, isn't he?
Yeah, he's won. He's won apparently. So yeah, that's a big win against a private healthcare guy.
Absolutely. You should have seen my reaction when I saw the result cast. I was it was really funny.
I was not super surprised given they put a private healthcare goon against him, and I was just like, guys, how did you think this was gonna go?
Literally.
I'm trying to think
honestly, I mean,
yeah.
I'll tell you what though, Reform UK seemed to have been overestimated by the exit poll, which is something when I saw the exit poll, I was absolutely gobsmacked. I was gutted to see Reform UK get like 13 seats, but it looks like 4 or 5 of their targets have already been declared as being won by other people. So it probably will end up with Reform on 8, which was my prediction at the start. It was 8 seats for Reform, which is
6.
fine.
Someone asked me, I think it's about 6, which I'm still not happy with. I don't want to see those fucks anywhere near Parliament, to be honest with you. They'll shift the Overton window big. Because they're going to get more coverage now. Like the BBC guys were like, oh, he never misses a chance to miss a microphone or whatever. And because you fucks put it in front of him. That's why. You guys do not miss any opportunity to promote him. Literally cut off Rayner so they could cut to, what's his face, Farage just walking around. And I'm like, it's you guys who have done this.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. It's really it's frustrating that they give him such. I mean, his career has been bought essentially by the fact that he's been over-platformed by people who should know better. But hey ho, it is what it is, and it is what it is.
Yeah, Question Time brought him on like he had a season pass. He was there. He was on more than Dimbleby, I think. Honestly.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So it's got his own special box.
Honestly, what did you think of a lot of these Tory ministers losing? Like the ones that have stayed, the big Tories that have stayed are, I think, the far right ones, really.
Badenoch and it seems like the moderate Tory, the centre ground, centre right Tories have all gone. Liberal Tories have stuck around. Caroline Noakes is still there. Alicia Kearns probably almost certainly going to win hers. But then you've also got real people on the hard right like Braverman and Badenoch, and both Braverman and Badenoch could have been beaten by tactical voting as well. They both got fewer votes than the combined Lib Lab vote.
Yeah. I think the postal vote might have saved Badenoch, I think, because that's still a huge question mark as to what the hell happened with that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm hoping there's just a weird postal vote irregularity in Ilford North, and we might end up with Weasel Wes. But it's just, I'm just so gutted. I'm so gutted for her.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got rid of IDS. If they didn't split, if the Labour Party didn't fuck about with that one. And they're gonna blame Fazil Sheen for that one. It's not her fault. They withdrew her for bullshit. The fact that Silver Shackles guy is allowed to run, but she isn't, is nonsense.
Yeah, 100%. So this has been a very, very strange election. Very strange election.
I think it's because we've seen the collapse of the Conservative Party, who were a huge party. I think that's just caused massive problems amongst the other parties.
And the pollsters as well, trying to predict what's happening here. It must have been incredibly difficult. The problem is there's a couple of seats where the Conservatives have just squeaked over the line by 20, 50, 100 votes, right? Yeah. And if these seats had just gone the other way very slightly, they could still have been not the official opposition. It's really not that far away, but the Labour vote just wasn't strong enough. They didn't put up enough of a retail offer to voters that they wanted to get and vote for. Turnout is incredibly low.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, and that's what happened. That's what Blair did better than what Starmer's done. Blair didn't turn off as many voters, I think, as Starmer did. He didn't, disrupt as many. The fact that he's dissing Bengali people before the vote, you're just do you want to lose a community? What are you thinking? I don't think Blair did shit like that in '97. If you see what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, no, there's no reason for it. Literally, absolutely no reason at all for these whack ass comments about Bengali people, and then just of course you're going to lose huge votes in minority communities.
Yeah, Jess Phillips, I think is one. I think is her vote been called yet? Because she's a question mark. I think.
I don't know. I think she'll win. I don't think Jodie McIntyre's got a big enough base to be able to do that. It'd be funny though if he does win, because it means the Workers' Party will have one MP, and it won't be George Galloway.
Yeah.
I think that's unlikely. But Ahmed Yacoub is likely to beat Shabana Mahmood, which would be great because Shabana Mahmood is a piece of shit.
Oh, she's the. I think she was campaign manager for Starmer, wasn't she?
She was the campaign manager, and she was the one who backed the anti-LGBT protests in Birmingham.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Oh, we'll see on some of these. But the thing is, like we're learning with the Conservatives, if your voter base don't turn out, it's over. And so if people don't turn out for those two, it's over for them. It doesn't matter. If you see what I'm saying, that's what we're seeing with the Conservatives. Their low turnout, their voter base not turning out, and Reform are getting enough to disrupt them. It's kind of like what happened in 2019 with a lot of the Labour MPs that lost. Reform just came and disrupted it. And so that's what we're seeing now on a broader scale. But yeah, quite a few Tory ministers gone though. It's quite interesting.
I mean, are there only going to be are there any actual ministers that have won their seats apart from Badenoch?
That's a great question. I don't think they've announced many.
Oliver Dowden was. Oliver Dowden was the Duchy of Lancaster, I think it was. Dowden's won, and Badenoch has won.
Okay, I know Grant Shapps lost, Alex Chalk lost,
Keegan,
she lost, Penny Mordaunt lost.
Mercer. Yeah.
Someone's asking,
there's a couple.
Someone's asking, can you body James O'Brien again soon?
Oh my god, that video is so. I lost my shit. I lost my shit during James O'Brien video.
I saw your clip, and then I saw someone tweeted the original clip. I was like, I'm not going to cover it because there's no point. Because I can't cover it any better than that. Because you just literally just laughed at him, and I'm like, I can't, because it's true. He just oh yeah, Starmer's not a liar, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I was like, how do you say that with a straight face?
I know. It's literally, nobody thinks that Starmer is a compulsive liar. Everybody thinks that he's a liar. Literally, the main criticism of him throughout the entire election campaign from every journalist was nobody can trust you because you keep changing your mind all the time.
His trustworthiness is in the bin. And then it's like that show Impractical Jokers where someone's like to him, now say no one believes Starmer's a liar. It's literally like one of those TV shows where he gets dared to say something, but he would just say it because he's so deranged. Where anything that you kind of centre left, Labour Party say, he'll back it no matter what. The footballification is allowed because we're gonna win, guys.
Literally, and again, he just said that at least I can recognise the faults with the people I support, whilst completely glossing over the biggest, massive, most glaring fault with the Starmer who he supports. So I was just you couldn't make it up. The cognitive dissonance was unfucking real.
It's just, it's my team versus the enemy team.
It looked like Jeremy Hunt kept his seat, which is surprising. I thought it was going to be absolutely destroyed, but
yeah, they had him as minus a lot.
Another really liberal Tory keeping their seat here. It's a really weird split. A lot of the kind of ERG, not hard right socially, but hard right economically, have all lost their seats. Then the real kind of culture warriors have kept, and then the real liberal Tories have kept, the One Nation is. It's very weird.
It's the boundary change. I think the boundary change has had a big impact, to be honest with you, because it's very hard to keep track of a lot of it. Certain people might not have known who to vote for tactically. Because of the boundary changes. You got voter ID as well, which I don't know how much of an impact that would have had, but some people said it did. There was a decent amount of people turned away. So I don't know, but it is a bit ropey, this election, because of multiple reasons. But I think the Tory vote collapsing like that, it's when you see when you see above -10, you're like, wow, that's wild. You've completely hollowed out your base of support.
Sunak holds his seat as well.
Oh man!
The Liberal Democrat, this Nico Omalana is behind Rishi Sunak holding his speech with a massive L.
I love Nico. Nico's so cool. Honestly,
that's so good.
Yeah.
Absolute memes. Tobias Elwood is gone. Okay, wow, that's a shock.
Yeah, he's a liberal Tory.
After all of the Taliban comments, maybe.
Oh, what did he say?
He's a very liberal Tory. Very liberal Tory.
What did he say?
But he said that he He said that the UK should reach out to begin trading with the Taliban.
Trade what?
He did like a whole promotional video going around Afghanistan, talk about how of a beneficial business trade partner it could be. It was a very strange video.
It reminds you of that guy who got kidnapped by the Taliban after he went to Afghanistan.
Oh my god! Yeah, what's his name? What's his name again? I forget.
Is it Thogden or something like that? Can't remember. Let's see.
Yeah, something like that.
Let me see. YouTuber. That was honestly. I'm just like, why are you messing with like the most ruthless people on the planet?
I mean, the Taliban have had a really weird time in charge of Afghanistan. Like, my favourite part about the Taliban is that they
it's Miles Routledge.
Once they realised that
calls himself Lord Miles.
Miles Routledge, yeah. Lord Miles Routledge. But yeah, like the Taliban have got, because it's modernised in the time during the occupation. The Taliban have realised that they have to start working in offices, and they hate it, and they're addicted to Twitter, which I think is very, very funny.
Criminal. I'll tell you, the most unhinged people love Twitter because they can just write about whatever they want.
Oh yeah, 100%, and always get like validation about it as well. Like you see it with the TERF types. The TERFs just like all they do is get this kind of self-perpetuating feedback loop where they start off saying, "I have concerns about the nature of how we decide who gets what rights where," and they come out saying all trans people are groomer paedophiles. It's a really weird feedback loop.
Yeah, it's because they designed it, I think, more like that now, especially because it's all blue ticks. So if you got a blue tick, you get promoted. And so I really don't like the stuff Elon has done to Twitter, but that's a different conversation. But it is, a lot of people do seek validation from people on the internet, which is sad.
I mean, the problem is that Elon Musk is a neo-Nazi. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Elon Musk has just become a neo-Nazi since he got his brain broken by the sheities on Twitter. Like, the stuff that he tweets out and likes is like great replacement style shit. Yeah. Like genuine like stuff that's come directly out of like the white supremacist far right. He's a dangerous man.
I'm telling you, divorce breaks these people. Honestly, it
and the internet, like
and the internet.
A lot of boomers they were cooped up inside on the internet all day during the pandemic, and they came out becoming conspiracy theorists. And that's a lot of the Reform UK voter base. 15-minute cities, critical race theory, gender ideology, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, vaccines, etc., etc. George Soros.
I was going to ask you, did you get a lot of pro-reform comments on any of your YouTube videos? Because I've seen a lot on mine.
I block all of them. I block every single one of them. I don't get that many actually, not that often. Some people will just say like but the vote reform, like there's a lot of them online. I get more of them on TikTok than I do on YouTube.
Okay, because apparently Farage has done quite well on TikTok. To be fair, like he's kind of
more than double any other party. In more than double any other party in social media interactions.
Someone's asking.
Wait, I'm sure.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sure it's just like a stack of Raspberry Pis pumping out like bot comments, but there are genuine people on there as well, of course.
Could be, yeah. Someone's asking, how do we see Farage progressing over the term of the next Parliament? I think he's just going to try and ask as many questions as he can at PMQs and talk the mad shit. Like, he's going to just use himself. He's going to use his time as an MP to promote his platform as much as possible. What do you think?
I think he'll shift. I think that he'll talk about immigration a lot, but I think he'll talk about economics a lot. I think he'll want to, obviously, because the Tories and Reform UK talk the same game about immigration, and he can't run as a fodder to the Tories' failure on immigration once they're not in power. So he has to find some point of contention between Conservative Party economics and Reform Party economics, because they are identical in terms of being anti-immigration, and they will be even further together on anti-immigration once Tories are competing for reform votes on the right. So they're going to have to find a different economic strategy, whether it be broad tax cuts or this kind of 50% nationalisation plan for critical infrastructure, or going further down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. They'll have to find some point of differentiation between mainstream Conservative Party politics and, obviously, he's got his far-right social views, but in terms of his kind of populist right economics, there's going to be a point of inflection there. He's going to have to find it and campaign on it.
Yeah, he can't get squeezed out like the Lib Dems often do. I just wonder what he's going to run with, because immigration's all he's got. Immigration's all he's got, really, and I don't know what he's going to do outside of that, because I can't lie, changing the tax threshold to 20,000, that's an actual decent policy, but the problem is how are you going to fund that, and that's the thing he hasn't really been asked about. So it would be interesting to see.
because he doesn't want to tax rich people. In fact, he wants to slash their taxes by far more than he's giving people who are on the bottom end a tax cut. It's a real kind of 3-card trick snake oil that he's selling to people. Cut poor people's taxes by a bit, slash corporation tax, slash inheritance tax, slash tax on like upper middle class people as well. It's a real con trick that he pulls by giving poor people a little and the rich people a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about the other ones.
Poor people, it also means that poor people will get poorer, right? When rich people have way more, like, percentage-wise purchasing power than poor people do, they'll buy your mum's house. It's what Gary Stevenson talks about a lot.
Yeah, I think what the thing they push is that 20k one. They don't talk about the other stuff really, about cutting inheritance tax, and there was another one they wanted to cut as well. I think it's corporation tax. They don't talk about the other ones because they know it doesn't poll well. So what they do is push the one thing that they can, that they know does well. I'll be sad to see. I'm sad that those guys in Parliament. I was guessing 6. If you're guessing 8, we should probably be roughly right in terms of how many candidates they get. But you know, it's annoying they've got any this time round. In 2019 they didn't get any, I think, and this time they've got the annoying ones. Like you're gonna have Farage, Tice, and what's his name, Lee Anderson. Like that's a horrible combination. Just those 3 alone.
It really is. Yeah.
Just awful
absolutely.
human beings. I can't imagine those guys asking questions at PMQs. My only hope is Farage doesn't turn up, because who's going to make him reform UK Limited?
I was going to say as well, the one thing I mentioned this before on stream, but I think that one thing that might hurt Reform UK, they'll have a big national profile and a big kind of wide-scale plan to use social media to foment a different kind of politics, but in their own seats, still competing against a Conservative party that's down but not necessarily out of politics in this country. What we'll probably end up seeing is a lot of Reform candidates not turning up to surgeries, not answering like constituency questions. And if there are vote splits in the future come 2029, right, Reform UK might have a different voter base. They might be able to increase their overall vote percentage in the country, but they might lose their incumbent MPs off the back of just being shit and too busy trying to create like a grifter career rather than actually acting like an MP.
Yeah, like kind of trying to build a TV profile. Yeah, I kind of see that. How do you see the next few years play out for Labour then? Because we've got, yeah.
They're literally planning like Liz Truss style. Literally planning like Liz Truss style car crash disaster capitalism to try and get quick economic growth. They're planning things like slashing regulations, free port, special economic zones to try and get like really quick growth, as well as this kind of PFI 2.0 on steroids BlackRock plan they've got going on. It's really tough.
I saw Phil justifying that stuff on his stream, and I was like, "Fuck my life." Shoot me
Oh,
now.
the man's cooked. His head is cooked. Like, the man is so blinded by Labour Party politics, he's forgotten everything that he's supposed to believe. He calls himself a socialist. He's embarrassing. He's like, for somebody who's he's not an idiot. He's not an idiot as well. That's what's so stupid about it. He's not an idiot. He's smart. He's educated. He's well read, and he knows what's going on. He knows about politics. But he's so blind to Labour. Like, we should just scrap everything that we believe in, chasing growth that we could get from fiscal expansion, just so it looks like we're doing better in terms of economic management for electoral reasons. Like, he's cooked. His head's cooked.
Yeah, I think with these guys, they hate the Tories so much that they don't care about anything else, and they just see Labour as the vehicle to get rid of the Tories. Like, with proportional representation, there's no way Labour are going to do proportional representation. You're talking about just under 40% of the vote. And then you've got a stonking majority. Why the hell would you reform that if you're Labour? Honestly, like it just doesn't make any sense.
Joanna Cherry has gone. Excellent. Glad to see the back of that person.
Yeah, she's not great. I don't really like.
She's awful. She's awful.
Yeah, the SNP
independent gain in Blackburn as well on a Gaza ticket, I think.
Okay, I'll have to see. Yeah, thingy. Ian Duncan's withholding. Such a stupid and petty decision to deselect Pfizer. That's what Rachel Sharpie is saying about that decision. She put out a tweet saying she matched the Labour result, to be fair to her, Pfizer Chinzo. That's pretty good. I mean, I think she... Yeah, I'm just looking at... She tweeted out that result from Wes Streeting's constituency. He was so close to losing.
I'm genuinely heartbroken. Not just because I wanted to get Wes Streeting gone, because he's a disgusting person with a rancid platform who was genuinely a danger for the future of the NHS. But also Leanne Mahmood herself, such a pure soul, somebody who genuinely wants to get into office for public service, local and known by her community, putting up such a fight in an independent stronghold of a Labour MP to get that close. Honestly, it breaks my heart because she deserved to be in Parliament. She really did.
Yeah. Oh. I'm glad at least we got rid of Ashworth, but getting rid of Wes would have been bigger. I hope he realises like people do not like him in his constituency, and they should be very careful going forward. Because I think this election shows anyone can lose their seat.
Yeah, 100%. No seat is safe. I said this at the start of the election that no seat was safe. No seat was safe.
Yeah, even like the what they call the news agents are calling out Labour for dropping Faiza Shaheen as well, saying that she would have won that seat. So they're not blaming her for it; they're blaming Labour, which I think is the right thing to do. Because it was, like I said, the way they deselected, the way they went about it was so dumb. That West Streeting vote is a heartbreak, though. I agree 100%.
Again, I just want to. I'd love to have seen that. Just Wes Streeting do a concession speech would have. Would have warmed the cockles of my heart. It really would.
Honestly, yeah, I would have. That'd been a big win, but we've got a load of annoying people in Parliament now, and Wes Streeting is stuck there. That's
oh
tragic.
No! Oh my God! Jess Phillips won by 700 votes in Yardley.
Fuck my life. 700
votes against, I'm assuming, Jodie McIntyre, which, to be fair, I as much as I hate Jess Phillips, Jodie McIntyre, massive, anti-trans, homophobe,
It's not a big... Yeah, okay. It's one of them... It would have been a hollow win, that one.
It would have really been super hollow. Because, again, it's not because obviously Shabana Mahmood is up against a transphobe as well, and they're both transphobic. But obviously Jess Phillips is pretty bad on trans stuff, but she was nowhere near as bad as Jodie McIntyre. And Jess Phillips won't have power in the same way that Shabana Mahmood will.
Yeah,
Shabana Mahmood will. She's Labour together. She is right at the dark heart of the Labour right. So her going is really important, I think.
What about Thangam Debonair? What was she like? She's gone.
Awful. Yeah, awful. Didn't vote for a ceasefire. Defended their plans for NHS privatisation, trying to say that Greens were lying about them, and on top of that has said transphobic stuff as well. That campaign was awful.
She's gone. Yeah, there's a few I'd love to have seen gone, but you can't get everything, especially when Labour are on the upswing as well. Someone saying Farage is going to build an English nationalist movement. I think that's right. I think that's what he's going to try and do.
I think we're too. I think we're too diverse already. I think there's a real ceiling to this.
You never know, because it happened in Germany. They've got the AfD party. They're quite a nationalist party, aren't they? France as well. France are quite a diverse country. Because you don't need a majority. You just need a decent amount of people. And France, the far right are doing okay. And same goes for Germany as well. Germany has I don't know what, I'd have to look at the demographics, but they've got a decent amount of minorities, and like I said, you don't need 50%. You need a third or more to cause damage.
I think that's true, but I think another problem is that France has done a much worse job of integration than we have. We've done it's incredible the kind of integration that we have in the UK, given the amount of migration we've had over the last 30 years. I think we've people talk down our record on race relations, and I do the opposite. I think, considering the history of the United Kingdom, considering the kind of levels of immigration that we've had, I think our integration has been world class, really and truly. We have done a really good job of integration.
Looks like Starmer called Sunak his conceded defeat. With the race relation stuff, some of the stuff I've seen in, the riots in France, was it? I think it was this year, where one of the guys was saying Macron, politicians visit us, but they don't talk to us. Or they don't they don't have conversations. They come down here just to talk down, and I think that area is full of minority groups. I think it was in Nice or somewhere like there, and it sparked riots. I think one guy was killed by the police unjustly, and so I can kind of see what you're saying. It's very rare you get examples like that here. So I see what you're saying. I think it's gotten worse recently, though. I think with kind of English nationalism. I think. And there were quite a lot of dicey moments. I think during the 2010s especially. But I guess I don't know. I'd have to see more in Germany. I thought Germany was doing okay, but I think what's her name did not do a great job, Angela Merkel, and I think that kind of got snuck under the rug because she was good on the world stage and things like that. And under Olaf Scholz, it's just a lot of problems just appearing rapidly. So it's a bit nervy. I'm not gonna lie, but
it's very nervy.
I don't know. Do you think Labour are going to deliver like decent economic growth? Like, do you think that they're going to like actually achieve much? Because they are going to sell out, the PFI contracts, but and things like that. But I don't know, short term, can they actually get growth by doing that?
I mean, even if they do, like, at what cost? At what cost again? Like, it's growth, but growth for who? Growth for where? Who's gonna receive the proceeds of that growth?
Because what they're saying is they need to build more hospitals and whatever, but like they haven't put the planning in, I think, to staff those hospitals. And he talks about spare capacity in the private sector. We know that doesn't exist. So I can't see them, based on what they're saying. I just can't see it working, and that's what scares me the most.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Well, and again, oh god, it's just imagine if Liane Mohammed had been West Streeting and he couldn't do his awful plans. Yeah. Oh my god, so many what ifs in this. So many what ifs in this election.
Did Cooper lose her seat? Was that confirmed? Was that still? Is that still not?
No. She won by like 7,000 votes. It wasn't close.
Oh fuck. Okay. Because I saw that thingy earlier, where they were saying she might lose her seat. I think we're still waiting for Liz Truss to be announced. I don't know how many more we're waiting on, to be fair. But there was a fear that Mogg lost his seat. Oh, apparently Mogg's lost his seat.
Mogg, yeah, I'm not surprised. Mogg was predicted by basically every MRP poll to lose his seat.
Yeah, but he's a prick, so I'm glad he's gone. But he looked very...
he was a prick.
Yeah, he was on BBC News earlier today. He just said, like, when you lose your core voters and, they go elsewhere, you're going to lose. And, he's not wrong, to be fair. Like, that's probably the most intelligent thing I've seen him say.
I mean, not wrong in for both as well. Not wrong for the Conservatives and not wrong for Labour either. Yeah. Where's Labour's base going to be in 5 years' time if they don't actually deliver?
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what someone else pointed out. Like, have you seen the YouGov thing that YouGov tweeted out the other day? What's the number one reason people are voting Labour? It's to get the Tories out.
Get the Tories out.
And so,
literally,
in 5 years, where are those people going to be?
Exactly. And if you look at the percentage of the vote from the current seats, it's 36% for Labour. That's like 6 points away from the vote percentage that was predicted by MRP polls. It's 4% behind Jeremy Corbyn in 2017 and only 3 points ahead of 2019. Like, this is a ridiculous election. And, like, the Tory, and the Labour Party are going to try and claim that this move to the centre ground was the rock that their electoral victory was built upon. And it's just a vote split on the right and the collapse of the Conservative Party. And they've just stood still doing nothing. The Greens have increased their vote share by more than the Labour Party have.
Yeah, it's just the meme of that guy sitting in, like, a takeaway and, like, the other people fighting each other. That's all it is. Like, the Tories collapsed.
Also, like... It also reminds me of the bargain hunt meme, where it's like total profit £2, just like relentlessly shitting on your voter base, expelling everybody who dislikes you, 3% more of the vote.
Yeah, honestly, even Curtis was saying it's just a Tory failure rather than a Labour victory, and he said that consistently. Labour haven't done much to win. The ball has hit him on the head and it's gone in the net. Yeah. That's what's happened.
We've been saying this all election. We've been saying exactly this, right? You didn't need to have this like radical, like centre-right policy platform from the Labour Party to win this election. They could have had somebody, I don't know. Obviously, it wouldn't have been Andy Burnham because he's not an MP, but somebody from like a unity candidate from the centre-left of the party running on a proper social democratic manifesto to rebuild the election, but rebuild the country using fiscal expansion, Bidenomic style to fund industry without relying on BlackRock and not deregulating and just building council houses. And they would have absolutely smashed this election with a hopeful message. And in the end, they've put people off. They've tried to lie to the public about what they will do, offer them a mystery box. The turnout is low. Their vote hasn't increased that much, and they've just stood around and then picked up the pieces of like a collapsed electorate. Yeah. It's a really hollow victory.
All right, last question before I need to go and find Mogg losing. How fast do you think Rachel Reeves stabs Starmer in the back? She definitely wants
I don't think it's going to be Reeves. I don't think it's going to be Reeves. I think it'll be. I think it might be. I think it'll be Streeting. I think Streeting's been groomed to be like the future leader. Yeah. Well, they'll have to parachute him into a safer seat, though, will they?
Oh, I reckon it's going to be Reeves, because I think she's got her eye on being Prime Minister.
But she's just too. I think she's too uncharismatic. I think she's born to be Chancellor. Like, she clearly had her eyes on the Chancellorship specifically.
Yeah, that's true. Someone said she looks like Cruella de Vil. She's going to steal the Dalmatians. I'll tell you what, she's almost as evil with the 2 child caps, so, you know.
100%. I mean, I think that it'll definitely be someone from Labour together. It might even be Bridget Phillipson if they want a female leader. Yeah. But Rachel Reeves wants to stay as being the Chancellor of the Exchequer. They might want to boot for Bridget Phillipson. They've been pushing her front and centre. By the way, I just want to say thank you very much, Suze Kempner, for the raid. Appreciate the raid on Twitch. Welcome in, viewers. Welcome. You're through to the No Justice stream. We talk about politics. British politics, from a socialist leftist perspective, 6 days a week on YouTube and Twitch. I'm currently streaming with Big Maj Studios. You can find him on YouTube at Big Maj Studios. He talks about UK politics every single day from a kind of left-wing perspective as well, or from just a good politics perspective, I guess, because there's so little of it going around at the moment. And you should definitely drop him a follow. Please refresh your screens, Raiders, and drop a follow. And if you feel like that's your thing that you're interested in, and please go and find me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok at No Justice MTG on all of the platforms. Please drop me a follow. Everyone in my chat, please go and follow Suze Kempner, excellent, hilarious comic. You should also follow on Twitter, which is at SoozUK, SOOZUK on Twitter, or Suze Kempner over on Twitch. You'll be able to find the link from the raid notification. Welcome, everybody. We are just discussing the future of Labour under Sir Keith.
I was just going to say, I find it really funny that Bridget Phillipson and Rachel Reeves basically have the same haircut, the I want to speak to your manager haircut, so people are going to confuse them a lot. I think if
it's the cat with the watermelon helmet.
It's I want to speak to your manager, please. That's the haircut they have. It drives me nuts because they have the same one and they dress similar, and I'm like, there's no originality here whatsoever. What is going on?
It's the turf bangs, literally. Oh my God, I've got another raid. Kevin Logan with the raiding party of 46. Welcoming Kevin Logan, Raiders. We're here with Big Maj. You know who it is. You know who I am. Please drop follows. Please refresh your screens. Welcome in. Welcome. And go and follow Suze Kempner as well, Kevin Logan viewers.
Yeah, I don't know. This election's been weird. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's just a lot of Conservatives that have been around for a while that are gone. I think that's one of the major things we're going to be looking at. I'm glad the Greens have done well, though. I think them only winning 2 is a bit. I think it could.
We've not had results from. Have we had results from Waveney Valley or North Herefordshire yet?
Oh, I'm not sure actually. That's a good question.
Those are other target seats.
So they got 2 out of 4 is not bad, I guess. Well, they had one already, but there was a lot of fear when Caroline Lucas went that they wouldn't even hold on to that one in Brighton. So
that's not been announced yet, has it? The Brighton Pavilion seat?
No.
Canterbury, Rosie Duffield won in Canterbury. Unfortunately, I was desperate for her to lose, but
there's a lot of mixed results tonight, to be honest.
Oh shit! Greens won in North Herefordshire. Amazing. Ellie Chowns is in Parliament. They might get all 4 seats. They're still they came second in Birkenhead and in Sheffield Central as well, 2 other target seats.
They came second in Sheffield Central.
Yeah, by they got 8,000 votes. So Labour won with 45% and Greens on 20-something%. So a definite target seat for 2029. Second in Bristol North East, second in Bristol South. Loads of Labour strongholds Emily Thornberry's seat in Islington South. Loads of strong second places for the loads of second places for the Green Party in Labour strongholds. There's a real coup going on for the soul of the Labour Party at the moment by trying to take their voters for something new from a Corbyn-style platform. That's clearly what the Greens were trying.
Yeah, they were going. They went for a much different strategy from how Greens typically are, going for disaffected Labour voters. Something I spoke about with one of the rejoiner you guys recently on the channel. Someone's asking, do either of you have anything to say about the SNP? They did worse than the Tories, arguably. I mean, without being at risk of being linked by Scottish SNP voters, they did pretty bad.
I mean, it's literally not surprised in the slightest that they got wiped out. They had a tough. I mean, I thought they were going to do better. But this is all within the realms of what I expected was likely.
Yeah, I think they're burnt out a bit as a party, and the other thing is you got tactical voting by kind of unionist supporters. I think that's the other thing that's kind of done them in a little bit. That Conservative vote collapsing has been a disaster, I think, for the SNP. And they're going to be down to 10. I hope Flynn keeps his seat. I saw him on the TV, but on the screen, but I'm not sure what the context was. I'm hoping he keeps his seat because he's one of the few MPs I actually like. He has kept it. That's good news.
Not that it's particularly relevant in a world where he's never going to ask any questions in Parliament, and the SNP have no legislative power whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, because they're not the third smallest party anymore. Or what were they before? They were the third smallest. Right now they're going to be, goddamn, they're like fifth. Yeah.
They could theoretically. I mean, how many seats have they got? They might even be sixth. They might even be behind the DUP.
They might be behind, Reform and the DUP. That's nuts. Oh, that's going to be tragic. That's going to make PMQs even worse. He was the highlight of PMQs. He asked good questions.
Yeah, it was the best PMQs performed by a country mile.
Yeah.
My favourite moment where it was just like, looks like the Tories are looking for a new Home Secretary, which born-again Thatcherites on the Labour front bench does he believe best fits the bill, which I thought was an incredible moment.
Yeah, like which party's going to take the legacy of Thatcher? He was really good. Hopefully you see more of him, but it's sad he's not the SNP leader, to be honest. I think they'd be better off under him, but...
Yeah, I mean, he was also the best performer in the debates as well.
Yeah, he kept saying, "Be honest with people about the what the IFS have said." He's good.
£18 billion of public sector cuts. I won't do a Scottish accent again, I promise.
Yeah, no, it's true. He was probably the best performer. Yeah, I think he did really well. But yeah, they've been decimated, and I do see, the irony of them saying, if you don't win the most MPs, do you think that you've lost your mandate for independence? And I'm like, well, you guys kept arguing they don't have a mandate anyways, so what difference does it make? They had the most MSPs and the most MPs. No one said they had a mandate then, so what difference is it now that they've lost some seats? That made me laugh quite a lot.
Exactly. Someone in chat wants a summary. You got up. Tories, ministers losing left, right, and centre. Reform we had a generous prediction by the exit poll and performed way worse. So they're on like half the seats that the exit poll expected. Greens are up more than the exit poll expected. SNP doing even worse than the 10 seats that they were predicted. And Corbyn won. Liane Mohammed lost to West Streeting by 500 votes, which was an absolute heartbreak. And Jonathan Ashworth is out, beaten by an independent. The Labour MP in Blackburn beat by an independent. Leicester East was won by the Tories because there was a three-way vote split between Labour and two independents. Lib Dems absolutely hammering Tories in the southwest. Jeremy Hunt won his seat though, which was very strange. So a real kind of mixed bag around the country. Very strange election.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Ashworth losing a seat is great. The Reform, the worst of the Reform Party being in Parliament is not great. So yeah, it's just mixed, not good, pretty mixed all round. You can't say it's been really good or really bad either way, I think. But it's kind of not the end of the Conservative Party, but they're going to have a while in opposition, and they're probably going to be run by lunatics as well, in like Badenoch or Braverman.
Yeah.
Like I can't see Jeremy Hunt winning a leadership contest or any of the One Nation Tories.
I mean, it's unlikely to be a One Nation Tory, but maybe that might be like a weird split. I'm not sure. It's very, very strange. Yeah,
the Tory leadership contest, the way it works, is quite strange, to be fair. But if they end up with Badenoch, who's very condescending, I can't imagine she's going to do well with voters. I just don't think she'll win. I don't think she'll beat Labour at all. Braverman as well. I think she would struggle.
I just worry about what happens to the trans community if you have Starmer versus Badenoch. That sounds like like literally the worst case scenario for trans people. If Kemi is just like on TV all the time because she hates us so much, and it's not like a tactical thing that she's doing to culture war for votes. She is an ideological harridan who despises the trans community. Like she was in the background as like undersecretaries writing legislation, nobbling the FCA to stop being pro-trans. Like she is a real ideologue on this stuff, and I do not like the sound of that one bit.
Yeah, I can see why a lot of people are desperate for the Lib Dems to be the official opposition, but that's not going to be an excuse for Labour being shit. That's not. I'm not going to have that excuse. Yeah, that's not. No way am I going to accept that for Labour being shit. Honestly, But overall, I think it's been quite a mixed night. But you know, it's not been awful. You know, 2019 was a nightmare. At least this time, that there are some positives, especially with the Conservatives going. There's no excuses for Labour, which is good. That's the one thing I will take pride from this. There's no excuse for them to do bad or to not get things done.
Overall vote for Labour is now, percentage-wise, is now under 36%. Which is wild. Under 36% for Labour.
The what's it called? Their votes to seat ratio is going to be insane.
Oh, it's the most efficient Labour election ever of all time, most likely.
Yeah, it must be. It must be pretty up there. But I can't see this. You know, there's no way they can do this again. There's no way they can repeat this. Someone's asking, are there any Portillo moments? I'd say probably, what's her name losing? Penny Mordaunt losing would probably be the closest one, I think. As a minister who would define the future of the party, I'd probably say Mordaunt going.
Honestly, every single Tory MP who's gone are people who I expected to go based on polling. I think the biggest Portillo moment is Jonathan Ashworth. I really do.
Someone say QA. I don't know if you can hear it, but NJ saying it's Jonathan Ashworth. I guess that is true to an extent, yeah.
No one expected it. That's the thing with Portillo. Nobody expected it. Loads of these Tories losing. It was on a knife edge, kind of predicted.
Yeah.
So the thing about Portillo, it's a big person, and nobody thought it would happen. Like Stephen Twigg in '97 had already planned to use this as a springboard for another seat, and just happened to find himself in Parliament without even thinking he would be there. Whereas Penny Mordaunt, we all knew that she was kind of at risk, but Jonathan Ashworth, out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere. Like Streeting, it would have been Streeting too if it was Mohammed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I guess it is, ironically, a Labour MP who would be the Portillo moment. I still can't believe he's gone, you know, after all the shit he was talking as well. Wild. I'd be embarrassed if I was that guy. Mercer going as well, but I think a lot of these ones were predicted. Like Mercer, Mogg, what's her name? Penny Mordaunt. They're all predicted, weren't they, to lose? Or at least they were in it's close, wasn't it, 50-50? So
yeah, none of them. There's no candidates from the Tories who I was never expecting to lose who've lost. There's not been any candidates who I've thought were unlike this. Yeah, there are no surprises in the people who've like the Portillo moments I had on my radar were Sunak and Jenrick. Those are my two Portillo moments that I said, if these people lose, that'll be surprising. But everybody else is kind of what I expected.
Yeah, are you surprised Sunak kept his seat?
I'm not surprised. I said that's why I said it was a Portillo moment. Like I think that he was very likely to win, but there was a chance he could theoretically lose given the votes and if there was a concerted effort. But again, it would have been a Portillo moment because it would have been unpredicted, surprising, and a big name.
Yeah, kind of running out of words to say. To be fair, I don't know what to make of this. I think I'll need a couple of days to process.
Has been a Rutland and Melton announcement yet?
I'm not sure. Let's see if I go to.
Because that's Alicia Kearns, who's one of the best Tory MPs.
Given where you were in
wow, in Folkestone and Hythe, Tories got -30. Losing to Labour by 8 points. Reform UK were behind the Tories by 1.4% with a plus 24.7 swing, and the Greens came fourth on 9.1%. It's impressive.
Yeah. I've got not much more to say on this, you know, I'll be honest.
Esther McVeigh held on. The Minister for Common Sense, she held on just.
No. I'd have to look back at, you know, the polling where it said which ministers would lose and which ones would stay on and compare it to what actually happened, because she was, I think Sky were confident she would lose based on polling. She was not. She was minus a good few points. Maybe they're just more popular in their constituencies than we think.
I mean, Esther McVeigh is somebody you'd think would be a big enough personality to be able to make people vote for her for who she is. I mean, I think she's awful, but she is at the very least somebody who is visible enough to be able to court people's votes.
Yeah, I guess she's a goofball as well, which would probably help a little bit. Like you wouldn't really. Yeah, I think she's quite goofy. Maybe people like that. I don't know. Or maybe they should better a better constituency MP than people think. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, Obviously, if Esther does stay, but on this voting percentage, Philip Davies and Shipley has absolutely gone for all money.
Yeah, I have to check it out. I'm gonna just carry on covering this and hopefully get some sleep at some point. I think they were saying Liz Truss's seat will be announced around 5:30, so I'm pretty excited to see that if they do announce it. Do you think she'll win? Do you think she'll stay on?
Yeah, I think she'll win. Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be utterly insane. It would be completely insane if Liz Truss loses her seat, because she is absolutely nowhere near losing her seat. This is Dover and Deal. Cons lose 35% into third. Or to be fair, there wasn't a Labour MP in Dover and Deal because Natalie Elphicke.
There was a Labour MP. There would have been one because
Elphicke defected.
Yeah, but she didn't run again, so they did have a candidate there.
Yeah, but that would mean, but as she was the one vacating the seat, that was a Conservative seat. I guess it's based on the last election, so whatever.
Oh, got you. Yeah, a lot of those resignations were weird. Those defections, they were bizarre. It's just, this has been a weird. I think the last few months have been bizarre. Honestly, they don't make sense. When he called the election, that was bizarre. Nothing made sense that the Conservatives did. Labour just kind of ran with it, and just
because of the D-Day stuff means that Labour are winning in military seats. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that because Starmer did try and push his credentials, saying I was there at the PSNI and I want to build more nuclear subs and all of this kind of stuff. But Sunak leaving the D-Day thing was just nuts. I genuinely couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Very, very strange.
I've never seen a guy fumble that hard in my life.
It's the worst election campaign of anything I've ever seen. I tell you what, right? Obviously, we think that the Theresa May and Boris Johnson did bad campaigns, right? This is worse than Scott Morrison. This is worse than a Scott Morrison campaign. After, I don't know if you know, Scott Morrison was the Australian PM, where he fucking left Australia during the bushfires to go on holiday to fucking Hawaii.
Oh, it's Ted Cruz vibes there.
Literally Ted Cruz in Cancun, like that. That's literally exactly the same kind of vibes. Yes, Katie, JRM has gone. Yeah, lost to Labour.
Yeah, they'll study this. If I was in Sunak's team, right, I would not put this on my CV.
It'll go down in history, not just for the results, the way the result panned out, but for just how catastrophic the campaign was.
They will study this. Future students must study this campaign and realise these are not the things you want to do. You do not piss people off at cultural events.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've got more to cover, and I want to see Mog lose and see what he has to say. But this has been a really pleasant conversation, and hopefully we'll run it back at some point. With
100%. Well, I'll be live for another 12.5 hours. So I'll see you then.
How do you function? It doesn't make sense.
I said I was going to do a 24-hour stream because I've never done one before and I wanted to push the boat out for the election, so here I am. And by the way, if you want to support me whilst I torture myself for your amusement, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. You can also become a member for 99p on myself or on Big Maj's channel. I highly recommend that you go and get yourself a membership for Big Maj. You can also gift memberships to either channel to be able to support the streams and boost our streams in the algorithm, and super chats are available as well to help support independent media online for you to consume, because we are clearly ruining our body clocks, staying up this late, entertaining you all. So if you could, that would be very much appreciated, at least on my end. I don't know how Maj feels.
Yeah, I'm a Big Maj Studios and I endorse this message. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for being on, and no doubt I'll probably go to sleep and you will still be streaming, and maybe I'll call you again and we'll discuss more stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. That was fun, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, I kind of missed covering this stuff, but that was a fun conversation. I'm just gonna be back in a minute. I'm just gonna go just get a drink quickly. I'm just gonna let this play. Sorry, guys. I'll be back. I'm back in a couple of minutes.
Yes, I can call it now. Of Bristol Central, we got all 14 out of the 14 Green councillors elected this May. So it was a clear sign that the voters of Bristol Central wanted to see more Green politicians elected, and although local and general elections are very different, so we didn't necessarily take that for granted, it was a good sign, and that's turned into reality. So hugely grateful to everyone who's voted for the Greens. And I think it's because, well, to be honest, we know that voters like our policies. There's been some independent polling that has showed large public support for policies like an increased minimum wage, better investment in public services, and even support for increasing taxes if you're doing it in a way that invests in public services in the way that it's so obvious to everyone needs to happen. And so we know that people agree with Green Party policies. For some people, their hesitation was whether the Greens could get in, but we're demonstrating comprehensively over the last 5 local elections and now in the general election that if you want Greens, you can vote Green and you'll get Green MPs.
The problem is, however, for you, that you're only likely to get 2, 3 seats maximum, potentially.
Sorry about that, gang. But yeah, let's see if we can catch up a little bit.
And
you think? I don't think Jeremy Hunt will be the next leader of the Tory party, I'll be honest.
Getting your voice out there, being heard in the Commons. We're still waiting for Brighton Pavilion, of course, which is the seat that you've had for quite a long time. Is still going to be tricky, isn't it? Despite your increased vote share.
Yeah, the UK does have a very unfair voting system. The first past the post, the only other European country that uses it for general elections is Belarus. Hardly a club that we should want to be part of. However, the Greens have been succeeding even under this unfair voting system in local elections, as I said, increasing our number of councillors nearly 5-fold over the last 5 local elections. And so we went into this election with an ambitious but realistic target to quadruple our number of MPs.
I agree, Phil. I think it's going to be bad enough.
Now, we stood parliamentary candidates right across the country, 574 across England and Wales, which is more than the Conservative Party even. But being realistic that we are a small, albeit rapidly growing party, we targeted our campaigning resources in the 4 constituencies where we had a good chance of winning. So I am going to be eagerly watching the results come in from those other targets to see how we do. We have had at least a couple of polls predicting a Green win in each of those, but of course the poll that matters is the one that happened yesterday. The voters have spoken. We now just have to wait a few minutes or hours longer to find out exactly what it was they said. But we've certainly seen a huge upswell of support. We've got record-breaking numbers of candidates, record-breaking vote share, and I think this is a direction of travel for the Greens from now on.
All right, well, we know what the voters said in Bristol.
Yeah, they're going for disaffected Labour voters, and I think that's a good strategy from the Greens.
Central. Congratulations, Caledenia there.
Let's go straight to a declaration of the Chancellor's seat. Jeremy Hunt, Godalming and Ash. He's been the MP for that part of Surrey for many years. He's fought incredibly hard to stay on, including spending huge amounts of his own money.
Too much baggage,
campaigning very hard
Jim
locally, almost being absent from the national campaign. He's a 10,000 majority. There've been some changes.
We need to hold Labour to account.
In the boundaries in
when the time comes.
That seat, but he went into it with a 10,000 majority. But the Conservatives, for a long time, have been very, very nervous about Jeremy Hunt losing his seat. It's in Hazelmere to lose.
Yeah, why?
Oh, there's the Prime Minister.
Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, Kevin Foster Party,
how did Nico do?
132. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official
Sir Archibald Stanton.
Monster Raving Loony Party, 9. Brian Neil Richmond.
Jeez, Nico got 160 votes. Nice.
Independent,
let's go,
222. Nico. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059.
He did really well, to be fair. The people were nervous about him losing a seat. He did really well. Maybe he's the one that leaked those stories to say, look, guys, I'm not doing too well either. I'm a bit nervous as well.
Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 1,008.
Sunak holds his seat in North Yorkshire quite clearly.
Yeah, I mean, that might be one of the bigger majorities that we've seen.
What's happened at the same time is Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat too in Surrey, but we're going to give you Rishi Sunak on the stage.
Jim Allister. Who is Jim Allister? Is he the TUV guy?
Team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like
look at that, Nico with the yell.
I'd like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety.
It is kind of weird. Look how close he is to the Prime Minister of the country, like he's just behind him.
On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago,
just trying to get it in the shot.
You have made me and my family feel so at home.
Who is Jim Allister, guys?
And I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
Oh, I don't know what he's going to do, to be honest.
That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister.
Do you reckon he's going to take a chopper down to London?
To which I have given my all.
David Davies lost his seat, nice.
I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, as only he's told us, the Prime Minister.
Yeah. With Keir Starmer of his
short take back soon, but still.
Trust in me. I won't again to represent.
It was close, though. It was close. This is his victory speech.
I'm deeply honoured to have been chosen once again to represent the area I grew up in and love. And after a gruelling campaign, I want to thank.
Damn, that is close. That is so close. They almost had him. They almost had him. Damn, look at that. That's literally less than 1,000. Less than 1,000, they would have beat him. It's weird. I can't see the below comments. There we go. It was showing the bottom comment for some reason. They were so close. 891 majority. They almost had him.
Thank the people of Godalming and Ash for putting their trust in.
Yeah, BBC. It should be G. I can't speak.
In me, I won't let you down.
You already have. Look at that. It's a high turnout though. 75%. I think that's the highest turnout we've seen. That's a really good turnout.
I want to thank my extraordinary supporters.
Steve Guy's probably going to be in the House of Commons. He'll be allied with Reform. At least he'll be out of the Stormont.
I have been truly humbled by the amazing work we have done together under Adam's leadership. Thank you for
Who the hell's Adam?
Keeping the faith when nearly every national opinion poll said we'd lost.
But that's probably helped if the opinion poll saying he lost. More complacency for the other parties and more chances of both.
Across the country tonight is a bitter pill to swallow for the Conservative Party.
He looks absolutely cooked, you know. He looks so tired.
We have achieved much in government and the economy is transformed from where it was post-pandemic.
Yes, still not great.
Some Conservatives will wonder whether the scale of our crushing defeat is really justified. But when you lose the trust of the electorate, all that matters is having the courage and humility to ask yourself why, so that you can earn it back again. I was incredibly proud to serve under Rishi Sunak, but I wish the incoming Labour government well. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves are decent people and committed public servants.
Yeah, well, he didn't need to bring any notes to the elections.
Who have changed the Labour Party for the better. Whatever our policy differences, we all now need them to succeed. I hope in particular they use their majority to make much needed reforms to the NHS in a way that is sometimes difficult for Conservative governments to do. To Paul Follows, I offer my congratulations on being a tenacious and determined adversary, and I wish him well, as I do all the other candidates. Finally, a message to my family. I'm so proud of my wife. But it is ordinary citizens do what we did.
Held his seat there, but only by the narrowest of margins.
It's not that narrow. I mean, Holden won by 20 votes.
Interesting, though, not the only
Ian
speech
Paisley
tonight
his
to
seat
strike
to
a very
Giles,
gracious tone. So Conservative Chancellor has managed to hang on to his...
52 on 4. And
it's almost done, I think.
Sinn Féin there, they don't take up their seats at Westminster, but they have 5 as well. So that's the state of play. Not long now before Labour will be...
It's a tragedy Flynn won't be speaking as much in Parliament. Geez, Vicky D, they'll go...
He is obviously despondent.
Well,
you could hear a pin drop, actually, Laura. It was so quiet. He is obviously despondent. He was speaking seriously, soberly. He was pretty dignified. But, I mean, he looked broken. He knows that he has led his party to an historic defeat. And actually, in this leisure centre in North Allerton in North Yorkshire, we witnessed power transferring, didn't we? Because he called it. He said Labour have won this election. He said he'd already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. And he said it was a difficult night for the Tories. That's probably an understatement. But he took responsibility for the loss. He walked in with his wife 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so before you saw him address the room here.
Labour winning more seats from the SNP.
And they looked downcast, it has to be said.
Labour winning more seats from the Tories.
It was muted in this room. He's left now. He's, as you heard, he's going to London shortly. And as he said, he will have more to say about his future later. But he made it clear here that he would be staying as the MP for this area for the coming weeks, months and years.
I just can't. I think his family are going to move to America, and I think so will he. Blame the pandemic, the pandy in Ukraine. I think he's going to go. I can't remember which Tory MP it was. It was one with a knighthood, and he was a former Attorney General, and he lived in the Caribbean for ages.
He said, and we've spoken to a couple of the other candidates tonight who said, oh no, we think there'll be a by-election, before the next 5-year Parliament is out. Not so, said Rishi Sunak to his supporters and to...
Just go, bruv, you're rich. Why are you still here?
His activists here tonight. So, a huge story. He has retained his seat.
He's got nothing left to prove here.
Which he was always pretty hopeful of doing, let's be honest. But he has overseen this comprehensive battering by Labour and others.
Victoria,
if I were him, I'd be gone to California by now.
Advisor to Ed Miliband.
Oh no, not her. She's terrible.
I mean, Labour only need a couple more seats, basically, to have crossed the threshold. So I think Rishi Sunak was right to...
Labour votes like 37%, embarrassing, not less than what Corbyn got. But Labour only got 30% of the vote in 2015. That's really bad.
Concede at the point that he did. It felt more honest to do it that way than to wait. And I think his speech was incredibly gracious. Which is what is
okay.
Good level.
Show me Moggy. Oh, hello.
Colleague have MP.
No, it's a very bittersweet night for me. I'm obviously delighted on a personal level to have received another victory from the people of Aberdeen South, and I thank them for that. But of course, as I turn away from the stage, I'm looking at TV screens which show my colleagues losing seats right across Scotland. It's not a reflection of their work, it's not a reflection of them. We've been swept aside by the Starmer tsunami, and the effect of that is there for everyone to see. The party is now going to have to reflect, to listen, and to rebuild, and we're going to have to do it very, very quickly. There's a challenge that's in front of us, probably a challenge that we've not faced in a significant period of time. But we're going to have to get on with the job and get that rebuilding work started.
You sound shell-shocked, and you look shell-shocked. Was there any suggestion with you and the other SNP candidates out there on the ground that this would...
Another mock clip ready.
...come?
I'm probably looking a little bit shell-shocked. I've been awake for 24 hours, so forgive me for that. But yeah, no, nobody was expecting this scale of defeat, and it's fairly seismic.
I want to see the Truss one, man.
Dramatic. Can't compete with who's going to be Prime Minister, but we should be able to compete on who's best placed to stand up for Scotland's interests in Westminster, and the public have decided that's not.
Oof! Look at that. That's brutal. That is. That's absolutely brutal. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats.
Us on this occasion. That's going to require the party as a collective. It's going to require individuals. It's going to require politicians, and indeed probably some of those who've been defeated as well, to all come together to look in to open the curtains and look at some of the stuff that we've perhaps shied away from, seen where the damage has been caused, see what we can do better, listen to the public, regain their trust, rebuild, and I'm no doubt that under John Swinney's leadership we'll be able to do that. But for now, it's tough. Yeah, it's absolutely tough.
Yeah, interesting. You say, look at the issues that you think you may have shied away from. What do you mean by that? Is that perhaps focusing too much on the cause of independence and not dealing with the bread and butter issues that a lot of people in Scotland are having to deal with? Do you think that's part of the problem here?
Well, you'll forgive me, and I'm sure your viewers will forgive me for not wanting to have that frank a conversation with yourself at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to keep my views on that internal within the party. I'm going to obviously speak with the party leader, with other senior members, with everyone I possibly
It's a great dodge, to be fair.
Can, and listen to their views as well about what's went wrong, because we have to have the ability within the party to have that open discussion. I know under John's leadership we're going to be able to do that.
What's the latest? Monk lost his seat. Reformer on 4, I'm going to say. Let me have a look. There's not a ton going on since. Labour just killing it. They've done it. They've got a majority. 99 seats left to announce. I think Reformer on like 4. Man, what? I didn't click on that, did I? Let's see. Yeah, Reform on 4. Greens on 2. The DUP on 4. The SNP being absolutely hammered, they're on 7. So not much. I think the Tories are going to be the official opposition. I think that's pretty much guaranteed. But not a ton else has changed. I think I'm still waiting for my constituency to announce as well. Morning Reagan is pretty mixed. You know, I'm not going to lie, bro. It's a pretty mixed situation.
So we're going to have to do it very quickly because time is against us. The Scottish Parliament
Tories
elections
are
are 18 months to 2
that's
years
the prediction.
away,
okay.
And we need to be in a position.
Okay,
where
we're going to cut in there. We've got a declaration.
How dare you do that to Stephen Flynn? Disgraceful.
North Somerset. Sorry about that.
How dare you cut off Flynn? I'll be on soon. Yeah, that'll be cool, Reagan.
Conservative Party candidate, 15,420. Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878. So the total number of valid ballot papers was 51,125. There were 142 rejected ballot papers. And I hereby declare that Dan Norris is duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and Ham constituency.
Mock's cooked.
Okay, Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat there, and it is coming.
Spoken the Brexiteer pack.
Up to 5 o'clock in the morning on this, the 5th of July. And we can now say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election.
Yeah,
as I
done.
speak, they have gained 326 seats. It's now 327. The size of the majority is still to be determined as the results continue to come in. But what a moment this is for Labour.
And there is Sir Keir Starmer, who will become Britain's 58th Prime Minister. Man who Prime Minister.
Stronger through the day.
Let me do it again.
Shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future
of course
back.
Would be. I can't resist, sorry guys.
And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's
it works so well with this music.
Past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country.
Someone puts me to sleep. So does Starmer. It's the opposite, I reckon. The SNP need to listen to pro-Scottish independence people, around 50% of the population. That's true, yeah. I think they need to... They really need to figure out how they're going to get independence, to be honest. And, you know, if they're voted out at Holyrood, then, you know, Labour are going to do austerity. And I think that will help them in the long run, to show them that, you know, they are the party of austerity at the end of the day. A party of austerity, should I say. Green won another seat with Adrian Ramsey. Great news, so
But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility.
All right, Spider-Man.
Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country.
It's not been refreshed yet. Okay. How long is Bray going to be speaking for? They're probably having a toilet break or something. On
there with his wife, Victoria, hopes it will bring an end to an era of genuine political turmoil, whether it's the independence referendum, the Brexit, huge challenges.
Was that an election
at the last, I think, the size of and is different there.
Actually,
for the extraordinary
job
he has done in getting Labour to this point and becoming our next Prime Minister. I first met Keir in 2008. If you had told either of us then that this is the course that events would have taken, I think we would have doubted you. But it is a sign of his steeliness, his determination, fundamentally his decency and integrity. He will be a great Prime Minister of our country because of those qualities. And
cracks below the surface of this large victory. What would you say to that?
Yeah, you know, how bad the victory is.
Well, first of all, I feel deep sadness and sorrow for both Jonathan and Thangham, who are great people and incredibly decent colleagues. I think, look, the truth, Laura, is that you can take nothing for granted today in politics. There is a deep sense that politics isn't working, that politics has not worked for 14 years under the Conservatives, and there is a looking around.
As he said, toolmakers. I don't think he has.
Around for how we can address the problems of the country. Now, Gaza poses its own challenges. The tragic situation in Gaza, which I think explains why Jonathan lost. I'm very sad to lose Thangham, who is a very dear colleague to me. But I think...
Yeah, they probably will be in the Lords.
Look, we are in volatile politics. That is definitely true. That should not take away, though, from the overall truth of this night, which is, after 14 years, the country has put its faith and trust back in the Labour Party again in a way that nobody thought possible barely 4.5 years ago. And, look, part of our job is not just to be a government for the people, as Keir said, who voted for us, but for those who didn't vote for us, for those who didn't vote at all, who say, nobody can really fix this. I heard that a lot of times on the doorstep.
Because it's true, based on what you're saying, especially, you ain't going to fix it.
Nobody can really fix this. And we intend to show that actually government can deliver for people. That's our challenge, and that's the challenge we will get stuck into.
Ed, you're about to lose Scottish status, pal.
Right away.
Ed Miliband, Clive Myrie here. Are you going to be able, do you think, with this whopping majority, to restore some faith in government? So many people on the doorsteps have been saying that their faith in government is gone. And it's a responsibility that you have now, and it's a heavy one, to try to restore that faith in politics and in government and in public service that you've talked so much about on this campaign.
You're totally right, Clive. And you are right to say that this doesn't just stretch back 14 years, it goes well beyond that. And if you look at all of the evidence
another big wave of austerity
there is on this, restore people's country as a whole, voted for any of you. In that respect, this is a
I don't think he'll stay here for that long. I don't see the point of it, I'll be honest.
Serious guy for serious times. He's not running, as he said, to be the circus entertainer. He's a man of deep integrity. I know him very well, and he is the right man for this moment, as the British people have decided.
Okay.
Ed Miliband, thank you.
Let's talk to Aisha Hazarika, now Labour peer, one-time aide to Ed Miliband. When Keir Starmer was speaking, when the result came in, you were, I hope you don't mind me saying, you had tears in your eyes and you look still now.
I am really quite emotional, to be honest, because I think for so many of us who have just had this really long, difficult time in opposition, long-term Labour Party supporters, what Keir Starmer has done tonight...
You're a member of the House of Lords. You don't, that's just fucking hell.
...is nothing short of performing a miracle. If you
hardly, he's not done much. It's literally the Conservative Party that collapsed. This is gassing it on the highest of levels.
Go back to what happened in 2019 at that general election campaign. If you had said to us, in 4 years...
If you had said to us interest rates would skyrocket, I don't think anyone would believe you.
Years. So what...
in the last few hours, and well, the message from Labour has now been consistent for several hours. They believe they're in a tussle with reform for this seat. Some Labour sources...
Who's King's Lynn?
...seeing the... Hi, Clive. It really is. We've been speaking to people from all of the parties who've been overseeing the count in the last few hours, and well, the message from Labour has now been consistent for several hours. They believe they're in a tough...
She's not sensible. She's not. You know, she's been given a peerage by Labour. She's incredibly biased. No, I do not like that.
With reform for this seat, some Labour sources are saying they believe Liz Truss may be in third. They've told us in the last few minutes they're confident. The Tories are telling us it is very close. They're not saying any more than that. Some other parties have also said they believe this is either a three-way race or a two-way race that doesn't involve Liz Truss. Now, none of that means that's going to be the result, but it is an illustration of the fact that we are well into the evening. The counting is still going on, but it's almost finished, and yet no one here is really sure of which way this is going to go. In the next few minutes, though, we expect we will find out. All the candidates will be on the stage just behind me, and of course the results will be read out. One piece of context which is worth mentioning, just a few minutes ago, the results of North West Norfolk were also announced here in King Lynn, and despite the initial exit poll from the BBC saying there was a 66% chance of Labour taking that, actually the Tories have held that seat with a majority of around 5,000. Now, that's a long way down from the previous majority of well over 20,000, but nonetheless, it's a hold. I was just chatting to one member of the Conservatives a moment ago, and he said, we're relieved. I said, what about Liz Truss's seat? And he said, we're not sure which way that's going. So all attention now is on Southwest Norfolk here in Kings Lynn, and it's worth reiterating again and again, Liz Truss was Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, and yet here we are with the sun coming up in Norfolk, and we're not sure yet if she's going to hold on to her seat.
Rita,
has Truss's seat been announced yet?
Can update our numbers, our forecast.
Our forecast is over
so diligently with your team on this. 8-9
invaluable contribution to what was a very difficult election to forecast. That said, we still
John, I'm gonna cut across you because your microphone's not on.
So it was all going so well.
It was the excitement, of Gail. Can you hear me now?
So the first thing I was going to say to you is we still have about 100 results to go. So we're not absolutely finally there. But what I was then going on to say.
I don't know. I don't know how he managed it. I'll be honest. He won it by a lot as well. He kept it by a lot. Maybe he's just popular there.
This is not just me. This has been a very substantial multi-person operation. It was quite a hard election to model. It required a lot of work, much more difficult than most other elections that we've previously been involved with. And, fingers crossed with, as we said at the beginning of the night, we weren't quite sure about reform, and indeed we did somewhat overestimate them. In the end, we did say the SNP were going to do really badly, and I suspect most people didn't believe us. We weren't quite sure ourselves. That looks to be roughly right.
Yeah, I think we're Reform. I think they'll get 6. NJ said 8, but could be 8. Probably around there. One of us is probably closer than the other, but not by much. The SNP doing badly, it's kind of nuts.
But broadly speaking, yes, it does look as though it's panned out as we expected. That said, first of all, a couple of historical records, if our current forecast is right, and one really important caveat about Labour's success. So the historical records, if this forecast now is right, this will be the Conservatives' worst ever performance in the whole of their parliamentary history, so far as seats are concerned. And for the Democrats, it will be their best result since 1923.
1923.
Better than anything that Charles Kennedy or Paddy Ashdown or Nick Clegg managed to achieve. The second thing I think what one should say is that actually, but for the rise of the Labour Party in Scotland, which has been truly spectacular, we will be reporting that basically Labour's vote has not changed from what it was in 2019. In Wales, it's actually down. In England, it is barely changed. One has to say, this does look like an election that the Conservatives have lost, and have lost primarily because of the votes they have lost to Reform. Which
is what I'm saying, guys. The argument for Labour and having to go centrist or centre right even, it is just non-existent. They stood still and they won.
Cost the party seat after seat after seat. Around 2/3 of the seats that the Conservatives have lost are seats where if Reform voters had voted Conservative, they would still have hung on to. So Labour have, in these early hours, acknowledged the difficult task that faces them. I think they also need to realise that while they have won the right to govern the country...
Where'd he go? What?
Parties. Labour have gained 36 seats there. They're now on 37. And actually,
John
I've got to say,
just
a few months ago, that would have been the stuff of Labour's dreams for a long time. About an hour ago, that it meant the SNP's claim of a mandate for independence from this election would be laughed at. Let's see.
Well, again, they had a mandate before. You still laughed at them.
What James Cook, our Scotland editor, has to make of what's been going on. James, this is a disaster for the SNP, isn't it?
It's a total disaster for the Scottish National Party, Laura. There's no question about that whatsoever. A complete reverse of the stunning electoral win that they had in 2015 when they took 56 out of 59, as it was then, of Scotland's constituencies. The tide has shifted, it's changed, and it's swept away many, many, many members of Parliament for the SNP. Now, interestingly, it was odd. Now, will they build on the success? They very much hope they and able to.
Andrea Catherwood, few results coming in there. The big one, I suspect, Andrea, Belfast East, the battle of the party leaders. Naomi Long of the Alliance Party and Gavin Robinson of the DUP. Who won out?
Indeed. Well, actually, Gavin Robinson won this seat fairly narrowly, but he did win it, which is very good news for the DUP in otherwise a very difficult night for them. That means that the new leader...
Even with the other two unionist parties running, the Alliance still lost.
...of the DUP is returning to Westminster, but possibly the bigger story of the night is actually going to be in North Antrim. North Antrim was the safest seat on paper for the DUP's lead.
And free zone, the first time in almost 2 decades that the Welsh Conservatives have failed to win any seat whatsoever. Wow. And the Welsh map is once again largely red. So we're down to 30th seat of all. He was
I'm trying to see if we can find the trust result. Who's this? Brighton and Hove. Oh, this is good.
Phone.
Valerie Gray, Social Democratic Party, 784 votes. Elaine Hill, Green Party, 7,000.
Oh, the Greens. I don't think the Greens have won it. 900. I don't think the Greens have won it.
949.
The BBC aren't even bothering graphics anymore.
Kobe Ann Vallis, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,230.
One Reform MP is too many, Ro. Russian even.
Emma Lucy Wall, Independent, 1,833.
Wait, how are the Greens on 7? What? Huh? Brighton Kemptown. I thought this is Brighton Pavilion. Unless that's the same one, is it?
Chris Ward, Labour Party, 17,809.
Is this Caroline Lucas's former seat? Oh, they've updated it.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Now, that's Labour's Chris Ward who's been elected there. Forgive me, that was not the Brighton Pavilion result, where the Greens are hoping to hang on. That was the neighbouring seat, Brighton Kemptown. Now, it was controversial because a Labour former MP of the left was booted out there. He wasn't allowed to stand. And Chris Ward, the man with the red rosette there,
I love the fact that Koonsberg knows all of this context about Labour, but never about the Conservatives.
A close aide of Keir Starmer.
In Scotland for putting their faith and just regional name.
Sorry, Sour.
And they have
into that building there, and it's clearly now Sir Keir Starmer after
in England.
Can we go to King's Lynn or whatever it's called?
But common seats.
Conservatives have
themselves
so far behind.
Split. So the advantage the Conservatives have had for a century, really, in the electoral system has turned into a disadvantage.
If we can be a bit more brass tacks about it, though, Danny, the promise from Rishi Sunak and the people around him was that he was not going to be chaotic. He was going to be able to bring the Conservative Party up to where he was. When he moved into number 10, the idea was he was more popular than the Tory Party, even though he hadn't won the Tory leadership, and he would drag the party up to meet him. And instead, actually, his personal ratings went down and down and down. I mean, one of the essay questions for the Tory party is going to be, did Rishi Sunak make it worse? And was it a mistake to call the election in the summer rather than wait till autumn to give him a better chance?
I mean, he ended up managing the party rather than the country. And I always thought that was a mistake. The counter to my point is maybe the party, maybe that had to happen. Maybe he simply couldn't otherwise be Prime Minister at the head of the Conservative Party as it was. But I felt the moment he just...
So appointing an out-of-touch multi-millionaire party did the Tories don't get it all, yeah? Looks that way.
Decided to do that. It doomed the party
Victoria Prentice lost hers. Okay, nice.
Lose at the election. But the complaint, using the term from The Godfather, it wouldn't...
I don't think we're going to see Liz Truss lose.
At number 10, and Rita.
As in not tonight.
We'll have more analysis now on the night's events.
Yeah, the shape of the night that we've just had with dawn breaking. Look, we've got 76 seats left to declare. This remains our BBC forecast. Labour on 408 seats.
Gang, I'm going to call it a night. I'm knackered. I'm struggling to continue streaming. I'd say just go watch No Justice stream because she somehow has energy and I do not. So you can watch her stream. I don't have to do raids on this, which is annoying. Is that how you do it? No is the answer. Oh, so annoying. I'm not sure how to do raids on this. I'm going to call it a night, guys. I really wish we could have seen Liz Truss lose, but I don't think we'll see that for a while, maybe. So yeah, I'll call it a night there. Thanks to the ones who've been on the stream, and especially the ones that have gone through the night. Not my most high energy stream, I think. But you guys take it easy, and I'll catch you guys very soon. Bye bye.